3 months ago, I learned of my uncle's passing. We weren't particularly close, but he left me one of his houses in the will. I was touched, but still wanted to sell it off. I'm a fairly new father of twin girls, and I didn't need another thing to manage right now. To speed up the process, I decided to travel across the country to live in the house until the sale was assured. My job just required a laptop and a phone, so I was approved to work remotely for the time being. Unfortunately, my wife had to stay at her job, so I had to come alone. At first, I treated it as a mini vacation. I had hoped that I would only last a week, but the process was more involved than I thought. I had a realtor taking care of most things, but after a month, I was still here. I noticed things going wrong left and right. Stuff was never where I placed it, and I'd see shadows out of the corner of my eye. And I lost track most of the time, constantly. I thought it was caused by stress, or maybe loneliness. Except for the few times the realtor came by with prospective buyers, the house was the quietest place that I had ever been in. Before I completely lost my mind, the neighbor came by with a dog. She was an elderly woman who explained that she had been dog-sitting while my uncle was in the hospital. And now that I was here, she thought that I should take Buster, the golden retriever. I thought the neighbor might be forgetful because she seemed to think that my uncle had just passed away last week. Either way, I fell in love with Buster, and his presence was exactly what I needed. I even thought that it would be a tremendous present to bring home to my girls. I just hoped my wife would feel the same way. However, even the dog could tell that something was wrong with the house. Buster accepted his new living arrangements pretty quickly, but would never willingly go upstairs. This was alright to me most of the time. I thought that it would make it easier to keep track of him. But then, Buster disappeared. Literally 1 second he was standing right behind me as I was opening the treat jar to give him a snack. And my eyes left him for just a moment to put the jar back, but then he was gone. I ran through the whole house calling his name, and the kitchen was connected to the living room. On the other end of that was the master bedroom and then the study. The other end of the kitchen led to a dining room, which was connected to the entrance hall that also led to the living room and the stairs to the second floor. After walking upstairs, you had a choice of going right or left along a balcony that overlooked the living room on one side of the entrance or the other. Going left led you immediately to a guest room and the game room. Going right led you to 2 more guest rooms and a bathroom at the end of the hall. I looked in every room, and I had to accept that somehow the dog had made it outside, even though there was no doggy door and every door and window had been closed and locked. So I searched the surrounding neighborhood for another hour before giving up. I was still thinking about making flyers when I opened the front door and I heard Buster scrambling towards me from the kitchen. I was ecstatic, of course, but I just couldn't wrap my head around how I could have missed him. I let Buster sleep with me in bed that night. And in hindsight, it was a huge mistake, but it made me feel better at the time. Things picked up at work, though, and I soon forgot about all the strangeness surrounding the house. Clients called me constantly, but we were getting a lot done, and I landed multiple large contracts in a row. I was working around the clock, but I knew that I'd be due a promotion once I returned to the home office. Several times I'd get lost in a phone call or a spreadsheet and suddenly find that it was a nightmare. I'd be so absorbed with work that I would block out Buster whining for food or to go outside. I started to set alarms to keep track that I had too many important clients to slow down now. I was on top of the world, but my health was starting to suffer. I'd forget to eat and even sleep sometimes. There were always something else to do or someone to talk to. I even got better at taking care of Buster. Better than I was taking care of myself, at least. Then my good mood ended with a bang. Literally. Buster was whining behind me as I finished another spreadsheet. Then we both heard a door slam upstairs. And for the first time since I brought him home, Buster ran upstairs by himself. I almost called the cops, but I felt silly with the phone in my hand. I started to doubt that I heard anything at all. And if there was an intruder, surely Buster would have been making more noise. so I mustered all the courage that I could manage and crept upstairs with a frying pan as my weapon. It was dark upstairs, but enough moonlight was coming in from the downstairs windows for me to make out Buster standing in front of the bathroom. I had purposely closed every door when I last came through here looking for the lost dog, but this door was now wide open. I flipped on the hallway light, but nothing happened. And with no better ideas, I raised my frying pan high and walked slowly to the bathroom. There was no window in here, so it was pure darkness inside. And I was terrified. And bizarrely, Buster just looked frozen. His tail stood straight up, and he just stood there pointing towards the door. I tried to take it as a good sign that he still wasn't barking. And that's what finally got me through to the threshold and into the bathroom. The whole time my eyes had been getting used to the darkness, and the bathroom was too small for there to have been anyone there without me noticing. And I started to relax when I took a step forward into something sticky. And I suddenly realized that I had my cell phone in my pocket. I pulled it out and turned it on to cast some light onto the floor. And I immediately dropped it at the sight of the bright red liquid that surrounded my feet. I fled the upstairs, and this triggered Buster to follow. This time I had no trouble calling the police. Thankfully, there was already a patrol car nearby, so 2 officers arrived within a couple of minutes. Their powerful flashlights cut through the darkness like knives, but they soon found nothing wrong with the upstairs. Something did appear to be wrong with my pipes, though, as they called out from above that the puddle was just rusty water. Because of their insistence, I climbed up the stairs again, and I clearly saw a muddy brown puddle in the bathroom. The banging must have been from a pipe breaking, and both cops had a laugh at my expense, but were otherwise understanding. They even gave me a number for a good plumber, though my cell phone was ruined after I dropped it and left it in the puddle. I would have to use the one landline in the kitchen from now on. I let them out, and I promised to call the plumber first thing in the morning. Yet, as exhausted as I was, I couldn't go to sleep over the excitement, so I stayed up to draft some more important documents for my company. And before I knew it, Buster had made another mess in the living room. I was dead tired, and I said something to Buster that maybe I shouldn't have, and I did some things to him that I know I really shouldn't have. I decided to do something about the stress that I had been under, and I spoke to my supervisor that same morning. And to my surprise, they were happy to let me have a week off as a sort of mental vacation. And just like that, all my outstanding work was taken away. With nothing else to do, I tried to focus on Buster. I played games with him, and I fed him a bunch of treats to make up for my earlier neglect. And then I found the first message. I didn't notice it for some time, as I had been avoiding the second floor. But I realized that I hadn't actually called the plumber. Before doing so, I went upstairs to see if things had gotten any worse. Instead, I immediately saw a message written in red on the hallway wall. Losing your mind? And for a second, I kinda did. I was scared to death at the thought that someone had to sneak up to my house while I was there, probably when I was sleeping. I won't repeat everything I said or did right after. Let's just say that I hadn't become any braver since that banging. Eventually, I unlocked my bedroom door and I made way to the kitchen with Buster leading the way. I called the police again, and those same 2 officers were able to show up, and then, slowly, we cleared every inch of the house. And yet we found no one. Everything was locked. No sign of forced entry. The police actually took me seriously, something that bewildered me at the time, and admitted that this isn't the first time that this has happened to a house in the neighborhood. There had been a series of break-ins where nothing was stolen, but the police officer still did offer to have a car sit outside that night. Even though I took them up on this, I soon realized that I'd never get to sleep tonight in the house. So I called my only friend in town, and really in the whole state, an old college roommate who coincidentally lived 30 minutes away. He offered to pick me and Buster up in a few hours, so I busied myself with packing up my suitcase. I didn't know how long that I would need, so I pretty much packed everything that I had brought with me to the house in the first place. I left my room to pick up some doggy toys when my friend called me to say that he was waiting outside. I decided to hang up the phone, and I met him immediately. I needed human company, and he would help me move my stuff. but the driveway was empty. There was no friend and no car. I called him back immediately and he insisted that he was outside. I listened to him get out of his car and walk up to the front door. He knocked and I could hear the door open and an elderly woman greet him. My friend asked for my name and mentioned my uncle. The woman said that she had never heard of either of us. And after thanking her, my friend left and asked me if I had gotten all of that. I told him I must have given him the wrong address. He rattled off the correct one and confirmed that he was there. After asking him to wait, I left the house again. I walked out to the street and looked back at the numbers written on the curb and on the mailbox. Only, there weren't any numbers. Just a message. Losing your mind. On the curb. Written in red. The temptation to leave right away was great. I could start walking and never stop, but I had to get my stuff and, more importantly, Buster, so I entered the house one last time. When I came back to the room, my suitcase was empty. Everything that I just spent the last hour packing up was back in its proper place. Despite how impossible this was, I focused on my only one goal. We needed to leave. I put a leash on Buster and was shocked to see how haggard he was. I resolved to making it up to him when this was all over. I tried to leave out the front door like nothing was wrong, but I couldn't open it. The knob turned freely, but the deadbolt wouldn't slide back. I was really scared now, but Buster's presence helped. I knelt down to give him a hug, and he gave me an idea while licking my face. Whatever was happening, it sure wasn't the result of a maniac hiding in my house. Still, I didn't know what forces were actually opposing me, so I walked to the backyard and I said loudly, "Well, Buster, time for a little walk." And the glass door slid open easily. Buster bounded out happily. I guess it had been a long time since I let him outside. I followed more attentively and, for the first time, examined the backyard closely. There was an iron fence surrounding the yard with another space between the bars that Buster could slip through. And then I saw it. A tree that grew too close to the fence and had several branches extending through it and above it. I assumed that the gate would supernaturally lock, so this was my exit. Buster didn't need any prodding. He waited patiently for me as I pulled myself up over on the other side and over the fence. I was suddenly aware of how weak and tired my recent lifestyle had made me. When I was in the process of climbing down the tree and onto the other side, Buster growled once and then took off like a shot towards a nearby hill, and I jumped down and gave chase. He disappeared over the top and I scrambled to keep up to the surprisingly steep surface. Luckily, I found where someone had laid some stone bricks into the side to make it even easier. It was still steep though, and I had to focus on placing my feet correctly to keep me from sliding. So I was looking down when my next reached up, resulting in my hand grabbing carpet. Confused, I looked up to see the second floor landing. I looked down to see the rest of the stairs that led up the entrance hall and into the living room of the house. And Buster was nowhere to be found. Demoralized and dead inside, I crawled the final steps and I just sat there on the landing for a while, occasionally calling for Buster. And eventually the kitchen phone rang. Whatever ghost was messing with me, I realized that they couldn't stop outside forces from helping. I tumbled down the stairs, and in my haste, I landed hard on the cold tiles below, but I was only dazed for a second and soon was in the kitchen where the phone was in my hand. And my wife's warm voice filled me with hope. She was concerned that she hadn't heard from me in a while, and I couldn't recall the last time that I had even tried. She was trying to tell me that my work hadn't heard from me in a while I tried to tell her that she needed to call the police. And her words gave pause, though. And I asked, "What do you mean? I was given the week off." "Dear, I thought you were supposed to continue working as soon as you got there." Yeah, but they gave me the week off because of all the stress that I've been under. Wait a second. How long have I been out here? Honey, you've been gone for almost 9 days. My stomach sank, but I didn't hesitate to say, "Listen, You need to call the police. Something is wrong. I think that I'm having a medical emergency. I had just been trying to come up with an excuse to limit the amount of follow-up questions, but I ended up realizing that this was actually the most likely explanation. Maybe I was just suffering from a gas leak, or maybe a brain tumor. Either of those options seemed more preferable than living in a haunted house. And my wife asked, "Baby, what's wrong? Are you okay?" I thought that I saw a shadow move out of the corner of my eye as I answered, "Yeah, I'm okay, but no, I need help. There's something wrong about this house." "You aren't making any sense." "Just listen to me. Call the police and tell them my uncle's name. Tell them to come to the house, and with an ambulance, they might. I need help. Please just help me." "Please help you? Pretty please? With a cherry on top?" I stared at the phone in my hand as my wife's voice continued to come out. It sounded like her, but in a mocking tone that I've never actually heard from her before. And she continued, "Does your tummy hurt? When's the last time you ate? I wonder what Buster tastes like." And I slammed the phone down, but whatever it was on the other side was right. My stomach was hurting. I couldn't remember the last time that I had eaten, and on cue I heard Buster whining from upstairs. Only after I started running towards the stairs did I notice just how bruised and sore my legs were from my spill down the steps. I pushed through the pain and I climbed the stairs yet again. Buster was back in front of the bathroom, lying on his side and looking thinner than I had ever seen him. "Losing your mind?" was written all over the hallway now, including on the ceiling as well as the floor. I no longer had any doubts that the messages were written in blood. Some of them were still dripping. I walked over and picked up Buster while a banging started at my front door. I would have jumped if Buster hadn't been weighing me down. I heard the front door open and whoever it was identified themselves as the police. I even recognized the voice as belonging to one of the officers who had visited previously. Why can't I remember his name? After calling out that I was upstairs, I turned with Buster and I found the hallway stretched before me, many times its original length. Despite how thin he looked, Buster felt heavier than ever. I knew that this was all just some sort of trick as to not get me in touch with the police officers. I thought that I had been really talking to my wife. She had to have come through with calling the police, and the ghost just distorted the end of the call. So I started my trek back down the stairs and I shuffled my feet as fast as I could, yelling all of the way. But then the voice answered the police officer. A woman's voice. My wife's voice. I could hear her say, "I'm sorry, my husband wasn't feeling well. He's resting in the bedroom. Can I help you?" I screamed as loud as I could just to get their attention, but it was no use. And I heard the officer say, "I'd just like to check up on him all the same." Sure. Come on in. He's right through here." It was like right out of a nightmare. I was sweating profusely while every step seemed to get me nowhere. I tried to speed up, but even the hallway just stretched further. And then I heard the man's blood-curdling scream from downstairs. And suddenly the hallway snapped back and I found myself somehow right at the top of the stairs. My momentum couldn't be stopped, and I fell down the stairs and I landed hard on top of Buster. He howled in pain, but at least he was alive, and I saw a long, thick trail of blood go around the corner and under my closet bedroom door. There was still a shadow of something under the door. I painfully crept to the kitchen. I grabbed my trusty frying pan before making my way back to the bedroom door as quietly as I could. My eyes watched the moving shadows nervously. Whatever was waiting for me there had killed a man. That meant that it could kill me. But if it had to have a physical impact, then surely it had to be susceptible to a physical impact too. So I raised the frying pan and slowly turned the handle. and before I had made much progress, the door flew open on its own and something turned suddenly to me. I swung my frying pan down, and the cop stood before me, a smile frozen on his face, and we both looked down at the knife plunged into his chest. My hand was still wrapped around the handle. He fell to the side, and I fell backwards to sit heavily on the now clean floor. I was positive that I had picked up the frying pan. I could remember its weight, but now I also remembered going to the kitchen and pulling out the knife. I seriously wondered if I was losing my mind. I looked down to find that I had the knife in my hand again. I dropped it at once and I crawled back to check on Buster. He wasn't moving. I put my head on his flank and I was devastated to feel that he was still warm but not breathing. I didn't know what to do. And so I did nothing. And I did nothing for a long time. I was lethargic, but somehow made it to the couch in the living room. And I waited there until nightfall and then slept on the couch. And when I woke up, I waited some more. I wasn't sure what I was waiting for, but nothing horrible was happening to me while I waited. I wasn't in a hurry to change that. But the bodies of Buster and the cop were still there. And I needed to do something. My stomach rumbled as I finally got up off the couch. And that was another problem with just staying put. For the first time, I found a shovel in an outdoor closet attached to the backyard porch. Digging the hole was exhausting, so I settled for just burying Buster now. I planned on getting the cop after finding something to eat. I picked up Buster and I carried him outside, and his fur was still warm. It was hard to believe that he was gone. There was no life behind his big brown eyes, and I gently laid him down in the hole and I got to work. And sometime later, I wandered into the kitchen and I raided the pantry. The house was quiet apart from my efforts. Whenever I stopped moving, the silence was complete, and I wondered if the ghosts had been trying to make me murder after all. Now that their goal had been met, maybe they would leave me alone for a while. Just in time because I was starving and I didn't need any more distractions. I opened a box of cereal and I had a handful up to my lips when I paused. How could I tell that I was actually eating what I was looking at? What if I had actually been opening a box of rat poison? I still wasn't sure what the ghosts were capable of. I imagined the food turning into worms after it was already in my mouth. And with that thought, I threw the cereal on the ground and stomped on it, no longer hungry. I needed to concentrate my efforts on leaving this place. And right on cue, I walked by the front door. It was wide open. Instinctively, I made a leap for it before stopping with my outstretched hand just a foot short of the door. This had to be another trick. I could see the door slamming shut in my face or even taking a few of my fingers with it. I could feel a breeze enter the house, but I was too scared to move. All of my senses had failed me before. However, my need for freedom eventually caused my feet to move. And upon slowly exiting the house, I saw the cop car just sitting in my driveway. The door was unlocked and the keys were sitting in the front seat. My mind went wild trying to explain the situation. Maybe the cop was secretly a murderer and he had killed previous owners of this house. Maybe his sacrifice helped them move on. I couldn't think of any explanation for my good luck at the time. So I just pushed my misgivings down and got in. I drove out of the neighborhood without incident, but I had new problems. I was in an unfamiliar city, driving a cop car with no money or other belongings on me. And I had no idea what to do next. So I kept driving. It felt good to be out of the house. It felt good to see the sun. And so I kept driving on and on. Left turn, right turn, left turn, right turn. No idea where I was going. And then I realized that I hadn't seen any other cars on the road for some time. Where was everyone? Where was I? The sinking feeling happened again, and in the pit of my stomach, but also around my whole body. I sunk back into the car seat and then realized that I was sitting in an armchair. Back in the living room of my uncle's house. My arms were up like I was still holding on to the steering wheel. and I started to cry with frustration as I stood up and screamed. How long had I been sitting there with a stupid grin, moving my arms up and down like a madman? I turned around and I saw my work laptop on the dining room table. It was on and glowing at me. And I walked over to it and I saw that something was already written down in this post. It read, "Lost your mind? Good. Now you won't mind losing the rest." And suddenly my fist felt weighed down. I raised it to find another kitchen knife in my hand, and I dropped it immediately. I erased the message and I started to type out a request for help. I ignored the scream and I just focused on the keys, but I kept hitting them wrong and another message slowly formed. "I'm sorry. I've disappointed you all. For the last time. Goodbye." I could have screamed again, but I noticed something had changed. I wasn't in the dining room anymore. I was in the study. I kept writing and writing and writing, and my own words started to come out. I have sent out emails requesting help, I've posted on the local police department's Facebook for assistance, and I've tried to keep writing no matter what. This is my last attempt to keep my sanity. Whenever I try to take a break, I find myself in a new room with new horrors descending on me. Once I opened the study door out to a hellish landscape and almost stepped out onto lava. I wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but I didn't even want to have a vision of my feet burning, so I just closed the door and resumed writing. I'm not even sure if this is all because of ghosts. I've been doing a lot of thinking lately, and the truth is simply that I have no idea what's going on. As I've gone over these crazy events, I've realized that I can't recall my uncle's name, or even what he sounded like. I'm not sure that I even had an uncle. I'm trying hard to really think of how I came here. Did I fly or did I drive? I can't remember. Have I always been here? Even weirder, I can't remember my realtor's name or even who they were. I've met them in person several times. Why don't I know things that I should? I can't even remember the name of my daughters or my wife. Am I even a father? Am I even a person? I know I must be because here I am writing in this small study, but now that I think about it, I can't remember who my parents are, what they look like, or anything about my childhood. Now I just remember the house and all of the nightmares, walking and otherwise I've experienced here. I'm feeling a lot like I was back in the cop car. I found my way forward, but I really don't know what to do next. This is not a way to live, and I'm getting more and more tired. I'm so hungry. I'm finding it hard to focus. I keep hearing voices, and they're getting louder. I know if I stop writing, it won't last long, but I'm running out of things to say. My hands, they're so tired. I'm tired, so tired, so... Christ. Quick, brown fox jumped over the lazy dogs. I need to keep writing, but I don't know what to say anymore. What is my name? I don't know. I'll die if I stop writing. I'll die if I stop writing. I just write. Write. Words stopping. Stop over the lazy dogs. Buster. I miss Buster. I wish that I could pet him once last time. Was he even real? Is anything? I am so tired. I am so hungry. I need to focus. The quick brown fox jumped over the lazy. Goodbye. The quick brown... I'm sorry. Jumped over lazy. I'm sorry. Last time. Lazy dogs. I'm sorry. Jumped over the disappointed you lazy for the lazy dogs. Goodbye. I'm sorry. I've disappointed you all for the last time. Goodbye. Things were fucked from the beginning. A woman named Carol dials 911 and claims that somebody is inside her house. We go to investigate, searching the place inch by inch, but finding nothing. Usually, this could be easily explained away. The mind of an older person alone eventually starts deteriorating.
The onset of dementia and other mental issues start to take toll on their lives. It's quite sad, really. However, this woman is only 24. In other words, the probability of this being inside her head is extremely unlikely. She also seems to be terribly distraught by the whole situation. Why would she be acting? We leave the place and tell her to contact us if she sees anything again. And I mean, we couldn't really do anything at that point. We were somewhat surprised when we got another call from her the very next day. We drive down there and search the house again. And we find nothing again. Problem is, the house seems different this time. Almost as if there was some subtle detail that made it a separate place from the one that we were in yesterday. My partner, Beck, says that he noticed it as well, but doesn't quite understand what's wrong. We decide not to say anything about this at all as we tell Carol that we came up with nothing. However, she tells us to stay. "I recorded him," she says. She takes out her phone and tells us to watch the video that she pulled up. It was footage of her in the house. She's running around and breathing frantic. And then we see him. A large figure, covered head to toe in what appears to be a black bodysuit. He lumbers towards the camera as Carol screams and ducks into the room, locking it from the inside. There are a few bangs on the door before we can hear footsteps walking away. We don't know how to react to the footage, but we try anyways. We come to the conclusion that the man must have left after Carol got behind the door. However, the front door was locked when we came, and Carol told us that she hadn't left the room. Did he always have keys to her house? That would explain a lot. But it also made the situation a lot worse. We decided to keep an eye on our house for the night. We're discreet, parking about a block down the road in an unmarked car. We're both fully awake, ready to go as soon as we see some sketchy shit. At around 2 a.m., we see somebody walking across the road and toward her house. However, it isn't the man. It's Carol herself. We can see lights flickering on and off intermittently, but we're not sure what that's supposed to mean. Was she trying to tell us to leave? We got a call from dispatch a few moments later. They're telling us that Carol has called 911 again, saying that there are now multiple people in her house. They ask if we need backup, and we say yes. Without another moment of hesitation, we force the door open and barge in. The living room lights still flicker on and off, but we still see the light switch and nobody is touching it. We call for Carol, but nobody responds. In fact, the place is dead quiet. I can see the neighboring houses start to turn on their lights from the commotion. We rush up the stairs and start sweeping each room, but there's nothing. Once again, we search the place inch by inch, but nothing is here. Not even Carol, who we clearly saw enter a few moments later. As I pace around in petrified confusion, Beck speaks up. "There's a room here that shouldn't be." "What the hell are you talking about?" I ask in response. "I've been counting," he says. "There were 9 total the last time that we came. Now there are 10. You didn't notice it?" I forced myself to think hard. Subconsciously, I knew that something was off, but I couldn't pinpoint exactly what. However, I eventually realized the basement. There was only one door down there last time. And Beck nods. "There's 2 now." I don't know what to think. I look at my surroundings and I try to make an assessment, but there really isn't none that can be made. And then we hear a knock on the door about 10 seconds later. It sounds agitated. We look out at the living room windows, but aren't met with red and blue police lights. We're hesitant to answer, of course, and I decide to take a step forward, but Beck pulls me back. He looks at me and shakes his head, whispering, "We left the door open, remember?" And he was right. And my radio starts crackling. Another call from dispatch. They're telling us that we need to leave the house immediately. That Carol called again, saying that we were going to die in a deathly monotone voice. And then the knocking is stopped. But we can hear footsteps in the basement. Something is in here with us. We decide that this was enough, and we need to get the fuck out of here. As we start descending the steps, we hear a voice coming from the kitchen, and Carol comes out, blocking our path to the door. She looks detached, with blank, beady eyes staring right at us. "Did you find him?" she asks, without any semblance of emotion in her voice. "I think he might be in the basement. Why don't you go check?" Beck and I are frozen in shock, and she just kept looking at us, gesturing towards the basement door every now and then, and the footsteps down there sound like they're running in circles. We ignore her request, abruptly brushing past her and bolting out the front door. The backup still isn't here, so we decide we're just going to get in the car. However, we see somebody down the street peering through our driver's side window. He's large, dressed in what appears to be a black full bodysuit. He looks away from the window and directly at us. It's hard to tell from this far, but the suit doesn't seem to have any eye holes. Beck speaks up. "Sir, please step back away from the vehicle." His voice cracks in the middle of the sentence. He's terrified. As soon as Beck stops talking, the figure starts running towards us. It's fast. Too fast. In the time that it takes for us to pull out our guns, we realize that it's actually moving past us and into the house. We waste no more time running into the car, locking the doors, and waiting until backup arrives. When it finally does, we're extensively questioned while what appears to be SWAT teams search the house. However, it isn't the police chief asking us. Instead, some guy in a suit that we've never seen before. He asks us things like, "How many doors were down there in the house?" And, "What did Carol look like exactly?" As well as, "Did we ever see a man with one eye wandering around?" We answer inconclusively to pretty much all of that. We have no idea what the hell's going on. At one point, we see SWAT members carrying multiple stretchers outside and loading them into their truck. Not in an ambulance, mind you, but their own truck. Eventually, the man who is questioning us tells us to go home and to report to our station as usual. He tells us not to worry about what we've seen here. I don't know how he expects us to do that. We drive back to the station in complete silence, and as we park, Beck finally lets out a sigh. Jack is fucking crazy, dude. I look at him in confusion. What the hell are you talking about? Who the hell is Jack? He reciprocates an equally confused stare at me. What the hell are you talking about? The dude who owns the house. What? It was a lady named Carol. How did you forget that already? We hold each other's chaotic gaze for what feels like a minute, but we say nothing further. We both silently exit the vehicle and start heading our separate ways home. We both know that something's terribly wrong with the other. I try not to think about it too much in my head as it hits the pillow. I manage to drift off to sleep about 3 hours later, only to be woken up immediately by the telephone, and barely coherent, I answer it. "We need you. A woman has dialed 911. Says that somebody is in her house." My heart sinks slightly, and then it sinks completely when he tells me the address. It's Carol's. I hang up the phone and slump into bed. I just want this nightmare to end. My son Noah became friends with Alex when he moved into the house next to ours last year. Alex moved with his family from California, and when we went over to introduce ourselves, the two became instant friends. While my husband Ryan and I chatted with Alex's parents, him and Noah played together and found out that they actually had quite a lot in common. Noah was 4 at the time, and Alex was 2 years older, making him 6. Eventually, the two became inseparable. And after school, Alex would come over and they would watch Pokemon, play video games on their Xbox, or just run around outside and do whatever it was that kids did. Some weekends, Noah would go over and stay at Alex's, and some weekends, Alex would stay with us. A lot of times, Ryan and I would go out with Heather and Kevin, and we'd take the boys with us. The two of them were pretty much together every single day. Since they were both only children, it was nice that they found best friends, someone that they could connect with. In July, Ryan and I decided to take the boys to the Holiday World in Santa Claus, Indiana. We lived in Huntingtonburg, so it was only about half an hour to get there. We decided that we would leave around 10 a.m., so that way we could get there right when it opened. The day before our trip, Alex was over at our house playing Donkey Kong with Noah on Ryan's old SNES. Heather was coming to pick Alex up at 6, so they could go to the mall and get some new swim trunks for Holiday World. I was in the kitchen washing dishes when Alex came up to me. "Livia, can I have some Kool-Aid, please?" "Sure thing, bud. Your mom will be here soon." I smiled at him. I'd grown quite fond of the little boy as well, grateful that he made my son so happy. I dried my hands off and retrieved a cup from the cabinet, and just as I poured his drink, Heather honked from outside. He grabbed the cup, gulped down the Kool-Aid, and ran out after thanking me. "Bye, Alex," I yelled after him, watching him from the kitchen window as him and his mother drove off. The next morning, I was up at 6, as I usually am, brewing a pot of coffee and scrolling through Facebook. A sleepy Noah comes walking through the hallway from his room, rubbing his eyes and yawning. I smiled at my beautiful son and pulled him into my lap. I brushed his dirty blonde hair from his eyes. "Are you ready to go ride rides today?" I was pretty excited myself. It'd been a couple years since I'd been to an amusement park. "I don't think that I can go, Mommy," he said, his baby blue eyes looking into my own. And I frowned at him. "Why would you say that, Noah?" He looked down at his hands, picking at his fingernails. "Last night when I was sleeping, Alex told me that we couldn't play anymore." I assumed that he was talking about a dream. "No, baby, hush. You were just dreaming." Noah shook his head. "No, Mommy. He was hurt real bad. He told me that the next time that I saw him, he'd be in a box." I stared at my son for a really long time until he got up and went back to his room. I didn't really know what to think. He seemed so serious, but I suppose the dream had just kind of wigged him out. But to be safe, and hopefully rid of myself of this awful feeling in my stomach, I picked up the phone to call Heather. She answered, bawling her eyes out, and I could barely understand her between sobs. Alex had been hit by a car when they were leaving the mall late last night. Heather said that he ran into the parking lot without looking both ways, and a car was going just a little too fast, and Alex had died. As soon as she had told me what happened, I wanted to hang up. I wanted to sit and process the fact that my son's best friend was dead, and that somehow he already knew. Instead, I stayed on the line long enough to try and comfort her, and when she broke down again, I hurried off the phone. I hung up and I just sat, trying to understand what I had just heard. And when Ryan finally woke up, I told him what happened and omitted the part about Noah. I don't know why, but it didn't feel right to tell him. The services were held a few days later, surprisingly an open casket. The funeral home did a good job at fixing the damage that had been done. Even though I was against Noah going, Ryan thought that it would be a good idea instead of just trying to shelter him from it. As we stood there in front of the casket, Noah just stared. I don't know if it didn't faze him or if he just didn't understand it, but he just stared at Alex. I rubbed his little hand with my thumb, trying to hold back tears when he looked up at me and said, "This is the box, Mommy." That was about 8 months ago, and since then we've packed up and moved to a small town in western Kentucky. Noah has made new friends, but none like Alex. You're probably wondering why I'm here now, since all of this happened so long ago. Well, it's because something else happened yesterday. I was in the living room computer writing a paper. I've decided to go back to school for social work, and Noah was sitting on the couch watching Adventure Time. "Hey, Mommy?" I turned to look at him. "Yeah, sweetie?" "I saw Alex today." Chills literally ran down my spine. Every hair on my arms decided to stand straight up. I tried to rationalize, tell myself that this was just his way of coping. Even though it had been a while since the funeral, Noah would still bring him up sometimes, saying that he missed him or wished that he was here. But this was the first that he mentioned seeing him. I tried to think of what to say, What do you say to your 5-year-old who tells you that he saw his dead best friend? I only knew one thing that I could ask him. The next time that you see Alex, will you ask him what the last thing I did for him was? Noah turned his head to the recliner beside my desk. What was the last thing Mommy did for you? He sat for a couple seconds before turning back to me. Made him a glass of Kool-Aid. You can't say that you've lived until you're dead. That's what my father said to me before blowing his brains out with a shotgun. One moment his head was there and the next it was gone. All of it. Sprayed all over the air, covering the entire sky. He was right. Working in this cubicle isn't for everyone. It is everything to me. The job is easy. I simply type in letters and numbers. Doesn't everything revolve around letters and numbers? I press the keys on my keyboard, and just like that, my work is done. It's easy. It's normal. I've carefully selected my group of co-workers with whom I interact with the most. Peggy, the chubby girl who lusts after me. She is a revolting little thing, but I know that I could just snap my fingers and have her do my every bidding, which arouses me more than she ever could. I like that. Susan, the most intelligent and attractive woman on the floor. I like how professional she looks, how clever she sounds. I like the tone of her voice. I like how she takes the job seriously. She will likely rise to the top one day. Unless she dies. Unless she gets cancer. I hope she gets cancer. Peggy hates her guts because she thinks that I have a thing for her. I don't. But I like seeing Peggy try to outdo herself for nothing. It's entertaining. Tom. New blood. Young kid. Ambitious. Looks up to me like I'm some sort of role model. Flattering. Sickening. Feels nice. Bob. Thinks he's better than me. Wishes he could be me. Wants to be me. Wants me dead. He's worthless. Yet he's always like a piece of shit stuck to my shoe. I know that I can grind his face on the pavement whenever I want. Knowing this gives me great pleasure. They serve their purpose. Others have tried to insert themselves into our little group, but I tell them that we can't have that. I couldn't have that. Peggy, Susan, Tom, Bob. And I make 5. 5's a handful, I tell them. You should always keep a hand free. We don't talk much about the job. No. We talk about death. Yes. Everyone does. And everyone smiles. Wake up, turn on the news, see children's blown up limbs at a concert venue. Drive to work. Accident ahead. Mangled body. Take a picture. Bathroom break. Read obituaries. Rub one out. We no longer pretend that we care. Death concerns only the dying. Death is the new normal. This is normal. I am normal. Every day after work, we get together for our daily show and tell right before we leave. Peggy has a picture of a corpse found marinating in a tub for a couple of years. Good quality. You can almost smell the remains. Not very original. Tom shows us a video on his phone. Says he bought it on the dark web. POV footage. Foreign language. Kindergarten. Woman going around stabbing toddlers during nap time. I nod approvingly. At least he's trying. Bob brings up another execution lineup from overseas conflicts. Nothing that we haven't seen before. Unimaginative. I feel insulted. Susan brings up her tablet. Video is titled BabyJump098_WMV. The camera is placed on a white marble floor. Kitchen, most likely. There's a naked newborn on the ground, stomach up. A ladder is propped up near. It's crying. No audio, but we can tell. 20 seconds of this, followed by half a second of someone jumping, and with a pair of heavy boots. We only see the aftermath for about a second before the video immediately loops back to the beginning. No matter. We watch it again. Again and again. And again and again. Susan easily wins this round. I applaud her. Peggy's upset. Susan blushes. Says I haven't even shown mine. No need, I tell her. Because it's shit, isn't it? Oh, shut up, Bob, says Peggy. And I look at Bob. I smile back at him. You should know, considering you reek of shit yourself. Susan giggles before covering her mouth. Oh, he got you there, said Peggy. I cringe whenever she opens her mouth. Bob gives us a half-hearted laugh. Ha ha, careful now. You know I keep my baseball bat in my trunk, don't you? One of these days, every day is one of these days with you. That's why you'll never amount to anything. That's why you are one miserable, smelly piece of dog shit. Take your shot whenever you want. I'd love to see you try. Oh, snap, Peggy mumbled. I could tell that got her wet. I throw up a little in my mouth, and Bob forces another ha-ha before leaving the office. Work is over. I head down to the parking lot in the basement. I do not take the elevator. I never take the elevator. I hate the elevator. Hate riding with others. Can't stand their smell, their touch, their words. No. I take the stairs. I always do. Almost no one ever does. I like the walk. Like to stretch my legs. I can move at my own pace. No interruptions. I can hear my footsteps and I can smell myself. I like the sound of me. I like the smell of me. Sometimes I think the stairs were made just for me. Gripping the railing always gives me a hard-on. God, I'm so hard I could fuck these walls back to the Stone Age, is what I think. I reach the last flight of stairs. Someone stands between me and the door to the parking lot. No. No standing. Sprawled out on the steps, briefcase wide open, personal objects scattered about. It's Paul from 2 floors up. Paul has made a mockery of my stairs. Paul has made a mockery of me. I walk down the steps, careful not to touch any of his filthy things. Hey, Paul! Paul looks up at me with wide eyes. He tries to speak. He is sweaty. A disgusting mess. His head is bleeding. Must have tripped. I look at my watch. I am 2 minutes ahead of schedule. And I sigh. What's the matter, Paul? He is breathing heavily, hand holding his chest. He tries to get up, but he can't. Tries to reach for me, but I walk down a further step. What is it, Paul? He shakes his hand as he points to something on the ground. The sight of his mundane belongings is nearly enough to get me sick and lie down on the steps as well. But I would rather die. I see the insulin pen and I understand. And I laughed. Right. I remember. Then again, I'd completely forgot about your existence until just now. Paul motions for me to get it for him, and I laugh again. I'm sorry, Paul. I already washed my hands and... I look at my watch. Yeah, that's all the time that I have. Nice not knowing you. I exit through the door and proceed to the parking lot. As I walk to my car, my senses are raped by a very familiar stench. As I walk to my car, my senses are assaulted by a very familiar stench. I stop, crack a smile. I can smell you from here, Bob. I stand completely still. This isn't a problem. This is Bob. Come to take your shot, have you? To even consider that Bob could ever pose a threat to me in any way is beyond nauseating. I don't even turn around to face him. He is nothing. Nothing to worry about. I haven't got all day, Bob. I have places to be. The back of my skull's right here. I tap my skull with my index finger and I leave it there, in case Bob needs directions. Silence. First one's free, Bob. But if I'm still standing afterwards, you know that it's for you. More silence. Then, sounds of quick footsteps leave the scene. See you Monday, Bob. I like to drive around for an hour or two after work. I don't like heading home right away. Nighttime is the right time. I'm alright, so I drive. I turn on the radio. Turn up the volume. Sing along to the hits. Punch myself in the face whenever I stop at a red light. Hard enough to feel. Hard enough to bleed. The driver in front of me is being carjacked. A woman is pulled out of the car from the driver's seat. Loud screaming. Louder bangs. They take the car and disappear into the night. They leave her in the middle of the road. They leave a problem for me in the middle of the road. Problems require solving. I exit my car and I approach her. She's losing blood. She's dying. She looks stunning.
Where did you get that dress?
I asked her, and she gurgles.
I see. Can you move to the side of the road?
She doesn't seem willing to facilitate things for me. I go back to my car and I resume my driving, and hit a small bump on the road. No big deal. Got a new dress. I reach my destination after a while, get distracted by the music. Lots of familiar hits, and I reach for the radio to turn it off. There's nothing more. Nighttime is the right time. I get home. The children are glued to the TV. They're watching The Lion King. They're singing along to Hakuna Matata. It means no worries for the rest of your days. It's our problem-free philosophy. I'm momentarily entranced by the movie. Its shapes, sounds, and other things. What are they called again? Ah, right. Colors. I forget that there's such a thing sometimes. Sometimes I forget about things. But it's okay. No worries. Those 2 words will solve all your problems. Hakuna Matata, I say. The children turn to face me. They're not my children. Do I even have children? I look at my hands. No ring. No worries. I grab the remote and I turn up the volume. Hakuna Matata, I repeat. Sometimes I forget how children can be so full of color as well. Hey, Pumbaa. Not in front of the kids. You can even paint entire walls with them. Back in my car. Back on the road. I pick up a hooker. I try. She says I look like hell. I can't help but smile. But honey, I begin, as I show her the money. Well over what she makes in a month. I feel like heaven. She gets in. Tells me not to pull some psycho shit or else. And I laugh.
Or what else?
I ask. She shows me a butterfly knife. Does fancy tricks. I laugh again, slamming my fists against the dashboard. She jumps in her seat. The glove compartment opens up.
You can hold on to that,
I tell her. She's confused. Picks up the 6-shooter. Checks for ammo. Fully loaded. Puts it back. Starts to undress.
None of that,
I say. I give her the money. All of it.
I just want to talk.
She's wary, but doesn't say a word. We stop somewhere else. Old bridge. No traffic there. We step out of the car. Light them smokes. I tell her about my father. I tell her about how we can't say we've lived until we're dead. Her turn to laugh. Doesn't get it. I explain.
Well, to live is to die. You can't live without dying. Only death can confirm life. Only through death can we say that we've actually really lived. Can't say that you've lived until you're dead.
That makes no sense at all, says the hooker. She doesn't get it. Wait, she continues. She walks over to the car, comes back with the 6-shooter, takes aim. I smile. So, you can only say that you lived life if I were to shoot you. Right now. Like this. She seems to get it. I point to the middle of my forehead.
Exactly,
I say. She laughs, flicks her cigarette over the bridge, says she's done for the night, walks off with the money, leaves the 6-shooter behind. I tell her that she can keep it. She doesn't want it. I tell her that I can give her a lift. Doesn't want it. I ask why. She says I'm not normal. She says I wasn't normal. Did she say that I wasn't normal? I am normal. I am normal. I am normal. I'm out of bullets for the night. Don't remember where I live. Go back to the office. Back to the stairs. Take Paul's head with me. Take it to my cubicle. I sit down. Start typing again. Normal work. Screen is pitch black. As is the office. Right. Saturday. No power, no problem. I'm wearing a lovely dress. Normal. I can wait for Monday. Only normal. Can't wait for my normal coworkers. Can't wait to tell them about my normal day. I can't wait. This is normal. I can be normal. I am normal. I place Paul's head in my drawer. Hakuna Matata, Paul.
So, that's where she will be sitting? I gestured to the glass wall that made up the one side of the room. And on the other side was an empty chair lit by a single spotlight, like something out of an interrogation scene. Yes, the aide answered. You'll spend 3 months in there, and right over there will be the corpse. Will it smell? I asked, unsure if the question was appropriate. No, he replied. The room is airtight. Nothing can get in or out. That include flies? There will be no flies, he said. Just the body, which will, as you know and have been told, decompose over time. How did you find her? I asked. Mr. Brinshaw has his methods. I assume that you've seen her then, I said. Did she really look like she could be related to me? I'm not allowed to answer that, he replied. You'll have to judge that for yourself once the exhibit begins in earnest. How did you guys find her? She's not actually related to me, is she? This poor dead girl? She's not some long-lost sibling? Mr. Brinshaw is an astonishing man, the aide replied. Many of his exhibits are organized decades in advance, and with his considerable wealth at his disposal means that there are very few obstacles he cannot overcome. His wealth is second only to his remarkable insight. I wouldn't worry about the how of it at all. That's for the critics to scratch their heads over. All you need to concern yourself with is staying busy for the duration of the exhibit. And when it's over, collect your payment. I could read between the lines. He was telling me to shut up and take the money. Onto the computer, he said, moving swiftly over to the nearby laptop. You cannot connect to the internet, and the only application installed is a customer messages service that allows you to communicate with a staff member elsewhere in the facility. I was told that it'd be like having a personal shopper. Exactly, he replied with a reptilian smile. You are encouraged to use the service to acquire whatever comforts, creatures, or otherwise that you desire. For that reason, the room will be extremely minimalist, except for the laptop and the bed on the first day. I've been instructed to remind you that nothing is off limits. Our staff are creative and enthusiastic. It doesn't matter if you ask for oil paints, a pound of cocaine, or even human meat. We'll be able to find it for you. I can't imagine that I'll need much more than a Kindle or Netflix, I joked. We shall see. He smiled and then pointed to the camera on each wall. Quite literally. The live stream begins tomorrow. The premise of the exhibit was painfully simple, but also frustratingly clear. The kind of thing that you hear and immediately wish that you'd come up with yourself. I was going to spend a month in a room sat across from a decaying corpse. When it was all done, the footage would be edited into some weird art house film. I could spend the 4 weeks doing coke, or I could spend it learning to play the piano, or hell, just binge watching TV. It didn't matter. It's all too easy to imagine how anything I did could be twisted into some commentary on my fear of death. And I figured that it would be easy. But no one could have prepared me for what it felt like to look at a decaying corpse's face. This wasn't a mere resemblance, mind you. This girl could have been my twin. She was my ghost. God, I thought, did they have to leave her eyes open? She looked sad. More than anything, that's what surprised me. She was posed upright in the chair and clothed in some plain outfit.
Her features were very, very similar to mine. Now, she was not a mirror image, of course, but neither are identical twins. There are always subtle differences, and the effect was eerily uncanny. Out of some morbid curiosity, I even pulled out my own hair and placed it opposite her. I sat down and studied every feature on her face in the same way that I would in a mirror. Why is she sad? I wondered, only to feel a little stupid. Well, she's dead, I thought before getting up and trying to shake off the goosebumps that were crawling up my back. There was no need to look at her so closely. She and I were going to spend enough time together. A slot on the door opened and a small package came through. It contained the e-reader that I asked for just a few minutes ago. Well, this is better than Amazon, I grumbled before looking up and catching her eyes. I tried not to look her way, but it was hard not to. The room was just so simple and plain. And the human form is naturally attention-grabbing, especially when its cold, dead eyes are glaring right at you. And to my surprise, I realized that she had a Kindle in her hands. That's elaborate, I said, then looked at each one of the cameras. I didn't want to look shocked, even though deep down I was pretty damn impressed that they managed to slip in here and give her a prop without me noticing. I was also a little unsettled, though I swore it didn't really mean anything. They're playing games, I thought. You knew it would be all spelled out to you. You knew there'd be little surprises along the way. Were you a reader? I asked the pale figure before I'd even realized that I was talking out loud. And of course she didn't answer. But she looked like a reader. What did you read? I asked. Romance? Horror? Historical fiction? She didn't answer. Nor did she move. But I felt that she was listening to me anyway. The idea was ridiculous, so I shrugged it off and went off to read a bit of Agatha Christie. My room was looking a little fuller. I had a bookshelf, a desk, a switch, and a pretty damn nice desk chair. Duplicates of everything had somehow made their way into the room when I wasn't looking, which started to annoy me. It always happened in a few seconds when my back was turned, but it wasn't like I spent every minute of every day staring at her. If I wasn't sleeping, my head was buried in a book or watching TV. Would it be really so hard to run in there and shove a book on the table next to her? I told myself it wasn't a big deal, that this was just part of the game being played by the artist. Before the exhibit began, I was convinced that the hardest part of this job would be the solitude. But between the cameras and her glassy dead eyes, I actually felt claustrophobic, almost suffocated under the weight of so many potential gazes. I looked up to see if anything about her had changed, and nothing had. It had been 20 minutes, and I'd read the same line 6 times before my eyes kept darting upward to catch sight of her sitting there, always in the background and out of focus. If I put on headphones and turned away, I knew that I'd get a chance to ignore her. But as the days ticked on, it was getting harder and harder to turn my back on her. I had no way to explain the feeling except to say that she didn't feel dead. I'd seen bodies before, and I've never felt anything around them. They were just meat. They weren't pleasant to be around. Sometimes they made me feel sad, but I never even felt like I was looking at anything other than an inanimate object. A person is what's going on in the head, and without that, they're just inert matter. But with her, it was like she was looking right back at me, and my brain didn't know what to do with that information. I told myself, and I admit this is pretty morbid to think about, that the creepiness would probably get better as time went on. The more that she rotted, the less that she looked like me, and the sooner the illusion would fall apart. Sure, it'd be gross, but at least I wouldn't see my own features reflected back at me like I'd floated on down to attend my own funeral. Without knowing why, I got up from the bed and walked up to the glass. Feeling hopeful, I looked for the first sign of decay, for some subtle change in the fit of her clothes that told me that she was starting to bloat. But there was nothing. But as I watched, a little fly emerge from behind her ear. It flew a few short figures of 8 in the air before landing on the glass and sluggishly crawling around. I didn't like it there. Didn't like knowing where it came from. It must have started life as a maggot and I already had a good guess as to what it feasted on, and I was just out of sight. I struck out with my hand and hit the glass. I only wanted to scare it off. And imagine my surprise when it died beneath my palm in a fuzzy splat. I woke up later that night to find that the stain on the glass was gone. I flicked a switch and the lights came on with a rising whine, and slowly they brought the rest of the room into focus. The Kindle lay on the table, much like mine, and the bed covers were ruffled, much like mine. Some books were on the mattress, much like mine. But she hadn't moved an inch. There were no scrape marks by her chair. If anything, you could see the first few signs of dust gathering by her feet. I knew that all that background stuff was just theater. It had to be. She was hardly climbing into bed and sleeping just like me. But I had this strange pit in my stomach that stopped me from letting it all go. Quietly and almost stealthily, I got up and approached the glass to study it. I told myself that I was only interested in understanding how that rich bastard had pulled the fly trick off. But that didn't ring true to me. The fly had come from her, quite literally emerging from behind her neck and making its way towards me. It couldn't have magically passed through the glass. It just couldn't have. I touched the window, and in an instant my thoughts were filled with images of gossamer wings and writhing maggots. I gasped and pulled away, nearly stumbling out of the chair that had slid behind me without noticing. How did it get there without me noticing it? And I couldn't say. But I hardly noticed it. The images in my mind had been vivid and felt like it was almost an attack. I put my hand on my neck just to check that nothing was crawling there, but I could feel it. I could feel something. Some ghostly sensation that persisted, and that was when I got the strange idea that the thoughts that I had seen never actually belonged to me. They had been hers. Ridiculous, I muttered aloud, if only to hear my own voice. I shook it all off and went back to bed, desperate to forget. But from then on, all of the nights got really bad. Whether I was painting or reading or watching TV, I could feel her eyes glaring at me through the glass. I felt watched, the same feeling that you get from creeps on the bus or train. And worse, it never went away. Every night, those thoughts and sensations intensified, and that got me wondering if it was just the isolation playing on me. I considered myself a pretty robust person. I don't scare easily, and I took the job knowing that I could do it and make it out fine. But you do hear all those stories about what happens to inmates in solitary, about cabin fever. So I started keeping a diary. Only, it didn't go very well. They delivered it within an hour, and the first thing that I wrote was, "Have I overestimated myself?" I immediately hated such an admission of self-doubt. Anything I made would be part of the exhibit, and the same went for those weak, sad little words. I refused to let that happen. So I tore the page out, and what lay beneath was a punch to the face. There were words, handwritten in a fountain pen. The same one that I was holding. The ink was still wet. But the writing, it wasn't mine. And the words, reading them felt like I was reading my own death sentence. "I'm so cold," they said. "I shouldn't be here. I'm meant to be somewhere else. I'm meant to be nothing. I want to be nothing. Why do I still have shape? There are thoughts in this place that are not mine. They crackle like fireworks in the distance. I can see things silhouetted in their light. Tall things. I am not alone in this place." Her name was Natalie, I typed into the computer, and a few seconds passed before I got my reply. Somehow the digital words seemed nervous. "You were not permitted to research the subject," they said. It had been a guess, or at least I thought that it was.
I'd woken up one night to find the name echoing in my mind like a passing scream of a motorbike. It had pinged around in my head all day, and I was desperate to know if the impossible was true. So I came up with this little gambit to check. We will investigate your behavior prior to entering the room and check for signs of misconduct. If we find any evidence that you had prior knowledge of the other woman's identity, we will discontinue the exhibit and payment will be revoked, the computer told me. I guessed it, I typed. She looks like a Natalie. We will tell you the results of our investigation when it is over. After a full week, she finally began to rot. I found myself constantly touching my own face to see if the skin felt puffy or cold. I checked my hair to make sure that it wasn't falling out. I pinched my legs, my arms, to see if they were as skinny as the reflection in the glass. Wrinkled skin, lips that pulled back, black gums, and unnatural teeth. She was changing in ways that I didn't expect. Her eyes were like glassy marbles embedded in her skull. Grotesque and glistening off-white orbs whose surface was a road atlas of blue and crimson veins. She looked wrong. Now, I'm not an expert, but I always thought that bodies lost their shape over time. But she looked as if she was coming together. Her muscles looked hard. Her face was more expressive. Her fingernails had become sharp and chipped. The look in her eyes. It was the look of a torturer trying to decide where to put the first needle. I continued to check the diary every day. There were always something new, something harrowing. Most of it was just her talking about the empty aching sadness that she felt, the sense of invasion and her thoughts being shared. But over time, the entries were starting to change. The pain is unbearable. The tall things that live here won't leave me alone. Sometimes I think I dreamed another life, but I don't like to think about it. This is reality, the only one that matters. There is only pain and hunger and depreciation. All at their hands. I shouldn't be here. I was meant to dissolve into this place. But something is giving my thoughts shape. Something is keeping me whole. The tall things tell me there is another world. Another me. And they gloat. They tell me about the comforts that she enjoys. Sometimes I catch glimpses of her, legs crossed on a bed while reading a book. The sight of it hurts me more than anything that I thought possible. Sometimes I feel as if my chest is going to cave in from the heartache, and the tall things laugh and tell me that I don't have a chest. Not here. Not in this place. My connection to the other world intrigues them, excites them. They want me to hurt her. I woke up retching and gagging, barely able to breathe. And for a second I thought that the staff was pumping gas into the room, choking me with some toxic vapors. I was sick all over myself before I even got halfway to the computer. My eyes burned so fiercely that I could hardly see. My nose was bleeding and my mouth ran over with spit and vomit. It was a smell. I was deep in something and inhaling it. And it didn't take no genius to figure out what. I looked over to her and she was smiling. Of course she would be. This was her stench. Her rotten and rancid grotesque miasma that she had somehow sent over to me. I felt like I had my head inside her bloated, sick stomach. This was the odor of a sacked city, of a mass grave. I reached the computer and I banged out a message on the keyboard while I gagged and heaved my way through each individual breath. I can smell her, I typed. 3 dots. Someone was replying. That's impossible. I vomited once more and passed out before I could let them know exactly what I thought of their impossible. The dust was no longer gathering by her feet. It was disturbed, and the footprints showed that something had gotten out of her chair and stalked its way into the darkness behind her. Right now, she was still in the chair, still looking at me, and still grinning. At least the smell was gone. Although I'd had to spend the morning cleaning my own vomit. And even worse, the computer was unresponsive to my demands for cleaning supplies.
I had to use some dirty bedding to mop it all up. I thought that you said this place was airtight, I wrote in anger. I could smell her. I waited and waited, but no one wrote back. I sat in my chair and I reviewed my supplies. It had been 2 days and no one was doing anything for me. I told myself that it would be fine, but I didn't feel it. The night before, I'd woken up to the frightening sound of wet feet slapping against a tile floor. As I rolled over to look, there was a hurried pitter-patter and the sound of a screeching chair. She was back in place by the time that I clicked on the lights. It could have fooled someone else, but not me. I saw the path that she had carved through the dust, and even worse, the viscous brown fluid her rotting feet left behind. I was alone with this thing. They had stopped bringing me food, and I had no way of opening the door. Unless I wanted to try eating my books, I was going to have to get inventive. I looked around and I remembered the smell and looked upwards. There was a vent and it was easily as wide as my shoulders. I had no idea where it led, but it would be better than staying here, I decided. But I figured that I'd have one last go in reaching the people outside. Please help me, I typed. And then I waited. And waited. I didn't want to go for that vent. I wanted this to be part of it. To be part of the exhibit. I wanted them to reveal this was all a big hoax. And I knew a lot of what I had seen and experienced could be a hoax. I knew that. With enough money, just about anything could be faked. Please, help me, I typed into the computer for the 1,000th time. I was crying again. Sometimes I wasn't sure that I ever stopped. 3 dots. And my heart leaped. I was so happy I let out a slobbery laugh, the kind that you don't even check if you've let spit run all down your chin. But it quickly all came crashing down. I'm so cold, the screen replied. I hate it here. Why won't you let me die? And when I turned to face the window, I saw that she was gone. The vent came off easily. I'd had to dismantle the computer to find a strip of metal that was thin and sturdy enough to watch the flathead screws. And then I turned to the desk over and stacked it on the bed so that way I could reach the ceiling. It took me a good 10 minutes of balancing in the air before I got the screws out, but when it was all said and done, the flimsy bit of cover was sent tumbling to the floor with a loud clatter. Above lay an empty square cut into the metal ceiling. And it was freedom. Hard-earned, but all the better for it. I reached up and momentarily hung off the edge, just to see if it would hold my weight. They buckled slightly, and the metal was sharp and rough enough that it was already starting to cut into my flesh, but the ceiling still held. I hauled myself up and took a look. The vents reached on for a long while to my left and to my right. There were obstructions, and they clearly went past the boundaries of my room. Hoping that they'd be able to hold me, I dragged myself into the vent and made my way towards the right so that way I was moving away from her side of the room. The only thing that I had for light was a smartwatch that monitored my vitals. It wasn't under my control, but if I tapped the screen, it lit up for the time. So that's what I did. I tapped the screen and used whatever meager light was there to shuffle forward a few feet at a time. I could have done it in the dark, but it was tight and uncomfortable, and my heart was already in my throat. Every voice in my head was telling me to go back, but I knew that that was not an option. I had already eaten what food that I had, and if I had found a way out of the room, then surely there was enough time that she might find her way in. I couldn't just stay there like some sitting duck. Thankfully, the vent held, and I was making slow progress. But it was still progress. I couldn't exactly just turn around and look, but I did manage to sort of angle my head so that way I could get a sense of how far I had come. The only source of light was from the open panel, and it glowed behind me by a good distance. That meant that I must be past my room, and that if I could just find a way back down, I'd be out and about in the main facility. And that was something that I was desperate to do. My paranoia was already firing on all cylinders. Whenever I stopped to get the light back, I'd swear that there was a moment where the rhythm in my feet carried on without me. It made me think that something was behind me. stopping and starting to match my own movements. And even worse, I knew deep down that, if it were true, it must be catching up with me. Slowly but surely, it was taking its time, having its fun. I was all alone, trapped in the dark, metal walls compressed so tight that I couldn't even get my hands above my head. I had to inch along with my feet and elbows. Anything coming after me, it could take its time. I just needed to reach the other vent and I could knock it out. But for some reason, this duck just kept on going and going. It never turned and it never sloped up or down. It just kept marching on. And the longer that it went, the more convinced that I became that any second I'd feel something brush against my ankle or my heel before it clamped down and dragged me away. And each time I checked my watch, I saw that the seconds ticked by with agonizing slowness. And by the time I stopped and let out a desperate, panicked sob, I'd barely been crawling for 10 minutes.
Please.
I whined to no one in particular.
Just let me the fuck out of this place.
A smell came wafting out of the darkness. It was the same overpowering odor that I'd woken up to the other night. And for a few seconds I remained frozen in place, acutely aware of how vulnerable and exposed I was while holding my breath, desperate to catch some sign of what might be coming my way. But deep down, I already knew what it meant, sign or no sign. She was in there with me. She'd realized what I was doing, and she had slithered up there to find and take me, as if to confirm my worst fears. I heard the sound of her breathing. Long, labored, and wet. It was like someone sucking oxygen through a stoma in their neck. I immediately began to wriggle forward, desperate to make any kind of progress, but the metal walls rang with more than just the sound of my struggles. Somewhere behind me, her nails thrashing against the metal paneling with an excited and manic screech. There was no doubt in my mind now. She was chasing me, and the sound that she made grew so loud, so quickly they filled me with despair. But I didn't let it overwhelm me. Sobbing and shaking, I kept on inching forward for as long as I could before something in me snapped and I tapped my watch to get a tiny slither of light. I wanted to use it to try and turn and get a look at her coming behind me. Instead, it lit up her face just inches from mine. Wild, angry eyes, half orbs bulging from her skull, glaring at me while a smile twisted her face into a rubbery exaggeration. I wanted to scream, but it was stuck in my throat. I was paralyzed, so frightened that I felt my heart swell, and I wondered if it was possible to die of fright. More than wondered, actually. I had hoped. And then the light of my watch died. A greasy palm smeared against my cheek. She tittered with excitement. I practically dislocated my shoulder so that way I could wrench one arm over and use it to defend myself. I'm still not sure exactly what happened next, but I think that she bit me. There was a feeling of pressure on my forearm. Intense and sharp, painful beyond imagining. But I used the leverage to push her away from me. Any distance between us I figured would be good. It must have angered her because she stopped giggling and started grunting, and with one hand she awkwardly grabbed my face and began to dig her nails into the skin. It hurt like hell, and I kicked and I screamed and I thrashed with everything in my power. She responded by digging her talon-like thumbs into the fleshy muscle of my cheek. Using her nail like a shovel, she began to dig and grind her way past the skin. And then, with growing force, she just kept on digging and digging until there was a little pop and a sudden release of pressure. And then her thumb was in my mouth, salty and sour and foul in a way that will haunt me forever. She laughed and used the leverage to pull me forward. I felt her teeth release from my arm, and I knew that even in the darkness she was opening her mouth wider than was possible while yanking my face and closer to a dislocated jaw full of too many teeth. And meanwhile, my mind reeled with the alien sensation of her wrinkled, leathery skin pressing up against my tongue. I'm not sure if I ever really thought about my next action. Not the reason for it or even the potential consequences. Something in my mind snapped and did it for me. And I bit down. I bit down so hard that one of my teeth cracked. But I didn't let up. I didn't stop until I heard a loud snap and I felt her hand slip away while something else came loose in my mouth. I spat the thumb out and screamed, and with my free hand I began to rip and claw at anything that might be in front of me. I was so out of it, so enraged and disgusted, that I didn't even feel the air ducts start to swing and move. In fact, I wasn't really aware of anything other than the hate and malice until something gave way in an audible twang and the tunnel was flooded with light. I briefly felt myself falling, and then there came a blow so hard it knocked everything out of me all at once. When I awoke, I was still in the vent. Only it had been relocated to the dusty concrete floor of a storage space filled with old boxes. I immediately pulled myself out and looked around for any sign of her. But she was nowhere to be seen. The only thing left of her was a thumb whose foul stink still permeated my mouth and sinuses. As my body crashed, I finally took the time to bend over and heave up what little bile and fluid there was left in my stomach. Meanwhile, my skull pounded and my chest felt like I'd fallen asleep with a boulder on top of it. But in a way, I enjoyed the pain and discomfort. It reminded me that I was alive, despite everything that I had been through. As soon as I was done going through the motions, I straightened myself out and made for the nearest door. I was shocked to find a hallway lit by a thin suggestion of sunlight. Windows, up high and glowing blue, and the sight of it made me laugh out loud. But there was something else behind the appearance of escape. Something unpleasant. And when I had arrived, the facility was thriving with people, and electric lights carried a warm amber glow into every nook and cranny of the winding hallways. But from where I stood, there was not a single light turned on, nor was there any hum of any nearby electronics or the passing of feet. It was dead. Abandoned. Looking around, only confirming my suspicions, but perhaps not in the way that I'd hoped. I found an empty office with a smear of blood across the walls, papers thrown around in the place, a canteen with the fridge turned over and the tables smashed to pieces, an archive with signs of a fire having raged through the filing cabinets. One room looked like an altar with all kinds of funny symbols drawn on the walls. Whatever its purpose, no one was around to tell me. Something had torn through this place and left no survivors. Didn't take a genius to guess what. After a while, I found my observation room. Rows and rows of cameras showed every little inch of my room, including the toilet. Given the paycheck, maybe I shouldn't have been surprised that they had no respect for my privacy. But it pissed me off anyways. Well, they weren't observing me anymore. A greasy trail of bloody footprints that led out of the room and towards a wrenched open bulkhead let me know that Natalie had gotten out and dealt with the staff. And from the smell, I'd have to say that it happened a good few days ago. Around the time that they'd stopped replying to me. That made sense. I did find myself worrying a little bit about where their bodies actually were. Maybe they fled. Maybe they never got the chance. What Natalie might want with them, I couldn't imagine. But if she had taken them away, I only hoped that they were dead. I looked into those eyes, and they were filled with a special kind of hatred. Natalie had at least returned to her room. What motivated her to stop attacking me, I couldn't say. But as I approached the screen that showed her, she turned her head slowly to gaze through the camera and right at me. And I knew that she was aware of me watching her. I got the sense that it agitated her. That my mere proximity wound her up like a toy, and the longer that I looked, the more that I risked her sparking into a full-blown life and coming for me. So I turned away and moved on, and I eventually managed to make it out of there using a set of keys that I found dangling lying in a pool of blood. After the process of elimination, I found the parked car that they had corresponded to and used it to get the hell out of the place. I was all too happy to leave it behind, of course. To leave it all behind. Escaping with my life was more than enough for me. But a few weeks later, a check did arrive. And that didn't bother me so much. It felt earned, if I'm honest. And I'm glad I got the money. I noticed that Mr. Brinshaw had signed it. And even worse, he'd written a little note for me on the back. My condolences on the loss of your long-lost twin sister. Along with those faintly mocked words was a diary Natalie and I had somehow come to share. A congealed brown handprint covered one side, and her name was scrawled onto the back. The sight of it made me feel sick. But that didn't stop me from reading the final entry. It was nice to meet you. Even though you weren't very nice to me. You're lucky you fell asleep. When your thoughts stopped, so did mine. But that's not a permanent solution, is it? I'm still out here. Maybe I was a little impatient. But I won't make the same mistake. Again. Madame Silvercrow, or Jenny to the few of her friends, was a medium, a psychic, and a seer, and above all, a fraud. Now, that's nothing special in and of itself. There are plenty of charlatans out there that are keen to make some quick cash off of the hopes of the gullible. Jenny, though, she was damned good at what she did. There are so many skills and tricks required to perform a convincing seance that I won't list them all here. Suffice it to say that Madame Silvercrow was a natural at everything from cold reading to sleight of hand. Every time that she held a group seance, there would be at least one ardent skeptic in the room, and that skeptic would, without fail, end up convinced of her power. I know that for a fact because that skeptic was always me. Yeah, having a good stooge amongst your clients is an invaluable resource to any medium. Not to brag or anything, but I'm pretty good at it too. Between us, we came up with a whole language made up of nearly imperceptible gestures and eye movements. I'll run you through some of what we did, and I'll tell you about our last seance. Our last seance. The one that fucked everything up for good. It wasn't an unusual group by any means. Jenny and I had sized up and sussed out everybody in it before we'd even sat around the table. That's the trick, you see. You could tell a lot about a person by the way that they dress, move, and speak. Anybody older than their mid-20s almost certainly had at least one dead relative. Anybody wearing an expensive suit with cheap shoes probably wants to hear about the money that's sure to come their way. In that particular group was the classic middle-aged married couple. Husband ate too much, and judging by how the incense in the cramped little room made him sputter, smoked too much as well. The wife was shy, mousy, and probably the one who dragged the husband along in the first place. He could be an issue if he didn't feel like he was getting his money's worth. Let's call them Barry and Linda. Next was a skinny, nerdy-looking guy in his early 30s. Thinning hair, thick glasses, and ironic t-shirt. Almost certainly interested in finding out about how his sex life would be in the future. Jenny would have no problem with him. She took one look at the guy and fervently undid an extra button on her blouse. Let's call this guy Timothy. And finally, there was a sweet old lady in her late 70s, replete with a pink cardigan and a little handbag clutched to her chest. Her eyes were the biggest giveaway. Some mixture in sadness and hope that meant that she was looking to contact the dead. Most likely a husband, considering that she'd come alone. Let's call her Marge. All in all, you really couldn't ask for a better group. No real ambiguity as to who they were and what they were about. None of them had the incredibly punchable smirk unique to pop skeptics looking to foil a small-time hustler. It really should have been a clean, straightforward job. We sat around the table dominated by a large Gothic Ouija board. Madame Silvercrow lit even more incense before taking a seat. She'd always felt like it was important to establish a properly smoky atmosphere before a seance. She took a look at each of us in turn, her eyes unfocused and distant, as though she saw something invisible to the rest of us. "I sense resistance to the occult forces," she said in her well-versed, ominous tone. "Somebody among you does not truly believe." Barry snorted but said nothing, and that was my cue. "Yeah," I piped up, making sure to make my voice as smug as I could. It never hurts to have the token skeptic look like a colossal prick. I don't think that you're really psychic. Barry gave me an approving nod with Linda and Marge tutting, Timothy staring into his lap.
You wish for proof. Very well. You shall have it.
Madame Silvercrow retrieved a standard tarot deck and shuffled out the cards. The usual routine here was that she would perform a fairly run-of-the-mill card trick. There are 78 cards in the tarot deck, a fact that Jenny would let the other clients know, so accurately guessing the correct card was a sure test of her psychic ability. That was the usual routine that we got most of the way through. She shuffled, and I picked out a card, and that was the easiest way to dupe the gullible.
A bloody card trick? That doesn't prove not.
Barry's little outburst had sunk the plan right through. I laid my selected card face down on the table, not even bothering to look at it. Time for the stooge to come to the rescue. Yeah, he's right. A real psychic could read my mind. If I thought of a number between 1 and 1,000, you should be able to tell me what it is. Barry seemed satisfied with that one. I took out a diary and a pen from my jacket and scribbled down a number. I let Barry take a look at it, but made sure that Jenny couldn't see what I'd written. There. I jotted it down so that way there's no cheating. So now then. Go ahead. Read my mind.
As you wish,
Jenny said in her most mysterious voice as she closed her eyes.
Focus on the number in your mind's eye. Yes. I see it clearly now. 583.
And I gasped. Barry turned a little pale. The others, of whom had apparently already been willing to believe in Madame Silvercrow's power, now had every reason to fork over their money. The skeptic routine accomplishes a few things. First, it reinforces the reality of the seance for those already inclined to believe in it. And secondly, by knocking down an apparently supremely confident skeptic, other people are generally less keen to be the force of dissent. And finally, it gives both the medium and her stooge even more time to size up the clients. The seance was ready to begin. There's a whole ritualistic affair to beginning a seance. Candles are lit, along with yet more incense until the room's so heavy with the stuff that you can barely see your hand in front of your face. Madame Silvercrow would always perform a chant in Enochian, the language of the angels, in order to connect with the spirit world. In truth, the words were made up nonsense, but not by people who were experts in Enochian. So she'd never been called out on it, and it was definitely safer than Latin.
Spirits,
she cried as the preparatory ritual reached its climax.
Are you there?
It's probably fairly well known that the knocking and banging that sometimes accompanies a seance has more to do with indigenous hidden mechanism chords and occasionally audio devices than it has to do with a rampant poltergeist. Jenny's seances were no different in that regard. As the resident's hardcore skeptic, though, I did my bit by looking suitably unnerved. Not outright terrified, that would be too obvious. Just scared enough to reinforce the spookiness for everyone else.
I heard the voices of the spirit world,
Jenny cried in a convincing demonstration of supernatural ecstasy.
Are there any among you who have a connection to the living gathered here? Oh, yes. Yes, I feel your presence.
Is it a woman? Timothy asked, a little too eagerly. He caught the glances that everybody else gave him and went back to staring in his lap.
No. This is a male spirit. One who has passed on only recently. Is it my Graham?
Marge whispered.
He died a couple of months ago.
That right there? That's gold dust to a medium. A client who outright gives you the name of their deceased loved one is a gift that you just simply can't overlook.
Yes. he still feels a connection to that name. Marge, he wants you to know something. What is it? I have missed him so much.
Marge was already welling up with tears. That's the sign of a potential repeat customer. And maybe that sounds harsh, and in a lot of ways it is. But all mediums are just really selling hope when we get right down to it. And that's not such a bad thing, is it?
He wants you to know that he's happy. Now that he doesn't have to lick your frigid gash, you sour-faced Bible-thumping bitch.
The silence that followed was chiller than a gravestone in a blizzard. We all stared at Madame Silvercrow in abject shock, myself included. I'd seen her do some darker routines for the edgier crowd, sure, but never for a little old lady. Jenny clapped her hands over her mouth. This was the moment that I knew for sure that this wasn't some routine that she hadn't run by me. Jenny was scared. Really scared.
I'm so sorry, she whimpered. I promise you that I would never... What? Tell the truth. Tell that miserable cow that her husband is rotting in hell for what he did. My husband was kind and a loving man,
Marge screamed. There were tears running down her cheeks by that point, and the rest of us were frozen in horror. Jenny arched her back like a cat and turned to fully face Marge. The movements, they were too jerky and stiff. They were accompanied by an audible crack and a pop of joints.
Your husband was a sadistic, murdering fuck. The maggots of the pit are slithering under his skin even as we speak, all while he screams, I had orders, over and over, on and on, forever.
Marge sat back, her face chalk white. The look that she had was something that I'd only seen once before, while on jury duty. It was the look that the defendant had given me when a lawyer unveiled concrete evidence, tying him to a crime that he'd insisted that he never committed. And in that moment, I realized just how superficial my reading of her had been.
Nothing to say,
Jenny continued.
You know what he did to those prisoners. War doesn't excuse killing in cold blood. You know that. It was far easier to do nothing, though, wasn't it? No amount of Sunday confessionals will wipe your filthy soul clean.
Her voice had started to lose its mysterious feminine quality, becoming harsh and rasping. The sound of it conjoined an image of something trying to speak with a mouth and a throat so dry that they might well be clogged with ash.
He was a good man,
was all Marge could whisper.
You can tell him that yourself soon enough. He has plenty of maggots to share, and they're always hungry. Where are you going, you quivering cocksucker?
Jenny snapped her head around towards Barry and Linda, who had been surreptitiously moving towards the door.
I won't stand for this,
Barry replied, apparently an instinct. He was a man used to demanding to see managers, not insults. And even so, his voice trembled as he spoke.
You sit your bloated carcass back on the table. I'm scared, Barry,
Linda wailed as she tried to hide herself behind him.
Sit down.
That command. There was nothing human about the tone. The couple couldn't disobey. Nobody could have disobeyed. I wanted to do something. Maybe run, maybe tell Jenny to stop, tell her that whatever game that she was playing wasn't funny. I don't know. Something, you know?
Anything to just get what was happening to stop, because I knew deep in my very soul, I knew that it was no game.
Now then, Mary, where do we begin with you?
Jenny spoke with a sort of false sympathy that made my skin prickle.
You want to tell your wife about your dirty little secret? Or should I? What's she talking about, Mary?
I have no idea,
came the automatic, panicked response. Jenny's eyes bore into him with such ferocity that I half expected him to catch fire.
Your big husband has a secret box filled with secret photographs.
It's not true.
He's been collecting them for some time.
Jenny carried on, ignoring the outburst.
In fact, he adds to his collection every time your daughter invites her friends round for a sleepover.
Barry's head dropped, and he put his hands over his eyes. Linda moved back from her, her mouth opened in an O of disgust.
Oh yes, Big Barry likes to tug his meat to pictures of little girls in their PJs. It's nothing compared to what he's got on his computer, mind you. That's where things get nasty.
How could you? Linda gasped.
Don't pretend to be innocent, you fucking whore.
The violent fury of the outburst made everybody jump back in their seats.
You may not want sex with kids, but don't pretend to be innocent. You've had so many lovers behind your husband's back. It's no wonder that he can't satisfy you anymore.
Jenny sat back in her chair, her hateful glare never leaving the couple for a moment.
There are creatures in hell that know all about the joys of the flesh. I don't expect you to welcome their attentions.
The classical middle-aged couple with their dirty little secrets.
Oh, Timothy. Dearest Timothy.
Jenny snarled. The nerdy-looking guy squirmed in his seat, and he looked ready to burst into tears.
Please, please don't.
Please don't. Oh, pretty please.
Jenny sneered.
What sins could you commit? You're too weak for wrath, too anxious for sloth, and too fucking pathetic for lust. No. Your sin just has to be envy.
Timothy did start to cry then. Not that anybody was in any position to judge him. The others were sniveling wrecks, having had their sordid pasts brought out into the open, and I couldn't do anything but wait for my turn. And I won't lie. I was fucking terrified.
Everybody always had it so much easier than you. Everybody had it so much better than you. Did you ever stop to think that maybe that you were the problem? Of course, you know deep down that you're at the bottom of the fucking food chain and always will be. Don't. That's why you had to get vindictive, isn't it?
Jenny said, her eyes lighting up with evil triumph.
There was a boy in your school who you focused all that pent-up spite on. He had everything that you lacked. He was everything that you weren't. Please. You were too small and too chicken shit scared to hurt him directly. Instead, you took it out on his little dog, didn't you? An animal too small to fight back. Even then, you had to use poison. He was a bastard,
Timothy screamed, revealing a vicious streak I'd never suspected that he could possess.
He didn't deserve what he had. There's nothing more wretched than something like you,
Jenny hissed.
You're fit only to lick the shit and blood off the walls in hell.
And at that moment, I despised everything else in the room. And at that moment, I despised everybody else in the room. Under different circumstances, I'd have been laying into them. And as it was, the only thing that I could focus on was the knowledge that I was next.
And you...
Jenny said, turning to me as I'd expected and dreaded.
Don't think for a moment that you're going to miss out, you fucking snake.
Those eyes tore me to pieces. I never felt anything like it before or since. I knew instinctively that I was looking into the eyes of something that was already ancient before my distant ancestors had first crawled out of the ocean. And I couldn't stand it. Greed, I cried, my voice tinged with hysteria. My sin is greed. I confess it, you hear me? I confess!
Oh. Clever boy,
Jenny whispered.
Your sin is greed. You're a charlatan, a fraudster, a con man, a liar, a hypocrite, and a cold-hearted manipulator.
I am all those things, oh God, I am all of those things.
You're a stooge, willing to cheat these people out for their money. And you've gotten quite good at playing people's fears and desires, at conning them into giving you what you want. How many innocents have you sold false hope?
So many, I gasped. Please, I confess it all.
Oh. You confess everything, do you?
That got me. It was as if somebody had dropped a frozen anvil onto my stomach. And I realized that I'd been an idiot trying to get off lightly. Jenny, or whatever was speaking through her, would have never fallen for it. I've confessed.
No. You haven't. All of this glorious stage magic is the least of your crimes. Tell me, what do you think your punishment should be?
And I swallowed. I don't know.
In that case, I'll tell you. You will have more riches than you could possibly imagine. Enough gold and silver to fill the universe 1,000 times over. We'll even melt it down for you to make it easier to drink. I can't think of anything more appropriate. Somebody willing to kill their own parents for their inheritance money.
That was it then. I was damned and everybody knew why. There aren't words for how that feels. It's beyond shame and terror. The thing inside Jenny didn't have any parting words. It had said enough. She writhed and screamed as it left her body. Her bones snapped and her eyes melted in their sockets as the evil force abandoned her. And by the time that she was free of it, she lay in a weeping, agonizing heap on the floor. And none of us paid her any attention. We were all too preoccupied with our own misery. And idly, I picked up the tarot card that I'd selected from the pack earlier. I didn't need to be psychic to know which card it would be. I first heard this story when I was 8. I was having a sleepover at my friend Matt's house, and it was getting pretty late, to which my friend suggested that we go to bed. And when I asked him to stay up a little longer, he replied with, "We can't. The Scissor Man will find us." "Who's the Scissor Man?" I asked curiously. "He's the ghost of the school groundskeeper who kidnaps and murders children," Matt replied wide-eyed. I raised my eyebrows in palpable fear and a tickle of morbid fascination. I wanted to know more about this. The story had apparently been circulating around my town for years, and yet for some reason, I never heard it before that night. Matt proceeded to tell me the story of the Scissor Man, which goes as follows. Years ago, there was a groundskeeper in our town's elementary school whose name was long forgotten. He was a silent and scary-looking man, only speaking when he needed to scold misbehaved children. So all of the kids started avoiding him. He would often be seen with garden shears, cutting grass and trimming the hedges around his small home. He lived just off of the school grounds in a small house. Kids would often hear the snipping of his shears before seeing him appear, hence the name Scissor Man. Stories started to circulate about how the Scissor Man killed his wife with his shears and escaped to our small town, where he decided to lie low and escape the police. However, more sinister stories started to emerge soon about the Scissor Man kidnapping and brutally murdering the school's children with his shears. At first, those were just rumors, scary stories to tell around the campfire. But soon, children actually started disappearing. 1, then 2, and then 10. In a small town like this, even one disappearance was a nightmare, and since the police had no solid evidence to pinpoint a suspect, the townsfolk took it upon themselves to bring justice for the missing children. They armed themselves and marched to the Scissor Man's house, none of them having any proof, but clinging on to the urban legend like moths to a flame, desperately looking for some sort of answer about the missing children. Not even giving him a chance to explain himself, the mob invaded the Scissor Man's home and brutally beat him, forcing him to confess to what he did to the children. He proclaimed his innocence and begged them not to kill him, but they refused to listen. They saw the shears that he so loved, sitting right on the kitchen table. It's unknown who delivered the final blow, but the story ends with the Scissor Man getting killed by his own shears, his throat snipped open, and him bleeding on his living room floor. Years have gone by since then, and the missing children were never found, but the disappearances stopped. And for a while at least, the children who went on to school while the Scissor Man worked there grew up and had their own children, and that's when the disappearances started once more. It was around that time that the townsfolk realized what a terrible mistake their parents had made in murdering the wrong person, but it was too late. A new tale emerged for the ghost of the Scissor Man who was still around, seeking revenge against the descendants of those who were responsible for his death. Although the names of the townsfolk responsible were well known, most of the people turned a blind eye to it. They were mortally scared for their own children, afraid that the Scissor Man would come for their children next because of what their parents did. The disappearances happened in an unpredictable manner, once a year, once every 2 years, but children would still disappear, despite the precautions the parents and schools took. A lot of the people moved out by the time that I was born, and many others who stayed accepting the fact that their children might end up missing one day if the Scissor Man so willed it. Not even 3 months after Matt had told me about that story, he went missing. The last time that I saw him, we were saying goodbye after school and making plans for our next sleepover on the weekend, and I never saw him again. I grew up with the tale of the Scissor Man, fearing every day when I returned from school that I would hear the snipping of those garden shears. And then the disappearances stopped once again, this time for a few years. The people hoped that it was finally over. However, the lack of children going missing was only a reprieve. In time, the stories remained even as I grew up, as an urban legend, and then the disappearances started once more once I became adult age. It's strange how the town got accustomed to it, as if it were a completely normal thing. No one talked about it, since they felt that if you brought up the Scissor Man's name, it would bring his presence and put one's family in danger. I stayed in town and found a relatively good job, and despite having to do a lot of overtime, I didn't complain. Life went on as normal as could go under such circumstances. And then one evening a few months ago, I was sitting at home and flipping through TV channels when the news popped up. The screen changed to a reporter standing in front of the elementary school with a microphone in hand, and he said,
"The police are saying that they are a step closer to finding the notorious Scissor Man."
And this got my attention. I leaned forward, transfixed onto the TV. And I spent a portion of my teenage life obsessing over the Scissor Man, trying to dig up any meager scraps of information available on him. The man on the TV continued.
"The serial killer known as the Scissor Man has been terrorizing our small town for more than 30 years, and despite the efforts of the police, he was never found. However, with the newest information emerging, the police say that it's only a matter of time before the suspect slips again and brings himself closer to being caught."
I found myself gripping the armrest of the sofa with a feverish grip. Could this be it? The reign of the Scissor Man finally coming to an end? I continued listening to the man on the news.
"The police suspect that the murderer is inside the town and to be considered extremely cunning. He could be hiding anywhere, even inside your homes. Make sure to lock your doors and windows whenever you leave your homes or before going to bed."
There was a muffled thump from my basement. I felt my heart beginning to race. I turned down the TV and perked up my ears. It was unnervingly quiet. It felt as if whatever had made the noise was aware of how loud it was and was now trying to be quiet. I slowly stood up, heart thumping in my chest. I approached the basement door and put my ear against it. But I couldn't hear anything. No. There was something in there. But I just couldn't tell what. It was too quiet and inconsistent. I mustered the courage I had and I turned the key, swinging the door open. I was met with the faces of bound and gagged children. One of the children lay motionless on the floor, his features indiscernible from the dark. Tears streamed down the other children's face, and at their sight of me, they whimpered even louder. I put my finger over my lips in a shh motion and said, "Don't make a sound, or there will be more snipping." And I smiled and I closed the door, locking them up again. I would need to be more careful not to leave traces for police to find from now on. And I glanced to the right, towards the blood-stained garden shears on the shoe stand. Same ones that my grandfather and father used before me.
I can't claim that I was at a low point in my life when the salesman came knocking at my door. It would be easy to say that I was desperate and emotionally vulnerable and therefore fell afoul of his dark powers. It is true that I wasn't entirely satisfied with my life. I had a decent job and a nice home, having inherited a decent amount of money after my mother passed. I missed my mom, of course, but I dealt with my grief as best as I could and moved on. And relationships were always a challenge for me. I'd had girlfriends but never married and had no children. Hell, I didn't really have any close friends. Plenty of acquaintances, though, but no one that I could trust with my inner thoughts and dreams. Still, this social isolation never truly bothered me. Since childhood, I'd always been an introvert and content to keep my own company. But it was more than that. I've always felt that I was different from other people. An entity who lived amongst humanity but wasn't truly with them. I sensed there was something within me that wasn't quite natural. And for a long time, I believed this feeling was a form of mental illness as a result of some kind of repressed childhood trauma. There was so much my mother hadn't told me about in my background. And in the end, it was the salesman who told me the truth about my heritage. For better or for worse, Pandora's box had been opened, and my life was changed forever. My story spans many generations and links our mortal world with realms beyond human comprehension. But for me, it all began on one quiet Saturday afternoon, when the enigmatic salesman came to my front door. I only vaguely recall what I was doing on that fateful day, and to the best of my recollection, I was searching for holiday deals on my laptop and sipping on a cold beer while a football game blared in the background. I do remember the annoyance that I felt when I heard the loud banging on my solid oak door, loud enough to be heard over the television inside of my living room. You see, Saturday afternoon was my time, and I wasn't keen on receiving visitors, especially unexpected ones. I have a Ring doorbell installed, but the visitor chose not to use it, instead banging on my door with an unnecessary force. I shook my head in irritation as I opened the app on my phone, only to discover that I couldn't access the camera feed. And I suppose I should have been concerned by the sequence of events. But in that moment, I was more angry than anything else, particularly as the knocking continued and increased in volume. I put my laptop down, paused the game, and got up to my feet, stomping along the corridor as the knocking continued, and I shouted, "All right! God damn, I'm coming!" I was still furious as I twisted the handle and opened the door, preparing to give the unwanted visitor a piece of my mind. But all of my anger just melted away as soon as I cast my eyes upon him. It's difficult for me to explain the impact of seeing the salesman for the first time. He was not a particularly attractive or attention-grabbing individual. In fact, he took the appearance of a small and physically meek elderly man, his body stooped over, his hair white and skin wrinkled. He wore a musky-smelling tweed suit and a bow tie and propped himself up with a walking stick in one hand, whilst carrying a leather briefcase in the other. The visitor sported a disarming but somehow unnerving smile on his crusty lips, and his brown eyes were lit up with the passion and energy of a much younger man. I didn't find him threatening at first glance. Far from it. And before the salesman even spoke a word, I found myself at ease in his presence and was no longer annoyed over his intrusion upon my afternoon. I'd never met the man before, and yet he seemed very familiar to me, like he was a long-lost relative who suddenly and unexpectedly walked back into my life. I struggled to find the words to address the old man and eventually stuttered my greeting. "Hello. Can I help you?" The visitor's smile widened as he spoke in an amicable yet somehow chilling voice.
Good afternoon, sir. It is a pleasure to meet your acquaintance.
He held out his bony hand, which I took after only a second's hesitation. I had expected his palm to be ice cold, and so was surprised by the warmth of his palm, feeling like a surge of energy had passed from his body to mine.
My name is Mr. Black,
he said in the way of an introduction.
And I am a purveyor of rare books and encyclopedias. I believe my products will be of great interest to an intelligent and open-minded gentleman such as yourself. If you have the time, I would like to come inside and tell you more.
My hand was still in his as I looked into his deep brown eyes, seeing a spark of malice in them for the first time. I experienced a wave of emotions in that moment. Curiosity and wonder, but also apprehension and more than a hint of fear. I don't know how exactly, but I realized that the decision that I made in the next moment would define the rest of my life. I could tell the mystery man to leave and go back to my quiet life of ignorance. But on the other hand, I could invite him inside and hear what he had to say. And of course, I chose the latter. Sure. Come on in, I said nervously. The salesman, Mr. Black, or whoever he really was, released my hand and continued to smile as he nodded his head and walked across the threshold. I moved to one side, allowing him to pass, and watched as he slowly marched down the wood floor corridor, his walking stick clicking as he went. I meant to call out to him and tell my visitor where to go, but bizarrely it seemed like he already knew his way around my home, and as he immediately walked into the living room, leaving me to follow him inside. Now, before I continue my account, I should explain a couple of things. First of all, I knew very well that Mr. Black wasn't an encyclopedia salesman. Apart from anything else, the profession is obsolete in this modern age of online shopping and access to unlimited digital information. Secondly, I did realize that my visitor was potentially dangerous, although not in the conventional sense. He might be a con man, of course, but I sensed his interest in me, and that came from something deeper. I cautiously followed him into my living room, noting that he had already taken a seat in the far corner. He raised his hand, pointed at the couch opposite while saying,
Please, sir, take a seat.
It was as if our roles were reversed, and I was a guest in my own home. And yet, I obeyed his instructions without comment, taking a seat while I watched him lift and open his briefcase. It was only a moment later that I realized that all of the electronic devices in my room, my television, laptop, and smartphone, were all now switched off, with their screens turned to black. Even then, I didn't understand the significance of why this had occurred. I continued to watch in awe as the salesman pulled a fine, leather-backed, red book from his briefcase, holding it so carefully, as if it was his most prized possession. I was instantly drawn to the mysterious book which my visitor held in his bony hands. The cover was unremarkable, a maroon color without any motif or title that I could see. The pages were stained yellow, which gave an indication to its age, and it had the rather pleasant musky smell that you get in older books or university libraries. I'd like to claim that the cover was made from dried human skin or covered by some kind of magical ruins, but there was nothing that dramatic. The book itself looked very ordinary, and yet I couldn't help avert my eyes from it, somehow sensing that the words contained within were of great importance.
Behold, sir, the greatest encyclopedia ever written.
The salesman suddenly announced, drawing my attention back to his grinning, wrinkled face and bright eyes.
All the answers that you will ever need are contained within these pages.
I frowned, looking again at the book and noting its thickness. I reckoned it was around 500 to 600 pages in length, which hardly seemed substantial given the claims the salesman was making. So, this is what you're selling? I asked cynically. The salesman laughed jovially, shaking his head before replying.
Oh no, sir. I'm afraid not. This book is priceless and sadly not for sale.
I scowled, becoming increasingly suspicious of my enigmatic visitor. You said that you were a salesman, I snapped back.
I did,
he replied, seemingly picking up on my increasing hostility.
The truth is, I have held many positions over the years. Preacher, historian, emissary, salesman. In all cases, the common thread is storytelling.
I scoffed dismissively before replying. So what? You're here to tell me a story?
Ah, yes, sir.
He beamed with enthusiasm as he began to open the cover.
I can tell you many stories. This wonderful book is full of them.
I see, was my cynical reply. Let me ask you something, old-timer. Have you heard of Wikipedia? I was being deliberately facetious, of course, challenging the salesman's assertions that this book contained long-sought-after answers when I could literally access all of the information in the world with the mere touch of my finger. The mysterious Mr. Black looked confused for a moment, as if my question made no sense to him, but eventually he cottoned on the answer in his typical jovial manner.
Oh, you mean the World Wide Web? Well, sir, I'm afraid that I am something of a technophobe. But let me assure you, sir, the tales within these pages will not appear on your internet.
He paused briefly to let that sink in. I might have laughed aloud at his audacious claim, but there was a doubt in my mind. I glanced back towards my phone, laptop, and television, noting how all had switched off as soon as the salesman entered my room. This couldn't be a coincidence, and the implications brought a chill down my spine. The salesman didn't seem to notice my change in demeanor. However, he was engrossed in his precious encyclopedia, carefully and lovingly turning the pages, his eyes lighting up whilst scanning the contents. Such was the power of the words contained within.
Now, let's see. What story would be of interest to you, good sir? Perhaps the tragic saga of Emile de Roquet and her exile to the legendary Isle of Demons.
He flicked through the pages before offering another suggestion.
Or will I tell you the rules of the Shadowlands? Where the damned stand in line between heaven and hell whilst they await the Almighty's judgment.
He turned another page, looking up from the book as he shot me a twisted grin and a sly wink.
But let's not beat around the bush, good sir. I know the story that you wish to hear. The story of you. Your past and your present. And of course, your future.
I snorted again, but with less confidence than before. I thought that he was still full of crap, but my doubts were creeping in on my mind. I tried to make a joke of it, but my voice was trembling when I asked my next question. You've got a chapter about me in there, huh? I asked. The salesman's smile faded somewhat, as did the spark in his eyes as his energy seemed to diminish.
Yes,
he said in a more solemn tone.
You, sir, have a very prominent role in my book.
Proceeded to read my full name and date of birth, along with cursory details of my early life and education. I raised an eyebrow of suspicion. Of course, These were details that he could have obtained through several sources, and on the surface, the whole thing seemed like a scam. But there was more. The salesman was somehow able to confirm my death of date, which he claimed would be the 13th of July, 2066. I laughed nervously at the revelation before saying, "So, you're a fortune teller as well as a storyteller?"
Oh no,
He replied with a dry chuckle.
I cannot tell the future. I merely go by what's in the book. But it's never been wrong yet.
I took a deep breath to compose myself once I realized my body was physically shaking with anticipation. The whole situation was insane, and my logical brain told me that none of this could be true. And yet I fully trusted the mysterious salesman in that moment. I don't know whether he bewitched me with his black magic or because deep down I'd always yearned for this self-validation, but at this point, I was hanging on every word. "What else does the book say about me?" I demanded impatiently, but the salesman didn't answer, instead looking up from his sacred text and towards the mantelpiece on the far side of my living room. He slowly lifted his right hand and pointed towards the framed picture which took center place.
Your mother,
he asked in a sympathetic tone. I looked to the picture, seeing my mom's smiling face and sparkling eyes, and I experienced a twinge of grief as I remembered how much I missed her. "Yeah," I replied with a lump in my throat. I wondered why my visitor had changed the subject and felt frustrated at his lack of answers.
she never told you about your father, did she?
I paused momentarily, confused by the question but also feeling like he'd hit a raw nerve. "She did," I answered defensively. "My father died shortly before I was born." The salesman shot me a sympathetic half-smile.
That's not true though, is it? You've always known this deep down. But you couldn't bring yourself to confront your mother. Not even while she lay on her deathbed.
I swallowed deeply, tried to control the flood of emotions that I was experiencing. I believed the salesman allowed me a moment to process these feelings before he continued to talk.
You wish to know your future. But before you do, you must understand where it is that I come from.
I thought over his cryptic words for only a moment before snapping impatiently. Tell me everything." His reaction surprised me, and as the salesman frowned, his smile disappeared as his expression darkened.
I think not, sir. I come here with honest intentions. But now I see that you are not ready for the truth.
My jaw dropped in astonishment. I couldn't believe what I was hearing, and I stated as much angrily. "No, you can't leave me hanging like this. I must know."
I will leave you with two names,
the salesman replied cryptically.
Charles Robinson and Fatima Abraham.
"Who the hell are they?" I shot back in anger and confusion.
You have the names.
Was his answer.
Seek them out and hear their stories, piece by piece. The truth shall be revealed to you. But for now, sir, I will wish you good day and good luck.
And with that, the salesman carefully stood up from his seat and slowly walked towards the door. I was literally baffled, not believing that our bizarre encounter could end like this. I had a rush of blood to my head, deciding that I could not let him leave without first obtaining the answers that I needed so badly. And in an instant, I jumped up from the couch, reaching for the elderly salesman and grabbing him firmly by the arm. "No more bullshit, old-timer!" I cried out furiously. "You are not leaving. I want to read what's inside that damned book!" I didn't expect much resistance from the elderly man, and so was astonished when he reacted violently, exerting a near superhuman strength as he pulled free from my grasp and physically shoved me to the floor. I looked up fearfully, seeing the salesman transformed into something monstrous, his eyes black and his mouth opening to reveal a gaping dark hole. He hissed at me like a cat, and when he spoke, his words were deep and almost inhuman. "Damn it, sir," he cried in fury.
Do not test me. Lay your hands on me again, and you will live to regret it.
And I froze in terror, averting my eyes from his hideous second face. I didn't need to be told twice, remaining on the floor as the salesman left the room, his briefcase and walking stick in hand as he slowly walked towards the corridor. I heard the door slam and my heart sank, because I knew that this bizarre encounter had changed my life forever. You won't be surprised to learn that I was grasped by a frantic obsession following the salesman's visit. I tried to track him down, searching and contacting every bookstore and sales company in a 100-mile radius, all to no avail. I could not find the mysterious Mr. Black or his unidentified encyclopedia, no matter how hard I tried. And so all I had to work with was the two names that he provided me. It's no exaggeration to say that I spent months attempting to track down Charles Robinson and Fatima Abraham. And despite the salesman's distrust of the internet, I used this resource extensively during my long and frustrating search. Obviously, there are thousands of individuals on social media with these names, and I had no additional information, such as their ages or geographical locations. I quickly realized that it was pointless contacting random people online, and my best bet was targeting forums which specifically dealt with bizarre or supernatural occurrences. Even then, I was faced with frustrations and dead ends. But eventually, I was able to find the correct Charles and Fatima amongst the host of trolls and scammers. How could I be sure, you ask? Well, both had received their own visits from the enigmatic Mr. Black and were able to confirm details about the salesman as well as his precious encyclopedia without being prompted by me. I was therefore confident that all three of us had shared the same, probably supernatural, experience, having been picked out by the ghoulish salesman for whatever reason. Now, it's possible that all three of them were in it together and I was their mark. I did consider the possibility that it was an elaborate hoax, but for what purpose? I also did my own independent research on the two individuals, and I'm sure that they checked me out too. By all accounts, Charles and Fatima were unremarkable people who didn't stand out from the crowd. This was my first impression, at least. There was no obvious connection between the three of us. I won't reveal where I live, but can provide some details about my companions. Fatima Abraham lived in London, having been born and raised in the UK capital. His mother was English and her father an Egyptian. Fatima wasn't married and had no kids. She didn't even own a pet as far as I knew. She worked in finance and had few friends. Meanwhile, Charles Robinson hailed from the American Midwest, where he worked as a locksmith and ran his own small business. Again, he was unmarried and childless. I suppose the three of us did share some characteristics. We were all single introverts around the same age. All of us were suspicious of other people to the extent that we could be described as misanthropes. Likewise, we all had comfortable livelihoods but felt unfulfilled. But it was more than that. Fatima, Charles, and I believed there was something missing from our lives. Some dark secret which had been kept from us. We all desired to learn this secret, and this was surely why the salesman had sought us out, because he had the answers that we thought that we so desperately needed. As the three of us communicated through private messages, and it soon became apparent that Fatima and Charles had more information than I did, the salesman had left me hanging, hinting at the identity of my father and my ultimate destiny. And on the other hand, secrets were revealed to my companions that changed their lives forever. I had made the decision to share their stories here, if only because their fates are linked to my own. I will share their own words which I had received in the form of direct messages, up until the point where they broke contact. Charles's tale. I don't know what to tell you guys about my upbringing. My family weren't rich, but I brought up right. I don't know much about my heritage. Mom and Dad were always cagey on the subject. I knew that my grandfather had changed his surname as a young man, but never knew why. And so no one ever talked about it. I reckon there was likely a darker family secret which had been kept from me. This wasn't something that I dwelt on, however. I was a difficult kid. That would be fair to say. I remember being angry much at the time, but never truly understood why. I would frequently get into fights in school and was in no end of trouble. My parents were concerned about my behavior. It was almost like they were afraid of me. I guess I always felt the rage inside of me. And I got better at controlling it as I got older, but my inner thoughts were often consumed by violent fantasies. These feelings worried me and contributed to my anxiety, and I never talked about them or sought professional help. In fact, this is the first time that I'd share any of this. Anyway, my adult life hadn't been anything special. I'd survived, but never been happy. I just existed and played the game. I don't know why I started working as a locksmith. I'm not a people person, and I secretly hate most of my coworkers. But the idea of being able to access their homes excites me on some deep level. I was able to intrude upon their private domains and so held a secret power over them. Now, you're probably seeing a lot of red flags here, and you'd be right to do so. But still, I'd repressed these dark impulses and might well have continued to do so if it hadn't been for the salesman's visit. You guys know the score, so I won't repeat it here. When that freak came knocking at my door and started talking about encyclopedias, I was just ready to tell him to go to hell. But I held my tongue and let him inside my home. Now, I can't explain why, but you guys have been through the same experience, so y'all can understand. Somehow I felt like I could trust this stranger, and I needed to hear what he had to say. The next bit you know too, he took that damn book out of his briefcase and started reading. There were a couple of weird stories he started off on. I remember some talk of a hidden museum of the future apocalypse and a phantom bus full of ghosts and ghouls. Now, I don't recall the details none, but these stories scared the shit out of me. But he soon moved on to my own sordid family history. It all goes back to my great-great-grandfather, you see. See, his name was Ivan Robinson, and he was notorious around these parts. Between 1922 and 1930, Ivan carried out at least 11 brutal murders in the tri-state area. 11 of which he confessed to anyway, although the true number may have been much higher. Ivan was of the earliest known serial killers in the Midwest, practicing his ghastly trade with a butcher knife, cutting his victim's throat from ear to ear in savage but meticulously executed attacks. His trademark was to break into the victims' homes whilst they were out and lay in wait, launching his murderous assaults once they returned home. And guess what? Ivan was a trained locksmith, just like I did. Now see, this was how he gained access to the victims' homes, and he used this profession as a cover for traveling from town to town, scoping out his targets whilst he planned his murders. It's difficult for me to describe my emotions as I listened to these revelations. Shock, of course, and more than a little fear. But the most extraordinary part was how the salesman told the story. He wasn't just reading the words from the book. Well, he was, but it was more than that. When the salesman described the murders to me, he didn't just cover every vivid and gory detail. The words spoke seemed to hold some kind of dark power. Somehow, I was transported to the murder scenes, feeling the knife in my hand and the adrenaline pumping through my veins. I was in my ancestor's body, hiding in a strange home and waiting for them to return. I vividly recall the terror in his eyes as I revealed myself, charging them with my blade in hand. Some fought back furiously, meaning I had to stab them multiple times before they fell. Others cowered and begged for mercy. It made no difference in the end, because I slaughtered every victim without a second thought. In truth, I enjoyed reliving my ancestors' heinous crimes, from the screams of his victims to the smell of their blood. It was like the part of me which had been buried deep inside was finally released, and now I knew who I was. And as the salesman described the arrest, I was once again taken back, possessing my late relative's body as I was thrust into a tight, windowless interrogation room during the hot summer of 1930. Underwood was standing over me, his face red with fury and his shirt covered in sweat as he screamed in my face. I remembered being terrified by his overbearing and intimidating presence. It was just that Underwood was physically imposing. There was also malice in his eyes, which was truly chilling. I didn't need to imagine what my great-grandfather was feeling in that moment. I knew that he was scared. It's a crazy thing to imagine a serial killer being afraid of a mere cop, but there was darkness within Underwood that was frightening. And when my great-grandfather didn't confess, Detective Underwood beat him without mercy. Now see, the torture went on for hours, and I felt every blow my ancestor suffered. And in the end, he was forced to sign a confession for the 11 murders. I experienced a great anger once I learned how my ancestor was subjugated to this treatment, even though I realized that he was in fact guilty. Ivan Robinson was executed on the 15th of September 1932. The salesman described the execution to me in great detail. And once again, I was transported back in time, finding myself strapped into the electric chair, shaking uncontrollably as they read me my last rites and pulled the lever. The electricity flowed through me, causing me excruciating pain as my body cooked from the inside out. And then it all went dark, and I was thrust back into the present, sitting on my couch as the salesman finished reading. And before he put the book carefully back in his briefcase, he made to leave. Now see, I tried to stop him, of course I did. There were still so many unanswered questions in my own head. You all know how this goes. The old man didn't look like much, but he packs a mean punch. Then he left, having turned my life upside down in the course of one afternoon. I couldn't go back to the way that things were, not after everything that I had learned. So I started doing my own research, much like the two of you. And as you can imagine, there's been a lot of writing about my late ancestor. I also came onto these paranormal forums and started asking questions about the salesman guy. That's how I got in touch with you two, obviously. I appreciate having you both to talk to about this crazy shit. I haven't spoken with my parents, and frankly, I feel betrayed by them both, because they hid the truth from me for so long. It's difficult for me to describe my emotions at this time. But what I feel more than anything else is rage. That anger and lust for violence is no longer buried deep in my psyche. Now, it's at the forefront of my consciousness. The rage has consumed me. My greatest desire is to seek vengeance on behalf of my ancestor Ivan, and I believe it's my duty to continue his legacy. The focus of my hatred has a name, and it is Underwood. The cop who caught my great-grandfather is long dead, of course, but his descendants still live in this area. In fact, his great-grandson is an attorney right here in my hometown. And I know where he lives. And I could get inside. That burning feeling within me cannot be diminished. I will have my rage. As you can imagine, both Fatima and I were left shocked and deeply disturbed by Charles's final sign-off. If we took his words at face value, we'd assume that Charlie would commit a murder in the near future. So, what did we do with this information? I suppose the correct course of action would have been to contact the police. And yet we didn't do so. When we discussed his posts, we decided the murder threat was likely a hoax or that he wouldn't go through with it. And deep down, though, I think that we both knew that this was a lie. I cannot speak for Fatima, but I didn't report the murder plot because I wanted to see what would happen. I never did hear from Charlie again, but I was able to piece together the rest of the story through court documents and news reports. On the 23rd of March of this year, a 32-year-old locksmith named Charles Robinson illegally gained access to a private residence in Kansas City. In his subsequent confession to detectives, Mr. Robinson admitted to breaking into the home with the intention of ambushing and murdering the owner, the well-known defense attorney, Caleb Underwood. The accused believed that the home would be empty at the time, but was confronted by Mr. Underwood's maid, 25-year-old Isabella Rodriguez. A struggle ensued which ended in a brutal murder, as Robinson stabbed his victim 13 times in a frenzied attack, killing her in the master bedroom. The accused expressed remorse over the murder of Miss Rodriguez, but decided to follow through on his original plan, moving the maid's corpse to the bathroom before waiting for his target to come home. The detectives investigating the case have praised the bravery of Mr. Underwood,
who was able to overpower, disarm, and subdue the suspect until the police arrived. Mr. Robinson has been charged with murder and attempted murder and has been denied bail. It is noted that his distant relative, Ivan Robinson, the infamous serial killer who committed 11 murders across the states during the 1920s and was executed by the electric chair in 1932. This was the news report from the time, and I don't mind telling you the account shocked me to my very core. Charlie had played out his violent fantasies and carried on his great-grandfather's bloody legacy, but he badly botched his murder plot, slaughtering an innocent woman before getting himself caught. Charlie might well have been executed like his ancestor, but he never made it to trial. The last report I read confirmed that Charles Robinson was found dead in his cell on the morning of April 14th. The authorities claimed that he'd taken his own life, but I'm not entirely sure. In any event, one of my contacts was dead and I still didn't have the answers that I needed. I suppose I should have felt disgusted over the whole affair, but in truth I was frustrated to have hit another brick wall. Now my only hope was Fatima, and she was able to bring another piece to the puzzle. So let me tell you this young woman's story in her own details. Fatima's tale. There's not much to tell about me. Sure, I could recount my childhood in minute detail, but what would be the point of that? I will say that my parents divorced when I was young. During my adolescence, I turned my back on my father's faith. We fell out over this disagreement and haven't spoken in years. The truth is that I never had much time for religion, and during my student days I was a committed atheist, filled with a youthful arrogance and anger against the establishment. In later life, I became much more conformist, although I never considered myself a spiritual person. I suppose I have a decent relationship with my mom. We saw each other regularly and continued to visit my mother until her sudden passing from a stroke. I grieve the loss, but in all honesty, we never were that close. I had one serious boyfriend after university. We lived together for about 5 years, but gradually grew apart. I remember the day that he broke up with me, saying that I had become cold and distant. I didn't argue and I let him go. A big part of me was relieved. I used to be bothered by things like this. It concerned me that I couldn't maintain a relationship and had no close friends. I reckoned that there was something wrong with me, and I did seek professional help in my late 20s, but multiple psychiatrists couldn't provide me the answers that I needed. In the absence of meaningful human interaction, I threw myself into my career. I was always good with numbers and so pursued a line of work, taking a job as a financial analyst after college and worked my way up to the corporate ladder. I worked long hours and I made good money. By any measure, my career had been a great success. But guess what, guys? I was still not satisfied. You both know that feeling all too well. To feel like a stranger in your own life. A zombie merely going through the motions and pretending to be a human being. And then the salesman came to my door. My introductions to this mysterious stranger were much the same as yours. I was highly suspicious, but I let him into my home. I guess I was still apprehensive up to this point, and he took that book out of his briefcase and started to read. And from that point onwards, I was transfixed and hanging on his every word. He told me several tales of the unexplained and paranormal, speaking of a red phone box that can communicate with the afterlife, a cursed model village which consumed its creator, and a parallel universe which has become the resting place for countless lost ships and planes. I normally don't go for such fanatical stories and conspiracies. Throughout my life, I've considered myself an educated and logical woman who has had no time for superstitions of the past. And yet the salesman's powerful words struck a chord with me, and I felt like he'd reached something deep inside of me, awakening emotions that I'd long since buried. And this was before he revealed my true identity. My connection to the past wasn't as direct as it was for Charlie. The dark tragedy in my family's history did not occur within living memory. Instead, the salesman took me back to the 17th century, where a long-forgotten ancestor of my mother's side suffered a grave injustice. My ancestor's name was Mary Claiborne, and she was a minister's wife and a young mother of 2. Mary lived in Norwich, Norfolk County, during the 1640s, and her short life was not a happy one. Her husband was a Puritan, a real fire and brimstone type who didn't believe in spraying the rod when it came to disciplining his children, or even his wife for that matter.
The way the salesman vividly described the violence and abuse, it was like nothing that I'd ever experienced before. I can relate to Charlie's account because I felt the immense power of the salesman's words as he read from the encyclopedia. And somehow I was transported back in time, experiencing my ancestors' torments as they were happening to me. I'll never forget the terror of being in that isolated rural cottage, facing the cold nights under candlelight as I fought to protect the young children, son and daughter, from the uncontrollable rage of the minister. It was particularly chilling to realize that there was nobody that I could call, no one that I could turn to for help. I was on my own against the monster. But my ancestor Mary was not entirely helpless. She had powers, you see, the type of powers that I would previously dismiss as nonsense. But now I knew that magic was very real. Mary was able to do extraordinary things, communicate with animals, read people's thoughts, and make objects move without touching them. She used her powers in small ways, but was careful to hide her actions from her husband and to the wider community, knowing all too well the serious consequences if she was caught. But the minister knew something was amiss, and this only added to his fury. Once night, he came home in a blind rage, ranting about the devil's influence and the unholy corruption of his family. He charged up the stairs, his face red as he grasped hold of his wooden cane. Mary confronted her husband at the top of the staircase, but was violently shoved all the way down, as her husband made for the children's bedroom. And I was in my ancestor's body in that moment, experiencing her acute pain, fear, and anger. I channeled those emotions using my powers in an act of violent retribution. Without moving from the floor, I unleashed a surge of energy, a righteous, invisible force which threw the minister back down the stairs. This was Mary's action, but we were one in that moment. I was in control, and I felt such power. I enjoyed seeing the shock and terror in the minister's eyes as he tumbled down the stairs, savoring every crack and cry of pain before he hit the bottom, his neck breaking as he collided with the hard floor. I looked down at his dead eyes and felt no remorse, only a grim satisfaction that the monster's life was ended. But then I turned my head and I saw Mary's young children standing in the doorway. Their teary, shock-filled eyes looked upon the violent scene in disbelief. The salesman dispassionately continued his reading and continued Mary Claiborne's fate. On the 12th September of 1645, my ancestor was sentenced to death in Norwich Crown Court after being convicted of murder and witchcraft. She was to be burnt at the stake. Given what I knew about Mary's life and all that she had suffered, I was naturally outraged that the sentence passed down against her. But there was no more. Through the salesman's words, I was once again transported back in time at the day of the trial. And there I was, in Mary's body, terrified as a baying mob called out for my blood. The magistrate restored some degree of order by loudly banging his gavel, but he soon launched into a furious tirade in which he described Mary as a whore and a witch in the service of Satan, before he gleefully sentenced her to burn. I remember the pure hatred and malice in the magistrate's dark eyes as they looked upon me with utter contempt. His hateful glare chilled me to the bone and made me question who was really in league with the devil. But the final memory was, of course, the worst, as I was pulled back to the night of Mary's execution. And once again, I possessed my ancestor's physical form as I was tied tightly to the post with a pile of firewood below me. My whole body shook as I fought against my binds and cried out for mercy. But I would get none from the hateful mob of Puritans assembled before the pyre, their eyes full of self-righteous anger as they wielded pitchforks and torches and called me every vile name under the sun. A minister spoke some words before the horror began. I can't recall the exact text, but believe that he finished on the phrase, "May God have mercy on your soul," or words to that effect. And then 3 men stepped forward and set the pyre alight. I cried out, louder this time, my body sweating and eyes bulging as I watched the flames quickly spread. I felt the heat of the fire, starting with a burning on my toes and feet, but soon growing more intense as the flames shot up the stake and engulfed me, melting my skin and flesh in a horrifying inferno. I know that this atrocity happened to my ancestor and not me, but in that memory I could feel her agony, and it was the most intense pain that I'd ever suffered. And before I blacked out, I saw the magistrate and the crowd watching Mary's fiery death. A twisted smile etched across his face as he took a perverse pleasure from her suffering. And this was when the salesman brought me back to the present day, and, as you probably guessed, he left my home without elaborating on why he had told me the gruesome and tragic tale. But there was one more detail that he revealed before leaving me. I thought it was irrelevant at the time, and the significance only became apparent after I heard Charlie's story. Because you see, the magistrate who sentenced Mary Claiborne was called Underwood. As you can imagine, this revelation has caused me many sleepless nights. I'll confess to having a similar experience to Charlie as I became obsessed with the words and visions the salesman had shared with me to the point where every other part of my life was neglected. I took a leave of absence from my job and I spent every waking hour pursuing the mystery. I could find no direct connection between Caleb Underwood in Kansas City and the Norfolk magistrate who burned my ancestor at the stake. I have been able to trace the lineage of the magistrate Underwood, however. His aristocratic family is a prominent one in the English society, and one of his descendants is now a UK government minister. I know this sounds crazy, particularly after what happened to Charlie, but I too have become obsessed with the desire for revenge against Underwood. I've tried to tell myself that it's madness and I need to let it go, but I can't do this. I also realize the risks are great, but I am not powerless. I see now that my ancestors' blood runs through my veins and I have inherited a great power. I've been practicing over the last number of weeks and have honed my natural-born skills, learning the ways of my ancestors as I plot my revenge. I can do this. I need to do this. For Mary.
That was the last communication that I received from Fatima, and sadly, you can probably guess what happened next. I didn't need to go searching for news this time, because the story received international coverage. On the 15th of May, UK Education Minister Thomas Underwood was attacked and seriously wounded during a public appearance outside of a secondary school in South London. The assailant has been identified as 31-year-old Fatima Abraham, a finance worker from the city with no previous criminal convictions. Witnesses say that Mrs. Abraham approached the minister as he was greeting press and members of the public. She was somehow able to slip past Underwood's security team and stab him with a knife concealed under her sleeve. Mr. Underwood was wounded but not incapacitated, managing to fight off his attacker and throw her down onto the pavement. Ms. Abraham then picked up her weapon and launched a second attack despite warnings from police officers on scene. She was subsequently shot by a plainclothes detective. Officers attempted to perform CPR on the assailant, but she died at the scene. Meanwhile, Mr. Underwood was rushed to the hospital where doctors performed surgery upon a deep stab wound in his right shoulder. A government spokesman has since confirmed that the minister's injuries are not life-threatening, and he is expected to make a full recovery. The Metropolitan Police have stated that Ms. Abraham has no history of violence and no known links to any extremist or terrorist groups. Investigating officers are currently looking for a motive. And so I deleted all my messages for Fatima after reading about her botched attack. By this point, I was in a state of disbelief. The salesman had provided me with two names and now they were both dead, both having attempted to murder men called Underwood. The name did not resonate with me, but as hard as I racked my brains, I couldn't remember where or when I had first heard it. I threw myself into frantic research and did find many important public and private individuals called Underwood, men and women in politics, the media, finance, and so forth. These Underwoods were seemingly unconnected and spread throughout the English-speaking world, and there were many other variations of the surname in various different languages. Still, there were no common thread that I could identify. It's no exaggeration to say that I was driven to the edge of insanity by this seemingly unsolvable mystery. I could not sleep at night, because every time I tried to close my eyes, I saw the salesman's grinning face, Charlie hanging in his jail cell, and Fatima bleeding to death on the street. I just couldn't understand why this was all happening and what the hell it had to do with me. It was during one of these sleepless nights when the salesman returned. I was lying fully clothed on my bed, staring up at the dark ceiling, exhausted but unable to sleep. The clock had just turned to 3 a.m. and when I heard a familiar loud knocking on the front door. I instantly shot up from my mattress, all of my senses heightened as a surge of adrenaline shot through my veins. I practically ran to the front door, sparing no thought for my personal safety as I opened it and came face to face with the shadowy figure standing on my doorstep. His face was illuminated by my porch light, but even so, it took a moment for me to recognize him. It was the salesman, of course, the apparently paranormal entity who went by the name of Mr. Black. But he looked different from the last time that I saw him. Gone was the spark in his eyes, and his wide grin had disappeared. Instead, the poor man looked as if he'd been dragged to hell and back and was practically on the brink of death. I stood in the doorway, my jaw dropped in shock as I found myself lost for words. And in the end, it was the salesman who broke the silence, speaking to me in a deep and raspy voice.
Good evening, sir. I apologize for the late hour of my visit. May I come in?
I paused for only a second before replying enthusiastically, "Yes, of course." I made way for the elderly visitor, watching with some degree of sympathy as he struggled down the corridor whilst relying on his walking stick to keep him steady. It seemed that his physical condition had deteriorated in the months since his last visit, but my primary interest was the familiar briefcase he carried in his left hand, because I knew that it contained the knowledge that I desired most in the world. I followed him into the living room, turning on the light as I impatiently watched the salesman struggle over to his seat. I was frustrated that he didn't open his case and pull out the encyclopedia. Instead, he seemingly stared at me with his bloodshot eyes. There was another tense pause before he spoke, and I sensed a sadness in his words when he did so.
So, you tracked down Charles and Fatima?
Was his question. I did, was my brief reply.
And you know what happened to them, don't you?
He continued. I do.
So, there is a question you want to ask me?
There is. Who the hell is Underwood? The salesman appeared deep in thought for a moment, breaking eye contact as he slowly nodded his head.
Underwood. Yes. My employer has used this name for some time.
He trailed off without offering a further explanation. But there are hundreds of Underwood, I exclaimed in angry frustration. The name comes up again and again throughout history, but there is no connection.
No connection that you can find,
the salesman corrected.
You think of these Underwoods as individuals, but in fact they are all vessels of my employer. All are one and the same, be it the magistrate, the detective, the attorney, the government minister, and of course, your father.
Those last two words hit me like a ton of bricks. And I was shocked, of course, but also filled with an excitement that I can hardly describe as the truth was finally revealed to me. My father, I repeated in astonishment. How is this possible?
Oh, it's possible,
the salesman answered solemnly. I noticed how he took little to no pleasure in revealing the information to me. In fact, he almost seemed guilty as he struggled to meet my gaze.
Your mother, no doubt, had her reasons for keeping the truth from you, yes. But my employer's blood runs through your veins. Your heritage brings great power with it, but also considerable expectations.
What do you mean? I demanded. I was quickly growing tired of the salesman's cryptic answers. I noticed how his tone darkened before he continued.
My employer has worked tirelessly throughout the centuries to shape the history of humanity. During this time, he has attempted to recruit many mortals to his cause. But the results have been disappointing. Take Mr. Robinson and Ms. Abraham as two examples. We had high hopes for both, but alas, they both came up wanting.
The hell does that mean?
Your friends were tested and they failed. My employer expects you to do much better. You are his flesh and blood, after all.
What does he want from me? The salesman shot me a half grin, and for a moment I thought that I could see some of the spark come back into his sunken eyes. He didn't answer my question. Not directly, anyway. Instead, he changed the subject and asked a question of his own.
You look unwell, sir. Have you been sleeping?
I was baffled and irritated, struggling to find the words to reply. No, of course I haven't, I shot back. He said thoughtfully as he carefully reached into his briefcase. I yearned to see the encyclopedia emerge, but instead he surprised me by pulling out what looked like a business card. I looked on in confusion as the salesman sat up from his chair and struggled across the room towards me with the card in hand.
You really should see a doctor, sir. You can't take your health for granted. Not when there's so much important work ahead of us.
And with that, he carefully placed the business card on the coffee table in front of me before heading towards the door. I looked over at him and was tempted to shout, but instead I glanced down at the card on my table. And then I understood. Because the text read, Dr. Mark Underwood, MD, family physician. Open to new patients. I heard my front door slam as the salesman walked out into the night. But now it no longer mattered. I knew what had to be done, and it was up to me to prepare for the grisly task to come. I didn't waste any time planning my next move. After obtaining all the information that I could on my target, I destroyed my electronic devices, donned gloves and a scarf and a baseball cap, and armed myself with a .38 revolver and stiletto dagger. Because, you see, it wasn't my intention to confront this Dr. Underwood and demand answers. My plan was to kill him. Now, those listening to this confession might be confused by this sudden and dramatic escalation in my actions. After all, I am a man with no previous criminal history or inclination towards violence. I had no reason to hate Dr. Mark Underwood or wish him harm. The salesman had informed me that a man called Underwood was my father, and I believed him. But this Dr. Underwood was the same age as me, and so couldn't possibly be my parent. None of that mattered, however. It seemed that all of these Underwoods were one and the same, vessels for a greater, unseen power. And all of the pieces were in front of me now, and I finally understood what was required of me. Charlie and Fatima had both failed in their missions. They'd both come from a place of anger, seeking revenge against those who'd wronged their ancestors. But I was going into this with a clear mind, and I felt no moral qualms about ending the vessel's existence. I would kill him and fulfill my destiny. And so I arrived at the address on the card, which was located off a busy commercial street. And I slowly walked along the pavement with my head down and my cap covering my face as I tried to avoid attention and conceal my identity from any CCTV cameras. My weapons were hidden in my jacket pockets. The gun was my primary and dagger my backup. But I wouldn't draw my revolver until the last possible moment. And so I arrived at the front entrance of the surgery, pausing as I read the motif named printed on the glass door and confirmed that I had the right address. I purposely arrived at lunchtime when the surgery would be closed and near empty. And I therefore expected the door to be locked, and so was surprised to find it left open. It all seemed a little too easy, and I'll admit to feeling a pang of apprehension in that moment. But this soon passed as I carefully pushed open the door with my gloved hand. I entered the reception area and I found it abandoned. Even the front desk was unattended, as presumably the receptionist was out for lunch. So far so good, I thought. And next I walked behind the reception and soon found Dr. Underwood's surgery, discovering the door wide open. And I hesitated for a time as I cast my eyes upon my target, watching him as he typed on his keyboard and remained engrossed in his work. Underwood was a handsome man, neat and well turned out, but surprisingly unremarkable. There was nothing to mark him as a paranormal entity or indeed anything other than a dedicated family physician. I had serious doubts in that late moment, fearing I'd made a terrible mistake, and I stood frozen with indecision in the doorway, my hand on my butt of my gun as I desperately tried to decide what to do next. It didn't take long for the doctor to notice me. He must have sensed my presence or spotted the shadow I cast. But as he called out to me without looking up from his computer screen, "I'm afraid the surgery's closed. Please come back later." I didn't answer. Instead, slowly removed the gun from my jacket pocket, and he tutted in annoyance, turning his head away from his monitor, but once he saw me, Dr. Underwood's eyes lit up with recognition, even though I'd never met him before. "Ah, it's you," he exclaimed amicably. "I was wondering when you'd turn up." He frowned when he saw the gun in my now shaking hand. "So, that's how you plan to do it?" he asked, more with curiosity than concern. "Well, sir, let's get on with it then." And with that, he surprised me by leaping from his chair and physically jumping on top of his desk. He crouched on all fours, his eyes filled with a predatory zeal as he hissed like an angry cat and showed me his concerningly sharp teeth. I was frozen in shock, reacting too slowly as I raised my gun and aimed. A split second later, the doctor-turned monster launched himself off the desk and leapt towards me with his eyes wide and fangs exposed. I screamed in terror, firing a single shot, which missed the target. Underwood hit me like a freight train, as a second later pushing me down onto the room and pinning my body to the carpet while the gun was simultaneously knocked out of my hand. He was on top of me now, saliva dripping from his fang-filled maw as he held me down firmly.
Come on, my boy,
he snarled in cruel mockery.
Is that all you can muster?
And with that, he wrapped his hands around my throat and started to squeeze. I couldn't breathe as he slowly strangled me, and I gasped for air as my eyes bulged. I must have been close to blacking out, but I was determined not to die like this. Digging deep into my reserves, I reached into my pocket and withdrew the dagger, thrusting it deep into my attacker's thigh. He cried out in pain and loosened his grip upon my throat. This gave me an opportunity, and I kicked out with all my strength, forcing Underwood off of me. He staggered as blood poured from the wound in his leg, but Underwood was far from beaten. I went for him again with the dagger, but he easily dodged the attack, punching me hard in the nose and throwing me back into the office. I pulled myself up from the floor and turned as Underwood launched a new attack. I held out the knife and he grabbed my wrist and twisted hard, forcing me to drop the blade. I barely had time to recover before he hit me again and shoved me back down to the ground. Stunned and terrified, I watched as Underwood calmly walked over to where the knife had fallen, stooping over to pick it up.
Very disappointing,
he said solemnly.
I expected so much more from you, my son.
That certainly struck a nerve, and I knew that it was now or never. I scanned the floor, catching sight of my silver revolver only inches from where I lay. Underwood was now advancing on me, knife in hand, as he prepared to finish the job. I darted across the floor, grabbing hold of the gun and rolling over before I lifted the weapon and aimed. Underwood was right on top of me, but this time I had the drop on him, and I squeezed the trigger, firing 1, 2, and then 3 shots. And Underwood was struck 3 times in the chest. He barely reacted at first, looking down in surprise at the blood leaking from the bullet wounds and seeping through his previously white shirt. He looked at me in his last moment, managing a half smile as he said,
"Well played, sir."
And with that, he dropped heavily to the floor and didn't get back up again. I continued to hold the smoking gun in my shaking chest, hardly believing what I had just done. And suddenly I became aware of a new figure standing in the doorway. I span around and aimed, but held my fire once I recognized a familiar face. It was the salesman, his trusty briefcase in hand, and his sunken eyes emotionless as he looked over to the dead Dr. Underwood before turning his attentions towards me.
"Congratulations, sir,"
he said dispassionately.
"You have succeeded where so many others have failed. Now I believe it is high time that you met my employer."
I was still trying to work out what he meant when I suddenly became lightheaded, and my eyes slowly closed as the darkness took me. And I awoke in a strange and frightening place, experiencing a stifling heat as I pulled myself up from a rocky surface and adjusted my eyes to my new surroundings. Inexplicably, I had been transported to a dark and foreign realm, finding myself inside what looked like a great hall carved from rock and dimly illuminated by burning torches. I slowly and cautiously walked upon my shaking legs, scanning the hall in fearful awe whilst noticing the high ceiling above my head. The light from the wall-mounted torches allowed me to see the guards lined up on either side of the long walkway which cut down into the middle of the hall. These soldiers looked like men, although I suspected that they weren't of the mortal realm. They all wore bronze armor and helmets like those of Roman centurion, and each was armed with a long spear and round shield. The guards stood in tight formation, not moving a muscle as I sheepishly walked past them, although I noticed how their dark, menacing eyes closely followed my progress. I continued walking towards the front of the hall, which was dominated by a great throne of cold iron, and upon it sat a giant wearing black robes, bald head but with a crown of thorns placed on top of his huge skull. Again, he took the appearance of a man but must have been at least 8 feet tall and was well built to boot, with his bulging muscles visible underneath his robes. He was eating when I approached him, greedily devouring a large slab of red meat on the bone, blood pouring down his chin while he washed his meal down, taking large gulps from a substantial golden tankard filled with God knows what. He finished eating and thoughtlessly tossed the bone onto the ground. I watched as a ragged man in chains scurried across the floor and scooped up the discarded bone, while a second figure, a woman, refilled the giant's tankard without comment. Both appeared to have the statues of slaves in this hellish realm, and they soon meekly disappeared into the shadows. A fourth figure who was also present, a small man who cowered behind the throne and would not meet my eye. It was only when I got closer that I recognized the meek individual. It was the salesman, his head bowed as he maintained a tight grip on his book of red leather, the fabled encyclopedia which was the source of power and knowledge. But the salesman was obviously submissive to the giant sat upon the throne, and so I focused my attention upon him. The giant saw me approach, his cold eyes of icy blue lighting up in anticipation as he formed his still bloody lips into a cruel smile.
Here he is,
he announced in a booming voice which echoed throughout the huge hall.
Here is the man of the hour, my own flesh and blood, come to claim his rightful place by my side.
I stood at the foot of the almighty throne, looking up in awe as I struggled to find the words to respond. What are you? I sputtered nervously. The giant bellowed laughter before answering.
Come now. You are an intelligent young man, and so you can surely guess my identity. In truth, I go by many names, both in this realm and the world above. I am king here, but you may call me Father.
The last words hung in the air, and the chilling implications made me feel sick to my stomach. What in the hell had I gotten myself into? Was this the destiny that I had sought for so long? What do you want from me? I eventually asked, and the demon's sadistic grin widened before he replied.
I want you to be the man you were born to be. You will pass your first test, but there is so much work to be done. You, bring me the book.
He clicked his fingers and the salesman sheepishly walked up to the throne, reluctantly handing over his precious encyclopedia which his master snatched up in his huge hand. He aggressively flicked through the pages while his servant slinked back into the shadows, and then the demon who claimed to be my father started to read. And his spoken words transported me to another place in time, as I witnessed visions of my future. Firstly, I found myself standing on a podium, decorated with banners and flags, giving a victory speech to a fanatical crowd of cheering supporters. My supporters. Cult dedicated to serve me. Next came a vast military procession down a wide city street, which I observed from a balcony high above. Thousands of black-clad troops marched in tight formation, saluting towards me as they goose-stepped upon the asphalt. They were soon followed by tanks and other military hardware, while a squadron of fighter jets flew above our heads. Then came a vision of a prison camp surrounded by barbed wire fences and guard towers. Inside of the cordon were thousands of emaciated, beaten-down prisoners, their eyes filled with fear and hunger as they pleaded for mercy that they would surely not receive. It's fair to say that I was extremely disturbed by the images filling my head. But it only got worse, as the demon's chilling words brought me to some very dark places. I saw a city engulfed by flame, a mushroom cloud towering above the ruins as millions were surely killed in a nuclear inferno. More horrific images of war and suffering followed, and I realized that I would be responsible for the future apocalypse. And eventually I abandoned the devastated Earth, looking down upon the planet's ravaged surface from orbit as I was blasted into the stratosphere. Finally, I stood within a vast, doomed biosphere, looking out upon a red, lifeless desert. Those living beside me were my most fanatical and loyal supporters. These folks were dedicated to me and my vision, and here to help me build a new world, while billions were left behind to suffer and die on the doomed home planet. And with that, I was returned to the hellish throne room, my body shaking as I looked into the ruthless blue eyes of my demonic so-called father. I was revolted and felt a fiery defiance deep in my belly, finding the courage to stand up to the monster that sat before me. "This is horrifying," I exclaimed emotionally. The demon merely shrugged his shoulders before responding.
That depends on your perspective. I consider this as the necessary march of history.
"It's monstrous, and I will not have any part of it!" And I instantly regretted my outburst as I expected the demon to react with fury. But instead, he retained his cool composure, his horrific grin barely faltering as he spoke his words through clenched teeth.
I think you will, my child. You forget that my blood runs through your veins. And in truth, I know you better than you know yourself. I know the darkness which dwells deep inside of you. The savagery, cruelty, and lust for absolute power. Just waiting to break out.
He paused briefly just to let the ominous sentence sink in.
And there is another reason. The events that you've witnessed. The words in this book and the events of the war to come. This will happen with or without you. And you don't want to disappoint me, my son. Failure comes with a heavy price.
He clicked his fingers and two figures emerged from the shadows behind him. It was the two slaves that had served his food and drink. The man and woman. I barely looked at them before, but now I saw their terrified faces and their mad, bloodshot eyes. There was a sudden spark of recognition in my exhausted brain as I thought back to the photographs on social media accounts and news reports. The chained slaves were Fatima Abraham and Charles Robinson. They had both failed the Demon King, and they were now condemned to serve him for all eternity, trapped at the whim of his cruel sadism in this hellish realm. And I knew this would be my fate too, if I refused him. I was left speechless, looking down at the rocky ground as I couldn't bear to see the suffering of my former companions.
Well,
said the demon in a more conciliatory tone.
Now you know the truth, my boy. It is time for you to return to the mortal realm. Think carefully about what I have said, and know that I am always with you.
He clicked his fingers once again, and I was consumed by darkness. I lost consciousness, and when I awoke, I was back on my couch in my front room, back where it all began. I've had much time to think since my extraordinary experience, but I can't find any logical explanation for what I've been through. The murder of Dr. Underwood went unsolved. The police and media believe that he was killed during an attempted robbery gone wrong. There was no evidence of my involvement in the murder or any links discovered between Fatima, Charlie, and me. It was like everything had been covered up by a hidden power. The only conclusion that I have come to is that it is all genuine. It's not just what I've seen and heard. I can feel it deep in my bones. The darkness inside me is all too real, and I cannot suppress it any longer. I don't know whether the future I've seen is set in stone, Perhaps the apocalyptic war can be avoided. Maybe I can prevent it. If I make different decisions, or alternatively, the world could be doomed. And the best that I can do is save a select few who can start again. One thing's for certain, however. I have been chosen for this great task, and I have proved my worth in my Father's eyes. The future is mine to shape, and I will not fall short. I will never tell you my name, but you will come to know me very well in the coming years. Now, if you will excuse me, I have an election campaign to prepare for.
I'm trying a new medication. My doctor recommended it. Said that it would help with things. It's a new drug, still in the testing phase. So they're putting me on a 10-day trial. Minimal side effects. Really, no risk. Or so they say. My doctor said that I should document any changes that I feel, good or bad, regarding my behavior. So I started this little diary. I feel kind of silly. I've never been the journal type. I just got home from the docks about 20 minutes ago. I'm about to take one of these little pills. I do feel a little nervous, despite his reassurances. I'm probably just paranoid, as usual. Anyway, here we go. Day 2. Well, I didn't sleep very well. I had headaches all night. The doctor said that that was a possible side effect. And other than that, I haven't noticed any other differences. I took some Advil around 4, and that seems to be helping. I'm about to make lunch. They say that I should take the pills on a full stomach. I'm glad that I don't have to go to work today. I think that after lunch I'm going to go take a nap. I'm tired and my head has finally stopped killing me. It's funny, this is the second entry that I've written today. Maybe actually I like doing this. Anyway, I'm gonna go to bed. Earlier I ate lunch, took my pill, and then passed out on the couch. I had some weird dreams. Strange because I never have dreams. Anyway, it's almost midnight and I need to get some sleep. I'm going to try to make the most of Sunday and get an early start. Maybe go down to the lake. Hopefully it doesn't rain. Day 3. I had a weird day today. Everything was fine until I went to the lake. I took my pill around noon before I went. I don't know if that has anything to do with what happened. I don't see how it could. But regardless, the whole point of this journal is to record anything out of the ordinary while on this trial. So I went to the lake around 3. I brought my book and my towel and laid out on the shore. It was sunny and warm. A nice day. There were a few families there, mostly little kids and a few teenagers. Everything was going okay until, well, I heard this horn. Now you have to understand this lake is out in the middle of nowhere. It's a local secret. You have to take this awful dirt road through the woods to even get there. But once you're there, it's beautiful. A year ago, some of the locals dumped sand along the shore and have kept it groomed since then. It's like being at the ocean in the middle of a forest. So anyway, it's about 6 o'clock and the sun is about to go down and this horn starts blaring from the woods. It's distant and low, rumbling across the water from the far bank. It reminded me of one of those old Viking horns. Bewildered, I realized that I was the only one who seemed to hear it. I looked around, tearing my sunglasses off, and no one even blinked at the sudden noise. Well, after about 3 minutes, the horn finally stopped. After that, I decided that it was time to leave. I started packing up my car and I froze, one hand on the driver's side door. Across the lake, 3 figures were watching me at the water's edge. They were far away, too far away to make out their features. It looked like they may have been 3 men, but I couldn't be sure. Something was wrong with their faces, but no matter how hard I squinted,
I couldn't see clearly. Thoroughly scared, I pulled my door open and I hopped in my car. As soon as I drove away, I could feel their gaze in my rearview mirror. Day 4. I don't know what to make of this. I'm going to call my doctor. I had more dreams last night. My head hurts. I take my pill a little before breakfast, but I'm wondering if I should have just held off. It seemed to make these headaches worse. I went to work today, but couldn't seem to concentrate. I feel like someone was watching me. I feel like there's someone watching me now. It's 4 in the morning. I just woke up from a nightmare and I heard that horn again. I don't know if it was outside or in my dream, but it woke me up. I'm sweating like crazy and it scared the shit out of me. I keep thinking I see things moving past my window. Day 5. Well, today was much better. I called my doctor and I told them all about the strange stuff. He told me that the headaches and dreams were probably just a side effect and nothing to worry about. He seemed skeptical about the other stuff, though. I told him everything, and God bless him. He listened to my ramblings. He assured me that it was probably just stress-related, but to contact him if things got worse. He reminded me that this wasn't an approved drug, but it was the best chance that we had of helping me. I'm going to suck it up. He said I just had to finish the 10-day trial and then we could reevaluate. I'm halfway there. Day 6. More dreams last night. I dreamed something was sliding around on my floor, like a shadow under my feet. Every time that I tried to move away from it, it would zip back under me. I crawled up on my bed and it slid to the wall like a dark piece of paper. And right before I woke up, I thought I heard giggling under my bed. When I got home from work today, something didn't seem right in my apartment either. My closet door in my bedroom, it was wide open. Now, I don't remember opening it this morning, but I guess that I must have forgot about it. But I thought that I made sure to close it tight. It's 4 in the morning, and I'm fucking terrified. Something is giggling in my bedroom closet. I don't know why, but every ounce of me is just telling me to ignore it, and it'll go away. I'm writing this down to keep myself from going into a full-blown panic. Day 7. I'm sitting on my couch and wondering whether I need to call my doctor or not. I don't feel good. I took my pill. I don't know why. I have this feeling that if I just make it through the 10 days, everything will return to normal. I called out of work. I closed all the blinds. I just want to sit in the dark and not fall asleep. My head is still killing me. Something is really wrong with me. I think there's something standing on my balcony. Day 8. It's midnight and I haven't fallen asleep yet. I'm on my couch and haven't moved since yesterday except to take my pill. I can hear the horn again. It's distant and barely audible, but it's there. I think something is giggling in my bedroom. Day 9. I called my doctor today. I told him all about the terrible things that have been happening. And you know what he said? He said that I just had to finish the 10-day trial. That I needed to, or they would come to get me. And then when I asked him who, he just hung up. He seemed flustered and scared. What the fuck is going on? Who is doing this to me and why? I'm still sitting on my couch. I don't want to move. Work keeps calling me, but I don't care. I just need to finish this trial. Just be done with it. I think there's something in my bedroom. I can't see it because my door is closed, but I can hear it. It walks around on heavy feet and then giggles. I feel like if I just ignore it, it can't hurt me. God. I'm fucking terrified, though. Day 10. It is 3 in the morning, and I'm still on the couch. Something just opened the bedroom door. I can feel it staring at me, but I refuse to look at it. I'm writing this down to keep my eyes away from it. My heart is beating so fast that I feel like I'm going to throw up. The apartment is dark, but I can see the long black of its form out of the corner of my eye. It's just standing there like it's waiting for me to acknowledge it. It's going to kill me if I do. I know it will. It just giggled at me. The childlike sound ripping through the darkness. What 8-foot thing makes a sound like that? Why won't it move? What does it want from me? There's something behind me, too. I won't look. I won't look. I won't look. I need to keep my hands busy and focused on this so I won't look. It sounds like there's 3 behind me. I just need to make it to the morning. I just need to make it until the sun comes up. Day 11. I made it. I suppose I don't even know what to say. I called my doctor and I told him that I finished the 10-day trial. Told him all about my horrible nighttime visitors. And you know what he fucking did? He started laughing at me. Big, loud, gut-busting laughter. And once he got himself under control a little bit, he told me that the pills were harmless. He told me that the pills were Tylenol. I sputtered, mind expanding with possible reasons to this revelation and reaction from him. And he started laughing again, and I asked him what the hell he was talking about. He said that the whole trial was bullshit. He said that it was a little game that he concocted for me. He said that there was no hope for me. He told me that a paranoid schizophrenic like myself, who suffered from chronic hallucinations, deserved to be in an asylum. He told me that there was no helping me and that he just wanted to play off my illness. Really wind me up, before recommending me to be institutionalized. I hung up to his howling laughter. My hands were shaking and sweating. I couldn't fucking comprehend it. I couldn't wrap my head around why he would do something like that. I thought that I was getting better. The sane are an entirely different kind of sick. I was always a spoiled kid. My parents were wealthy and decided to spend their money smothering their only son with an incredible childhood. I had it all. My playroom was insane. A huge TV, pinball machines, and every toy that you could imagine. It was awesome. And despite having so much, I wasn't a brat about it. I can say that now, having thoroughly examined my childhood. I loved to share my immense stash of stuff with my friends. I gave toys away, invited them over for pizza and movies, and all around was pretty generous. And on paper, I should have been a spoiled snob, but for whatever reason, I wasn't. Good genes, I guess. On my 9th birthday, I had a bunch of friends over. My dad rented a huge moon bounce for us and decorated our backyard with superhero apparel. I was going through a major phase. Tables were set up with punch and snacks, little finger foods to keep us from complaining until dinner. Balloons and banners were tied to every surface. My parents' way of establishing how loved I was. Music played from giant speakers my dad had set up in the back patio. My friends and I ran around and jammed out while waiting our turn on the moon bounce. My grandparents arrived a couple hours into the party, bringing with them a party gift. My grandmother informed me that she had purchased it at a yard sale the weekend prior. It was a giant, hollow plastic clown head. It seemed like one of those weird cheap toys from the 90s, something that was popular for a week before getting all of its units shelved. Its face was white and red circles lining the painted eyes. A smile was smeared on its lips, a big goofy grin that was also painted red. The nose was a bulbous orb of plastic that sat oddly on its face like a big gumball. As I turned over this strange gift in my hands, my grandfather handed me a plastic gold crown. He said that it was part of the game. Seeing my confusion, my grandmother laughed and explained what it was. She said that I was supposed to wear the clown head while my friends attempted to sneak up and crown me. I flipped the head over and saw serrated notches lining the bald dome where the crown went. I thought that it was pretty lame, but I didn't want to be rude. I dutifully slid the plastic clown head over my own, the interior hard against my temples. And as it settled over me, I realized that I couldn't see anything. Red light filtered through the plastic, but there was a concerning lack of eye holes. My grandfather chuckled as he watched me stumble around, hands outstretched so I wouldn't bump into anything. I asked why there were no eye holes, and he told me that it would be too easy for me to win the game. I had to rely on my ears to keep my friends at bay. He said that the game was called Crown the Clown, and I was beginning to understand the rules. It was like some weird version of Pin the Tail on the Donkey, but with a clown and a crown instead. My friends had gathered around to watch me, and soon they were laughing and calling out to me. My grandmother tossed one of them the crown, and the game began. And it was surprisingly fun. The plastic mask got hot, but I didn't mind. I was too caught up in keeping my friends away from me and the crown off my head. And after about 20 minutes, no one had managed to get me. I was laughing and stumbling around, doing my best to not bump into anything. My friend John was calling out to me, and I didn't know if he had the crown or if he was just trying to distract me. Turns out that he was just trying to distract me. I suddenly felt something click over my head, followed by a great cheer from my friends. Because I had finally been crowned. Smiling despite defeat, I went to take the big plastic head off, but found that I couldn't. The neck hole was suddenly smaller, curling tight under my chin and biting into my skin. I tried tugging harder, trying not to panic, the air thick inside the head. What the hell? I wrapped my fingers around the base of the head, pulling up as hard as I could. I felt rough edges cut into me, and I immediately stopped. I could hear my friends laughing at me. I'm sure that I must have looked ridiculous, but at that time, I didn't find any humor in the situation. Sweat dripped into my eyes, and I blinked against the burning sensation. My breath blew back at me from the tight walls of the head, the red lighting filtering through the eye painting, making me dizzy and disoriented. I was suddenly very aware of how claustrophobic the clown head was. I called out for someone to help, doing my best to keep panic from my voice. Still laughing, one of my friends came to my aid. I felt his hands around my ears, and suddenly I screamed as he jerked upward. Pain exploded around my face, and I shoved him away from me, panting. Why couldn't I get this thing off of me? It had been so easy to put on, sliding comfortably over my head with a little room to spare. But now everything was squishing in on me, the opening flush against my throat. I suddenly realized my nose was bent against the plastic, bent painfully to the right. And then I understood what was happening. The clown head was shrinking. I screamed for someone to get my dad, sweat pouring from my face. The head stunk, and the combination of unfiltered breath and sweat made me dizzy. My throat was parched, but my lips were lined with perspiration. I felt the burning fingers of claustrophobia wrapped around my mind. The head squeezed a little tighter. I screamed again for my dad, my vision obscured by the head. I suddenly heard him in front of me and felt his hands trace the outer surface of the prison. His voice changed from amusement to worry in the matter of seconds, and that scared me even more. I tried tugging at the head again, yelling into the plastic dome, explaining that it was getting tighter and tighter. My dad heard the panic in my voice, and I felt him uselessly struggle to remove the source of agony. His fingers traced the now compressed opening at the bottom. He tried to slide his fingers between the lip of the base and my skin, but just ended up choking and gagging me as his knuckles burrowed into my throat. The clown head gripped my head tighter. I wheezed and I sunk to my knees, the heat and lack of oxygen causing my head to swim. My dad was yelling at my friends, instructing them to go retrieve something from the woodshed. I didn't hear much, instead concentrating on my breath. My head throbbed as the hard plastic compressed my skull like a grape waiting to pop. I heard my mom's concerned voice, a shrill inquiry that my dad ignored. I felt his fingers try to pry the head off my throat again. I could tell that I was fading. Panic cracked his voice as he yelled at my friends to hurry. His fingers were back at my throat, digging desperately, trying to give me some kind of relief. I knelt before him, swaying slightly and sucking in hot, stinking air. Suddenly, my father tried to jam his hand further in, and I felt my gag reflex engage, and my stomach rolled as I dry retched into the hot plastic. My body hitched, and I felt another wave coming. I tried to fight it, but it was like trying to stop a train. I vomited into the mask, regurgitating soda and pretzels gushing into the tight space. I gasped, and the smell alone brought another gout rocketing from my lips. It sloshed around my face, filling my ears, the hot bile splashing against my skin with nowhere to go. It was trapped inside the head along with me, and I was drowning in it. It came to just about my nostrils, a slimy, yellowy line below my eyes. And my father heard me gagging inside the head and quickly laid me on my back, the vomit pouring around my eyes and giving me a pocket to breathe. I gasped in the putrid air, and I felt the plastic tighten again, a wet, hard compress that began to fill my visage with darkness. And I felt my strength begin to leave my body. My head was wrapped with an iron grip, and I didn't know how much longer I'd last in its clutches. And suddenly, my friend returned with an item my father had asked for. I heard him instructing me, his voice drowned out by the puke in my ears. He slowly turned me to my side, and I coughed and gagged against the slurping vomit. My nose felt like I was breaking against the walls of my prison. My ears burned and sweat coated my skin. I felt my father slide something cold and hard along the side of my neck, just under the lips of the head. I immediately knew what it was. It was a crowbar. I gripped my teeth, tears pouring from my eyes as my dad apologized, his voice cracking with desperation. I howled as he applied pressure. The crowbar burrowed into my neck muscles. And to my relief, I felt the mask give a little, just a slight lift that allowed some of the vomit to trickle out. And suddenly, the clown head tightened again, squeezing my skull harder than I could bear. I thrashed on the ground, screaming in agony, clawing at my head. I felt my skull would explode from the pressure, and the darkness swam closer. I heard my father instruct my friends to hold me still as he readjusted the crowbar. Sweaty hands pinned me to the earth as my head was pushed sideways. I felt my father hovering over me, the cold tongue of the crowbar licking the side of my neck. My father was apologizing over and over, and I knew something bad was about to happen. My muscles bulged in revolt as my dad jammed the crowbar under the lip, digging into my skin and drawing blood. He shoved it in until I felt its hard surface resting against my cheek. I tensed, warm blood streaming down my neck and across my shoulders. I heard my father whisper into my ear to brace myself, and suddenly, overwhelming pressure cut into the side of my face, and I thrashed violently, clutching and tearing at handfuls of grass as pain shot across my cheek and the neck like spreading lightning. The edge of the crowbar crunching into my jaw as my father applied pressure, a last-ditch effort to remove the clown head before it killed me. Tears ran down my face, and red darkness shook my world. Puke and sweat coated my face as I tried to escape the pain. My friends held me in place, and I heard one of them crying. My teeth cracked against each other as my father continued to pull upward, and with a sickening pop, I heard my jaw break. And suddenly I was taken to a level of splintering agony I did not know existed. My tongue waggling and went numb in my mouth. I felt a molar tear from my gums. It tumbled across my tongue like bloody candy. I felt howling darkness rush into me. And as it swallowed me, I felt a sudden surge of cool air as the clown head cracked and finally shattered. And as I blacked out, I felt my father shaking me, clutching me in his arms, his voice fading into nothing. I awoke in the hospital a few hours later, my face wrapped and contorted around some plastic that kept my jaw in place. I felt woozy and sick, an IV bag by my bed dripping relief into my bloodstream. My mother and father were at my side, eyes bloodshot and filled with concern. My grandparents sat on the other side of my bed, my grandmother crying. And as soon as they saw me awake, they began to apologize all at once. My father doing what he did, and my grandparents for exposing me to such horrors. Their voices all babbling into one, and I let my eyes close once again. The drugs pumping through my body, lulling me into a comfortable sleep. And thinking back to that day, I can still feel that horrible clown head. The way that it smelled, and the way that the light filtered through the plastic. The weight of it resting across my skull. It's like one sick joke now. And all these years later, now that I've recovered from the event, I can't help but feel disgusted amusement. Because you see, my jaw has never healed properly, and there's twisted scar tissue lining my cheek where the crowbar cut into me. My jaw is in a constant state of crooked humor, like a painful half-smile. Combined with the scar tissue stretching from my lips, well, some would say that I look kind of like a clown.
The sun did not shine. It was too wet to play. So we sat in the house on that cold, wet day. I sat there with Sally. We sat there, we two. And I said how I wish we had something to do. Too wet to go outside, and too cold to play ball. So we sat in the house. We did nothing at all. So all we could do was sit. And we did not like it. Not one bit. And then something went bump, and how that bump made us jump. We looked, and then we saw him step on the mat. And we looked, and we saw him, the Cat in the Hat. And he said to us,
"Why do you sit there like that? I know it is wet, and the sun is not sunny, but we can have lots of good fun that is funny. I know some good games we could play,"
said the Cat in the Hat.
"I know some new tricks. A lot of good tricks. I will show them to you. Your mother will not mind at all if I do."
Then Sally and I did not know what to say. Our mother was out of the house for the day. But our fish said, No, make that cat go away. Tell that Cat in the Hat, you do not want to play. He should not be here. He should not be about. He should not be here when your mother is out."
Now, have no fear. Have no fear,
said the cat.
"My tricks are not bad,"
said the Cat in the Hat.
"Why, we can have lots of good fun if you wish, with a game that I call Up, Up, Up with a Fish."
"Put me down," said the fish. "This is no fun at all." "Put me down," said the fish. "I do not wish to fall."
"Have no fear,"
said the cat.
"I will not let you fall. I will hold you up high as I stand on a ball, with a book on one hand and a cup on my hat. But that is not all I can do,"
said the Cat in the Hat.
Look at me now,
said the cat.
"With a cup and a cake on top of my hat. I can hold up 2 books, I can hold up the fish, and a little toy ship, and some milk on a dish. And look, I can hop up and down on the ball. But that is not all. Oh no, that is not all. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me now! It is fun to have fun, but you have to know how. I can hold up the cup and the milk and the cake. I can hold up those books and the fish on a rake. I can hold the toy ship and a little toy man. And look, with my tail, I can hold a red fan. I can fan with the fan as I hop on the ball. But that is not all. Oh no, that is not all.
That is what the cat said. Then he fell on his head. He came down with a bump from up there on the ball. And Sally and I, we saw all of the things fall. And our fish came down too. He fell into a pot. He said, "Do I like this? Oh no, I do not. This is not a good game," said our fish as he lit. "No, I do not like it. Not one bit. Now look what you did," said the fish to the cat. "Now look at this house. Look at this, look at that. You sank our toy ship, sank it deep into the cake. You shook up our house, and you bent our new rake. You should not be here when our mother is not. You get out of this house," said the fish in the pot.
But I like to be here. Oh, I like it a lot,
said the cat in the hat.
I will not go away. I do not wish to go. And so,
said the cat in the hat.
So, I will show you another good game that I know.
And then he ran out. And then, fast as a fox, the cat in the hat came back in with a box. A big red wood box. It was shut with a hook.
Now look at this trick,
said the cat in the hat.
Take a look.
Then he got up on top with the tip of his hat.
I call this game Fun in a Box,
said the cat in the hat.
In this box are two things. I will show you now. You will like these two things,
said the cat with a bow.
I will pick up the hook. You will see something new. Two things. I call them Thing 1 and Thing 2. These things will not bite you. They want to have fun.
And they ran to us fast. They said, "How do you do? Would you like to shake hands with Thing 1 and Thing 2? And Sally and I did not know what to do. So we had to shake hands with Thing 1 and Thing 2. We shook their hands, but our fish said, "No, no, those things should not be in this house. Make them go. They should not be here when your mother is not. Put them out. Put them out," said the fish in the pot.
Have no fear, little fish,
said the cat in the hat.
These things are good things. They are tame. Oh, so tame. They have come here to play. They will give you some fun on this wet day. Now here is a game that they like,
said the cat.
They like to fly kites,
said the cat in the hat. "No, not in the house," said the fish in the pot. "They should not fly kites in the house. They should not. Oh, the things they will bump. Oh, the things they will hit. Oh, do not like it. Not one little bit." Then Sally and I saw them run down the hall. We saw those two things bump their kites on the wall. Bump and thump and bump down the hall. Things 2 and Thing 1. They ran up and they ran down. On the string with one kite, we saw Mother's new nightgown. Her gown with the dots, they're pink, white, and red. And we saw one kite bump on the head of her bed. Then those things ran about with big bumps, jumps, and kinks, and with hopes and big thumps, and all kinds of bad tricks. And I said, I do not like the way that they play. If Mother could see this, oh, what would she say? Then our fish said, Look, look! And our fish shook with fear. Your mother is on her way home, do you hear? Oh, what will she do to us? What will she say? Oh, she will not like it to find us this way. So do something fast, said the fish. Do you hear? I saw her. Your mother is near. Think of something to do. You have to get rid of thing 1 and thing 2. So as fast as I could, I went after my net, and I said, with my net, I can get them, I bet. I can get those things. Yet. Then I let down my net, and it came down with a flop, and I had them at last, those 2 things I had to stop. And I said to the cat, now you do as I say. You pack up those things, and you take them away.
Oh dear,
said the cat.
You did not like our game? Oh dear. What a shame, what a shame, what a shame.
Then he shut up the things in the box with a hook. And the cat went away with a sad kind of look. This is good, said the fish. He has gone away. Yes, but your mother will come. She will find the big mess. And the mess is so big and so deep and so tall, we could not pick it up. There is no way at all. And then, who was back in the house? Why, the cat.
Have no fear of this mess,
said the cat in the hat.
I always pick up all my playthings. And so, I will show you another good trick that I know.
And then we saw him pick up all the things that were down. He picked up the cake, and the rake, and the gown, and the milk, and the strings, and the book, and the dish, and the fan, and the cup, and the ship, and the fish. He put them away. Then he said,
That is that.
And then he was gone, with the tip of his hat. Then our mother came in, and she said to us too, Did you have any fun? Tell me, what did you do? And Sally and I did not know what to say. Should we tell her the things that went on that day? Should we tell her about it? Now, what should we do? Well, what would you do if your mother asked you? In the shadows near the moon so bright stood the cat in the hat on that eerie rainy night. Raindrops fell with a chilling sound as he lingered there, silent and profound. His eyes glowed like orbs in the dark, a mystery enveloped, leaving a mark. With a hat askew and a grin so sly, he whispered secrets that made the bravest man shy. The raindrops danced on the knife so sharp as he plotted and planned there in the dark. Outside the house in the cold, damp air, the cat in the hat left an ominous stare. The wind whispered secrets, tales untold, of the cat and the night, a story to unfold. In the dark and the rain, he stood alone, a chilling presence, his intentions unknown. I don't know when you're going to read this, but I can tell you when it started. I was out for a walk alone in the woods when the entity came for me. It was beyond a blur. It was, for lack of a better term, absence of meaning. Where it hid, there were no trees. Where it crept closer, there was no grass. Through the arc, it leapt at me. There was no breeze of motion. There was no air at all. As it struck, I felt the distinct sensation of claws puncturing me somewhere unseen, somewhere I'd never felt before. My hands and arms and legs and torso seemed fine and I wasn't bleeding, but I knew that I'd been injured somehow. As I fearfully ran back home, I could tell that I was less. I was vaguely tired, and it was hard to focus at times. The solution at that early age was easy. A big cup of coffee helped me feel normal again. And for a while, the subtle drain on my spirit became lost in the ebb and flow of caffeine in my system. You could say that my life began that week, actually, because that was when I met Mar. She and I got along great, though, to be honest, I'm pretty sure I fell in love with her over the phone before we even met. It was almost as if the strong emotions of that first week made the entity fight back. It was still with me, latched on to some invisible part of my being. The first few incidents were minor, and I hardly worried about them. The color of my neighbor's car changed from dark blue to black one morning, and I stared at it before shaking my head and shrugging off the difference. 2 days later at work, a coworker's name changed from Fred to Dan. I carefully asked around, but everyone said that his name had always been Dan. I figured that I must have been mistaken. Then, as ridiculous as this sounds, I was peeing in my bathroom at home when I suddenly found myself on a random street. I was still in my pajamas, pants down and urinating, but now in full view of a dozen people at the bus stop. Horrified, I pulled up my clothes and I ran before someone called the cops. I did manage to get home, but the experience forced me to admit that I was still in danger. The entity was doing something to me, and I didn't understand how to fight back. Mar showed up that evening, but she had her own key. "Hey," I asked her with confusion, "how'd you get a key?" And she just laughed. "You're cute. Are you sure you're okay with this?" She opened a door and entered a room full of boxes. "I know living together is a big step, especially when we've only been dating for 3 months." Living together? I'd literally just met her the week before. The thing was, my mother had always called me a smart cookie for a reason. I knew when to shut my yap. Instead of causing a scene, I told her that everything was fine, and then I went straight to my room and began investigating. My things were just as I left them, with no sign of a 3-month gap in habitation. But I did find something out of the ordinary. The date. I shivered angrily as I processed the truth. The entity had eaten 3 months of my life. What the hell was I facing? What kind of creature could consume pieces of one's soul like that? I'd missed the most exciting part of a new relationship, and I would never understand any shared stories or in-jokes from that period. Something absurdly precious had been taken from me, and I was furious. That fury helped suppress the entity. I never imbibed alcohol. I drank coffee religiously. I checked the date every time I woke up. And for 3 years, I managed to live every day while observing nothing more than minor alterations. A social fact here and there, someone's job, how many kids they had, that sort of thing. The layout of nearby streets and the time that my favorite television show aired. Always those changes reminded me that the creature still had its claws sunk into my spirit. Not once in 3 years that I ever let myself zone out. And one day I grew careless. I let myself get really into the season finale of my favorite show, It was gripping, a fantastic story. And right at the height of the action, a young boy came up to my lounger and shook my arm. Surprised, I asked, "Who are you? How did you get in here?" And he laughed and he smiled brightly. "Silly, Daddy." My heart sank in my chest. I knew immediately what had happened. After a few masked questions, I discovered that he was 2 years old, and that he was in fact my son. The agony and heartbreak filled my chest, and it was nearly unbearable. Not only had I missed the birth of my son, I could never see or know the first years of his life. Mar and I had obviously gotten married and started a family in the time that I'd lost, and I had no idea what joys or pains those years contained. It was snowing outside. Holding my sudden son in my lap, I sat and I watched the flakes fall outside. What kind of life was this going to be if slips in concentration could cost me years? I had to get help. The church, they had no idea what to do. Those priests, they didn't believe me, and they told me that I had a health issue rather than some sort of possession. Doctors didn't have any clue either. Nothing showed up on all of their scans and tests, but they happily took my money in return for nothing. And by the time I ran out of options, I'd decided to tell Mar. There was no way to know what this all looked like from her side. What was I like when I wasn't there? Did I still take our son to school? Did I still have my job? Clearly I did, because she seemed to be none the wiser. But I still had a horrible feeling that something must be missing in her life when I wasn't actually home inside my own head. But the night I set up a nicer dinner in preparation, she arrived, not by unlocking the front door, but by knocking on it. And I answered, and I found that she was in a nice dress. She was happily surprised by the setting on the table. A fancy dinner for a second date? I knew you were sweet on me. Thank the Lord, I knew when to keep my mouth shut. If I'd gone on about being married and having a son, she might have to run for the hills. Instead, I took her coat and I sat down for our second date. Through carefully crafted questions, I managed to deduce the truth. This really was our second date. She saw relief and happiness in me, but interpreted that as dating jitters. I was just excited to realize that the entity wasn't necessarily eating whole portions of my life. The symptoms, that I was beginning to understand them, were more like the consequences of a shattered soul. The creature had wounded me, broken me into pieces. Perhaps I was to live my life out of order, but at least I would actually get to live it. And so it went on for a few years, from my perspective. While minor changes in politics or geography would happen daily, major shifts in my mental location only happened every couple of months. And when I found myself in a new place and time in my life, I shut up and I listened, making sure to get the lay of the land before doing anything to avoid making mistakes. On the furthest flung leap yet, I met my 6-year-old grandson, and I asked him what he wanted to be when he grew up. And he said, "A writer." I told him that was a fine idea. Then I was back in month 2 of my relationship with Mar, and I had the best night with her on the riverfront. And when I say the best, I mean the best. Knowing how special she would become to me, I asked her to move in. I got to live through what I'd missed the first go-around, and I came to understand that I was never mentally absent. I would always be there. Eventually. When we were moving her boxes in, she stopped for a moment and said that she marveled at my great love, as if I'd known her for a lifetime and never once doubted that she was the one. That was the first time that I truly laughed freely and wholeheartedly, since the entity had wounded me. She was right about my love for her, but for exactly the reasons that she'd considered a silly romantic analogy. I had known her my whole life, and I'd come to terms with my situation and found peace with it. It wasn't so bad to have sneak peeks at the best parts ahead. But of course, I wouldn't be writing this if it hadn't gotten much worse. The entity was still with me, It had not wounded me and departed like I'd wanted to believe. The closest that I can describe my growing understanding was that the creature was burrowing deeper into my psyche, fracturing it into smaller pieces. Instead of months between major shifts, I began having only weeks. Once I noticed the trend, I feared my ultimate fate would be to jump between times in my life heartbeat by heartbeat, forever confused and forever lost. Only an instant in each time meant that I would be able to speak with anyone else, never to be able to hold a conversation, and never express or receive love. And as the true depth of that fear came upon me, I sat in an older version of me and watched the snow falling outside. That was the one constant in my life. The weather didn't care who I was or what pains I had to face. Nature was always there. The falling snow was always like a little hook that kept me in a place. The pure emotional peace it brought was like a panacea on my mental wounds. And I'd never yet shifted while watching the pattern of falling white and thinking of the times that I'd gone sledding or built a snow fort as a child. And a teenager touched my arm. "Grandpa?" He'd startled me out of my thoughts, so I was less careful than usual.
Who are you?
He half grinned, as if not sure whether I was joking, handed me a stack of papers, and he said, "It's my first attempt at a novel. Would you like to read it and tell me what you think?"
Ah, of course. Pursuing that dream of being a writer, I see.
He burned bright red. "Trying to, anyway."
All right, run off and I'll read this right now.
The words were blurry, and annoyed, I looked for glasses that I probably had for reading. Being old was terrible, and I wanted to leap back into a younger year, but not before I read his book. I found my glasses in a sweater pocket and began leafing through. Mar puttered in and out of the living room. Still beautiful, but I had to focus. I didn't know how much time that I would have there. It seemed that we had relatives over. Was it Christmas? A pair of adults and a couple of kids I didn't recognize tromped through the hallway. And I saw my son, now adult, walk by with his wife on the way out the door. As a group, the extended family began sledding outside. Finally, I finished reading the story and I called out for my grandson, and he rushed down the stairs and into the living room. "How was it?"
Well, it's terrible,
I told him truthfully.
but it's terrible for all the right reasons. You're still a young man, so your characters behave like young people, but the structure of the story itself is very solid.
And I paused.
I didn't expect it to turn out to be a horror story.
He nodded.
It's a reflection of the times. Expectations for the future are dismal, not hopeful like they used to be.
You're far too young to be aware like that,
I told him. An idea occurred to me.
If you're into horror, do you know anything about strange creatures?
Sure. I read everything I can. I love it.
Warily, I scanned the entrances to the living room. Everyone was busy outside. And for the first time, I opened up to someone in my life about what I was experiencing. In hushed tones, I told him about my fragmented consciousness. And for a teenager, he took it well.
You're serious?
Yes.
He donned the determined look of a grown man accepting a quest.
I'll look into it and see what I can find out. You should start writing down everything that you experience. Build some data. Maybe we can map your psychic wound.
Wow.
Sounds like a plan.
I was surprised. That made sense, and I hadn't expected him to have a serious response.
But how will I get all of the notes in one place?
Let's come up with somewhere for you to leave them,
he said, frowning with thought.
Then I'll get them, and we can trace the path like you're talking about through your life. See if there's a pattern.
And for the first time since the situation had gotten worse, I felt hope again.
How about under the stairs?
Nobody ever goes under there.
Sure. He turned and he left the living room. And I peered after him. I heard him banging around near the stairs. And finally he returned with a box, laid it out on the carpet, and opened it up to reveal a bursting stack of papers. And he exclaimed, "Holy crap!" But of course, being a teenager, he didn't really say crap. Taken aback, I blinked rapidly, forgiving his cussing because of the shock.
Did I write those?
He looked up at me in wonder.
Yeah. Or you will. You still have to write them and put them under the stairs after this.
He gazed back down at the papers, then covered the box.
So you probably shouldn't see what they say. That could get weird.
That much I understood.
Right.
He gulped.
There are like 50 boxes under there, all filled up like this. Deciphering these will take a very long time.
His tone dropped to deadly serious.
But I'll save you, Grandpa, because I don't think anyone else can.
Tears flowed down my cheeks then, and I couldn't help but sob once or twice. I hadn't realized how lonely I'd become in my shifting prison of awareness until I finally had someone who understood.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And then I was young again, and at work on a random Tuesday. Once the sadness and relief faded, anger and determination replaced them. After I finished my work, I grabbed some paper and I began writing. And while the weeks shifted around me, while those weeks became days and then hours, I wrote every single spare moment about when and where I thought I was. I put them under the stairs out of order. My first box was actually the 13th. My last box was the first. Once I had over 50 boxes written from my perspective, and once my shifting became a matter of minutes. I knew that it was up to my grandson to take it from there. I put my head down and I stopped looking. I couldn't stand the river of changing awareness any longer. Names and places and dates and jobs and colors and people were all wrong and different. I'd never been older. I sat watching the snow fall. A man of at least 30 that I vaguely recognized entered the room.
Come on. I think I finally figured it out.
I was so frail that moving was painful.
Are you him? Are you my grandson?
Yes. He took me to a room filled with strange equipment and sat me in a rubber chair facing a large mirror twice the height of a man.
The pattern finally revealed itself.
How long have you been working on this?
I asked him, aghast.
Tell me you didn't miss your life like I've been missing mine.
His expression was both stone cold and furiously resolute.
It'll be worth it.
He brought 2 thin metal rods close to my arm and then nodded at the mirror.
Look, this shock is carefully calibrated.
The electric zap from his device was starting but not painful. And in the mirror I saw a rapid arcing light silhouette appear above my head and shoulder. The electricity moved through the creature like a wave, briefly revealing the terrible nature of what was happening to me. A bulging leech-like mouth was wrapped around the back of my head, coming down to my eyebrows and touching each ear. And its slug-like body ran over my shoulder and into my very soul. It was a parasite, and it was feeding on me. My now adult grandson held my hand as I took in the horror, and after a moment he asked,
Removing it is going to hurt very badly. Are you sure you're up for this?
Fearful, I asked.
Is Mar here?
And his face softened. No, not for a few years now. I could tell from his reaction what had happened, but I didn't want it to be true.
How?
We have this conversation a lot, he responded. Are you sure you want to know? It never makes you feel better. Tears brimmed in my eyes.
then I don't care if it hurts or if I die. I don't want to stay in a time where she's not alive.
He made a sympathetic noise of understanding and then returned to his machines to hook several wires, diodes, and other bits of technology to my limbs and forehead. While he did so, he talked. I've worked for 2 decades to figure this out, and I've had a ton of help from other researchers of the occult. This parasite doesn't technically exist in our plane. It is a lesser spawn, and it feeds on the plexus of mind, soul, and quantum consciousness or reality. When details like names and colors and objects changed, you weren't going crazy. The web of your existence was merely losing strands as the creature ate its way through you. I didn't fully understand. I looked up in confusion as he placed a circlet of electronics like a crown on my head, in the exact line with where the parasite's mouth had ringed me.
What is this being?
He paused his work and grew pale. I forgot that you wouldn't know. You're lucky, believe me. And after a deep breath, he began moving again and placed his fingers near a few switches. Ready? This is carefully tuned to make your nervous system extremely unappetizing to the parasite, but it's basically electroshock therapy. I could still see Mars smile. Even though she was dead, I'd just been with her moments ago.
Do it!
The click of a switch echoed in my ears, and I almost laughed at how mild the electricity was. It didn't feel like anything, at least at first. Then I saw the mirror shaking and my body within the image convulsing. Oh, no. It did hurt. Nothing had ever been more painful. It was just so excruciating that my mind hadn't been able to immediately process it. And as my vision shook and fire burned in every nerve in my body, I could see the reflected, trembling, light silhouette of the parasite on my head as it writhed in agony equal to mine. It had claws, 6 clawed, lizard-like limbs under its leech-like body, and it cut into me in an attempt to stay latched on. The electricity made my memories flare. Mar's smile was foremost. Light brightly in front of a warm fire as the snow fell past the window behind her. And the edges of that memory began lighting up. And I realized that my life was one continuous stretch of experience. It was only the awareness of that had been fragmented by the fasting evil on my back. I'd never managed to be there for the birth of my son. I jumped around in 12 times, but never actually lived it. And for the first time, I got to hold Mar's hand and be there for her. No! That moment had shifted seamlessly into holding her hand as she lay in the hospital bed for a very different reason. Not this. Oh God, why? It was so merciless to make me remember this. I broke down in tears as nurses rushed into the room. I didn't want to know. I didn't want to experience it. I had seen all of the good parts, but I hadn't watched the worst part, the inevitable end that all one day would face. It wasn't worth it. It was tainted. All that joy was given back 10,000-fold as pain. The fire in my body and my brain surged to sheer white torture, and I screamed. My scream faded into a surprised shout as the machines and electricity and chair faded away. Snow was no longer falling around my life, and I was out in the woods on a bright summer day. Oh God. I turned to see the creature approaching me. It was the same absence of meaning, the same blank on reality. It crept forward just like before, but this time it hissed and turned away. And I stood, astounded at being young again and freed from the parasite. My grandson had actually done it. He'd made me an unappetizing meal. So the predator of mind and soul had moved on in search of a different snack. I returned home in a daze. And while I was sitting there processing all that had happened, the phone rang, and I looked up in awe and sadness. I knew who it was. It was Marjorie, calling for the first time for some trivial reason she'd admit 30 years later was made up just to talk to me. But all I could see was her lying in the hospital bed, dying. It was going to end in unspeakable pain and loneliness. I would become an old man, left to sit by myself in an empty house. His soulmate gone long before him. And at the end of it all, the only thing that I would have left was sitting and watching the falling snow. But now, thanks to my grandson, I would also have my memories. It would be a wild ride, no matter how it ended. And on a sudden impulse, I picked up the phone. With a smile, I asked, "Hey, who's this?" Even though I already knew. Her name was Emma. And that's what everyone called her anyway. Sometimes they would call her Em, and sometimes someone would slip up and call her Emily. She was part of our group of girlfriends growing up in our large town. Not quite big enough to be a city, but big enough that there was still privacy between neighbors. We called ourselves the Unbreakable Six, because I, Summer, Mel, Nina, and Jules were there. And there was Emma. Emma started off as a practical joke by the other girls in the 4th grade. It was possibly Jules that started it. And she was always playing pranks on people. In high school, she even got suspended once for going too far, and had to babysit for hours to buy the girl a new cell phone. Or maybe it was Summer, who always seemed too busy with music and band to think of such an elaborate prank. Then again, maybe it was Mel or Nina, who were best friends and could have lived without us, always conspiring together like they were twin sisters. Either way, I bought my lunch, cold-cut sandwich and carrot sticks and a pint of orange juice. I couldn't stand milk. It would account for how short I ended up being. And walked over to our lunch table. Jules looked excited, waving me over to them. "Lot, look!" I wasn't sure that I was supposed to be looking. "This is Emma. She moved here from Los Angeles." We lived far inland and into the boonies. Los Angeles was glitzy and glamorous and chic compared to the flat houses and half-rate high school football that was our only real source of entertainment in the area. What? "Los Angeles, dummy," Jules said, rolling her eyes. "She's not in our class. She's in Miss Lark's, but she's in the same grade as us. Isn't that so cool?" I still wasn't sure where I was supposed to be looking. I sat down with my tray, uneasily, wondering what I was supposed to see. Who? Summer jabbed me in the side. "You're being rude," she hissed quietly. Summer was all about rules and manners. "Say hi to Emma." I looked around our table, from Jules to Mel to Nina to Summer, and then back to Jules, who was waiting impatiently. I don't know. I was weak. I wanted to fit in. I didn't get it. "Hi, Emma." They seemed to breathe a collective sigh of relief, like I was making everything awkward. "Charlotte's weird sometimes, but her brother has a Nintendo, and he lets us play sometimes." They kept on talking, chatting about whatever 4th grade girls chat about, and I ignored it. If they wanted to play that prank, then that was fine. I wasn't going to buy into it. I was always a precocious child, and I knew that they were just looking for a reaction. That's how Emma became a normal part of our lives. It was crazy. We would buy her birthday presents, and they'd disappear like they were taken. I wondered how many candle-making kits and Mon-Cala games Jules had piling up in her closet after all these birthdays. One year, Nell even got Emma a really nice necklace. Then that disappeared too. We went back to her house, and I asked Nina about it when I was sure that Emma wasn't there. She gave me this scandalized look. "Lot, don't be rude. Emma's family doesn't have that much money. She's embarrassed to let us come over. She told Mel that, who told me, and it makes so much sense. I mean, what she wears all the time, we still love her. We'll always love her. She's one of us. But don't rub in the fact that we can't go over to her house. That's mean." after I was scolded so wholeheartedly by Nina. I didn't ask again. They were covering their bases really well, and by 7th grade, I had to accept that they were taking this prank all the way. It was weirdly comforting in a way. There was this silent friend that I never saw, but she was always around. We would leave seats open for her, and when we did the buddy system, someone always had Emma walk into the bathroom by herself. When we decided that we wanted to be lame and come up with a name for our group of friends, we decided on the Unbreakable Six, even though there were really only 5 of us. I was curious in sophomore year of high school when we were having a sleepover. Summer was at band practice late and Emma couldn't make it. She had to work on her science project, according to Mel. So I asked Jules, the likely mastermind behind it all, if you were going to write a story about Emma, like her biology, how would you describe her, down to every detail? Jules loved stuff like that. She wanted to be a writer someday. Well, she's taller than you, which isn't hard. I threw a pillow at her and she dodged it deftly. She's medium build. Jules dropped her voice to a whisper. Even though she gained a little weight recently, we're not gonna tell her, and she's beautiful. And she has green eyes and brown hair. God, all those freckles. She hates getting her picture taken. She's nice but quiet, and she dances really beautifully. I mean, you've seen her, right? Of course, that time a few months ago when we turned on some music and danced around together to practice dancing at homecoming, so that way we didn't look weird or do it wrong. We stopped for a while, and oohed and awed at an empty space for a while. I didn't ask more questions. I knew that they would keep up the charade for as long as they could manage. It was in our senior year of high school that it happened. I don't know why it set me off. Not really. It was something little, something stupid. We were hanging out in Nina's pool, even though it was too cold to swim. Teeth chattering and goosebumps rising on our skin. We were waiting for the jacuzzi to heat up and jump in. The cold sunlight cast a long shadow, and the wine coolers we snuck earlier were making the shadow seem menacing. It was annoying for me for reasons that I can't place. Look at Emma, Lot, Jules called. She wolf whistled and hooted over the top like Jules always is. Hot mama, look at that booty! I didn't know where to look, just like always. Like for the past 9 years of my life, I didn't know where to look. Since the 4th grade at our lunch table, dancing in Summer's living room, homecoming, football games, at the park, in class, anywhere, I didn't know where to look. Because Emma wasn't there. And that's when I snapped. Fuck Emma, I screamed. And fuck all of you. Have you been waiting for this? The moment that I completely lose my fucking mind? Well, here it is. I waved my arms around, manic and furious. Emma isn't real. Emma isn't fucking real. I looked at their confused faces. Oh, you're just gonna keep this up. I fucking hate you guys. You've always done this, made me the butt of your stupid fucking pranks for almost 10 years. 10 years! I slipped a little on the wet concrete, but regained my balance. Fuck you! I hate you so much! Tears welled in my eyes. Years and years of pent-up frustration finally spilling over. Emma was some stupid fucking prank that got out of hand, and I can't even believe that none of you even had the balls to tell me that it was just a stupid fucking prank. No, I had to keep on going, and you had to keep laughing behind my back. It's not fair. Summer was furious. Lot, don't fucking be this way. Emma's right there, and you're being a bitch. Why are you doing this? Are you mad? Mel spoke up in a tiny voice. Lot, you look hot too. I mean, you look good in your bathing suit too. Yeah, but don't take your anger out on Emma. God, Nina said, rolling her eyes. Nina walked over to the side of the pool and reached out a hand, like she was rubbing someone's back. It's okay, Emma. Lot's just under a lot of stress right now, figuring out where she wants to go for college. Oh, shut up! I yelled miserably. Stop it! Stop it! Just stop it! Emma isn't real. She's not there.
How could you guys do this to me?
They were really invested in this prank. I wondered what the end game was, when they were going to start laughing, when they were going to jump up and say, "Gotcha." I had enough of this. If they wanted to play charades, then let's play charades. The next part was a blur. I don't remember it, not even now. But I walked over to where Emma was and kicked at the air. I heard a scream and slipped on the slick, wet concrete, and then hit my head. And there was blood everywhere. There was so much screaming, but I kept on kicking and punching and fighting until I blacked out completely. I came to a day later in the hospital. My parents were there, and so were my friends. They were pale and tired and miserable looking, my heart panging. I must have really scared them. When my parents left, Jules approached me. She took my hand. She began crying. The others started crying too.
I'm sorry, Lon.
She wept.
I'm really sorry.
It was almost frightening, looking at the way that my friends were. They were beside themselves in the privacy of the hospital. And I started crying too. I wasn't sure why, but I started stammering apologies too, like if we all said sorry, things would just go back to the way that they did.
I'm sorry,
I cried. Summer was the only one who didn't look like she forgave me completely. She looked at me, her eyes red and her cheeks pink, as well as a wobbly chin, and said,
"Are you?"
I didn't have to answer. The nurse came in to change the bandages on my head. For the rest of the year, no one mentioned Emma. Emma only belonged to our tight-knit group of friends, so there was no mention of Emma. One time, a cop came to the principal's office, and Mel and Nina were quick to drag us away. After the accident, I withdrew from everyone. I didn't talk to anyone. I didn't go to Summer's recital. I didn't go to Mel's birthday party, and I didn't do anything. I didn't go to prom. Just stared at the ceiling, wondering what had happened. Emma was in most of my life, and now she felt like a ghost. I graduated high school and left immediately to go to the university far away in Southern California, where the weather was always perfect and the beach was a 5-minute walk away. And so I started to recover. I realized that I was depressed after what had happened, understanding that my best friends chose a punchline over me. Unbreakable 6. Yeah, right. I got good grades, volunteered at an animal shelter, and found a boyfriend. He was so nice to me, even when I got quiet when he asked about high school. He never pushed, just held me when I had bad days and made me pancakes. It was 4 years later, when I was about to finish up college, when I ran into an old classmate from high school. Her name was Annie. She hung out with a different crowd than me and my friends. Most people did. The 6, or the 5 of us were a clique of our own, separated from everyone else. I ran into her at our apartment complex, and it turns out that she was living there the whole time, and we didn't know. I wasn't necessarily friends with her, but overreacted the way that you do when you see someone that you haven't seen in a long time.
It's been forever. Oh my God.
I went to her apartment for coffee and saw that she was packing up her things. Moving back home for a while until I find a job. Yuck. I saw a thick book on the sofa.
Oh yeah, that's our senior yearbook. I was flipping through it when I found it in my bookshelf.
I didn't bother getting a yearbook. I didn't have friends at the end of high school. But I was curious to see what I looked like back then. If I had gained or lost weight. If my skin had gotten any better. I opened up to the first page and was instantly confused. For Emma, I read aloud from the first page. It was a dedication. My mind racing. Was there someone named Emma in our year?
Yeah, it's really sad what happened to her,
Annie said, handing me a mug of hot coffee. I flipped through the yearbook, looking for a trace of Emma, And then I found it. My heart stopped, mouth going dry. My hand shook as I held the yearbook, looking at the photograph. It was a picture of the Unbreakable Six. We stood with our arms slung around our hips and shoulders, sticking close together for the photograph. There was Summer at the end, and then me, and then Jules, then Mel, then Nina, and then... I had never seen this girl before in my life. Never. But there she was. I can't even remember her getting this picture taken. She was right there at the end. Green eyes, brown hair, muffin top. Shy smile, threadbare shirt, ripped jeans, looking straight at the camera like the rest of us. She looked as normal as can be. Just another teenage girl. Annie looked over my shoulder. Oh, there you all are. What did you call yourselves again? What happened to her? I couldn't even touch her photograph. Just let my shaking finger hover over her face. And Annie fell quiet. Well, I guess you might not really remember that well, but after your head injury anyway, you just kind of faded away from everything. Stopped doing much at all. But, Emma, she kind of sort of disappeared too. Out of nowhere, the cops came by once to ask questions, but her parents were both poor and junkies, so no one really cared. Just another girl that disappeared, I guess. I left Annie and went back to my apartment, the one that I shared with my boyfriend. He took one look at my face and started boiling some water for tea, grabbing a blanket to throw over my shoulders. I pulled away from him, locked myself in my room, and stared at the ceiling. I was 18 again, lost and confused. The girl's green eyes haunted me. Emma's eyes haunted me. I went on Facebook and I found my old photos, my best friends, and I told them, please meet me back at home. It's important. I returned back to our big town, little city, went to the newest Starbucks and waited. They trickled in, one by one. Jules, small-time blogger who works in an Italian restaurant until she made it big. Summer, brown and freckled from band camp, coaching kids for their field shows. Nina, the hot librarian at their old high school. Mel, her belly swollen with her second child, wedding ring secured to her left hand by her high school sweetheart. My friends were not the same, and neither was I. I cut to the chase. I couldn't spare a moment for small talk. What happened to Emma? They exchanged uneasy glances. They knew that this was coming. Nothing, Jules said with finality. Emma wasn't real. She was just a trick, Nina said softly. She was a prank. I figured that they might pull this shit. I reached into my bag and I slammed the yearbook down on the table, making our drinks rattle and one fall over, spilling tea onto the ground. No one moved to try to pick it up. They stared at the yearbook instead. Emma was real, I finally whispered. Emma was real. What happened to her? Nothing. Cut the crap, Jules, Summer snapped, and she turned to me. Lot, you killed Emma that day by the pool. You went nuts, and you kicked her, and you kept kicking her when you slipped and fucked up your head. And you bashed your head, and she fell into the pool, and it was too late to save her, and we had to worry about you, and Summer! Jules shrieked, swatting her in the arm. I was silent, absorbing what Summer said. Mel spoke up in a tiny voice. Lot, we weren't going to let you go to jail. I looked up at my friends, tears running down my cheeks. Why? Nina reached across the table and took my hand, and she squeezed it hard. Because we're the Unbreakable Six. We don't break because one went crazy and another's dead. I excused myself to the bathroom and wept for what seemed like hours. It couldn't have been that long, but there were angry knocks on the door from other patrons who needed the restroom. And I sat there on the dirty floor, sobbing until I cried everything out. I came out where my friends, my best friends, were still waiting. I sat down in my seat and faced them,
I want to turn myself in. There was an outcry of different responses. Summer seeming willing, ready to have me turn myself into the police. Jules yelling about them all getting into trouble. Mel starting to cry. You don't have to, Nina said. You don't have to. We got rid of all of the evidence. We buried her far away where no one could find her. I want to turn myself in, I repeated firmly. I killed her. I'll tell the cops that it was just me, that I buried her. Tell me where she is so that way I can tell them where I put her. None of you will get into trouble. It wasn't your fault. I thought that I finished crying. I thought that I had nothing left. But I choked out what I wanted to say for so long. I never saw her. They looked at me expectantly. I never saw her. Not even once. I thought that this was just some big prank that you guys were pulling on me. I didn't want you to laugh at me. The girl in the yearbook, I've never seen her before. I just played along. Nina nodded. I thought that it was weird that you were always so cold to her. Like you didn't even acknowledge her. She really liked you, Mel said. She thought that you were so smart and that you were going to go into the world and do amazing things. She would always talk about that. I felt as though my heart would burst. I swear I never saw her. Something must be wrong with me, but I never saw her or heard her. Show me where you buried her. We got into Summer's car and drove out far. Into a park, into a different city. The park was huge and overgrown. Like no one had been there to take care of it in a very long, long time. I got out of the car, and left behind by a worker long ago was a rusty shovel. And I took it with me. Jules led the way, deep into the park, deep through the trees until we came to a small clearing. The dirt wasn't fresh. There were no markers or indicators, but the way that my friends' faces paled at the sight. I knew that this was it. Emma was there, under our feet. I gotta see her, I whispered, and I dug the shovel into the ground. I gotta see her. Mel didn't want to see anything, so she and Nina left back to the car. Jules and Summer found different tools, a hoe and a rake, and we started digging. Blisters rose and popped on my hands from the old shovel, but I kept digging as beads of sweat rolled down my neck and my back. The three of us worked together in silence, digging up our best friend. And suddenly Summer jumped back in disgust, throwing her hoe aside. And Jules did the same, stepping out of the hole. And we looked down. Summer gagged, covered her mouth and nose, and Jules shook her head at the sight. I laughed and laughed and laughed, tears streaming down my face, laughing until it hurt. As I looked down into an empty grave.
I don't remember the first time that I heard the tapping. As far as I know, it's been there all my life. Ever since I was a little kid, I've been stirred awake a couple of times a month. Still hazy with sleep and delirious with dreams to an almost imperceptible sound. Quiet. So quiet that I can almost convince myself that it's imaginary. Tiny clicks that never fail to stir me from my sleep and keep me lying awake and listening. It's terrifying to me. When I was younger, young enough to see monsters in the shadows and demons in the dark, I'd lie completely still in my bed, paralyzed by what I was certain signaled my imminent death. I don't know exactly what I thought was coming for me, but I was afraid. I guess I was smarter back then. But I'm getting ahead of myself. I heard the tapping, the tiny clicks, and it frightened me.
But like most childhood terrors, my fear went largely unnoticed and ignored. Oh, sure, the first few times I screamed loud enough to wake my parents in the dead of night, and I did get some sympathy. And to be honest, I think my mother and father were confused as to why it was tapping and not monsters under the bed that seemed to scare me so much. Eventually, though, the patient searches of my room in the dead of night became a little less patient and a lot more exasperated, and I realized that my pleas for assistance were unwelcome. Didn't matter really. Whenever my parents were in the room, the tapping stopped, vanished completely. I could hardly blame them for their disbelief. But it always came back. Louder, too, on the nights that I went for help. Not angry, not exactly, just louder, incessant. Another reason I stopped asking for help, I guess. No need to make things worse. It wasn't long until I stopped calling for my parents that I thought to identify the sound. I don't know why it never occurred to me. I suppose we will have a way of dividing the logic of the day and the insanity of the night that it makes it hard to reason about that which goes bump in the night. But one Saturday afternoon it occurred to me that a noise produced in my bedroom would probably be composed of something that was in my bedroom. I tried it all. Clicked pens, rustled papers. It was almost evening when I finally found the sound. It was unmistakable. The sound of my own nails tapping on my closet door. And this chilled me. Of course it did. But what was I going to do? There was no monster in my closet. I took to checking religiously every night before turning in, and it didn't seem to have any effect on the tapping. There was no possible way for that sound to exist. So I got used to it. I know it sounds insane, but like I said, there wasn't much else that I could do. Besides, it wasn't like anything actually happened. The tapping only woke me up a couple of times a month, and even then I was usually able to fall asleep again after a couple of hours. It was, well, normal. Routine. And routine overrides almost every other base instinct, I think. I don't think I ever thought about it consciously, but I expected the noise to go away when I moved out to college. I must have expected it because when I was awoken by the familiar click or the nails on wood my first week in the dorms, I was shocked. I think I always just assumed that the noise was confined to my childhood bedroom, a strange quirk to be left behind as I entered my new life as an adult. I was alone in my dorm room. I opted to pay a small amount extra in exchange for a private room at the end of the hall. I know what people say about the roommate experience being an essential part of college, but I never liked the idea of sharing a bedroom, and I just couldn't stomach the thought of my roommate being someone messy or loud or otherwise inconvenient. But I digress. I was alone. I remember the familiar confusion, the desperate gasping awake and grasping for the threads of dream space, the pitch darkness and the racing thoughts, the peeling of aborted dream film from the inside of my eyes, slowly remembering where I was, grounded by the feeling of my bed and the sound that I had grown to know so well. Like I said, I was shocked. Even before, when I was a kid, I had never heard the tapping when I wasn't in my bedroom. Anytime my family had taken a vacation or I stayed over at the house of a friend, the tapping was absent. But now, here I was 1,000 miles from my childhood home and everything in it. Everything except, it seemed, the tapping. In hindsight, I probably should have known that there was something wrong. I mean, looking back, it seems so obvious. A strange sound from the closet plaguing me well into adulthood. That's a cause for concern. For psychiatric help even. But I just got used to it, I guess. I mean, I still thought it was odd, of course.
And on the couple of nights every month where I woke to the sound, I always lay awake thinking that I should do something about it. Never did I get too specific in my head about what I was to do. But for the most part, I was busy. I joined clubs, I went to classes, I indulged in some serious bouts of drinking and drug use that were certainly ill-advised. I had a typical freshman experience. It was September when the idea came to me. It struck me all at once, and once it occurred to me, I was embarrassed that I hadn't thought of it before. God, it was so obvious. See, we were watching a documentary in class. Some kind of anteater thing. Lives in the rainforest. Anyways, this anteater was nocturnal, so the scientists studying its diet had to set up special cameras to catch it during feeding times. Night vision cameras. Night vision is actually quite strange when you think about it. It's incredible, really. The inky, empty darkness can be so completely transformed into a picture. The picture is dark and distorted sometimes, sure, but it's infinitely clearer than the void it replicates. Eyes are so bright in night vision. Luminous and queer, flashing across the screen like shooting stars or torches. The anteater had bright eyes. There are nights when I dream of it. Those eyes and those claws. Claws tearing savagely at the ground. In my dreams, though, the ground is different. No longer the packed earth of the rainforest floor, no. In my dreams, it's wet. It's sticky. It glistens in the unnatural shade of green, and the only thought that I have before I awake is that it looks almost like meat. But I digress. The video of the anteater lodged itself in my brain, and now that I had the idea, I wasn't about to let it go. Night vision was a convenient solution to all my problems, a simple way for me to assure myself that the tapping was just a figment of my imagination once and for all. So I bought the camera. The tech store didn't present any real issues. I paid an exorbitant amount for the first camera thrust into my hands and opted for the extra memory cartridge so that I could store a full 8 to 12 hours of footage. I wanted to make sure that I did not miss a thing. Setting it up in my dorm took a little bit of creativity, and by the time that I was done, I was pretty sure that I had lost my security deposit, but I figured it would be worth it if I could finally put my mind to rest. I didn't wake up that night. Even so, I spent the following morning reviewing the footage and looking for anything that was off. And there was nothing. Just my sleeping form in the darkness, shifting every once in a while and finally coming to rise long after the sun was high. The next few days were the same. Nothing. I was starting to get discouraged. It was possible that this would be like it was when my parents came in. When something else was watching, the tapping just couldn't appear. I needn't have worried. It was late October when it finally happened. I spent the evening cramming for some midterm, then performing my now normal bedtime routine. I set the camera up, turned it on, and began recording. I didn't feel anything different that night as I drifted off to sleep, which seems wrong. I've always had the assumption in the back of my mind, I suppose, that a part of you knows right before something bad happens. Call it ESP, call it subconscious, but there's a part of you that can smell the shit in the air right before it hits the fan. I don't think that way anymore. There was nothing different about that night. Nothing that set it apart from every other night that month where I slept peacefully through till the morning. I don't know exactly what time I awoke. It must have just been past 3 in the morning. And that's when the noise always started at home. But I couldn't see any reason why that night should have been anything else. I heard the tapping. Quiet, almost unnoticeable, but unmistakable. The same sound that I'd been hearing for years. I looked in the direction of my closet door. So late at night that I wouldn't have been able to make out my hand if it was right in front of my face, let alone the closet across my room, but still I stared. My heart pounding through in fear or excitement, and I can't quite say now.
I remember thinking to myself, this is it. Tomorrow you'll know. And all this time, I still hadn't decided what it was that I would know after looking through that footage. Would I know that there was nothing in the dark? That I needed counseling? Perhaps I hoped that when I could finally see my empty room, the tapping would go away once and for all. I don't remember falling back asleep. But I must have, because the next thing that I recall is waking up to my incredibly abrasive phone alarm in the cool fog of an October morning. I was out of my bed instantly. I didn't even take the time to get dressed before grabbing the camera and plugging it into my computer. I started to scan through the footage, speeding up the runtime until my gentle turns into sleep looked like frantic writhing upon my bed. I watched the timestamp, and sure enough, at just after 3 o'clock in the morning, I saw motion, and I pushed play. At first, I thought that I had imagined it, thought that my eyes had played a trick on me at the speed of the film. But as I watched it, I saw it. The closet door, which I had closed firmly before going to bed and which I confirmed with a glance was latched shut now, was open. Not all the way, but enough that I could see a sliver of black in between the pale wood. Slowly, so slowly, the crack widened. I couldn't see into the closet. It was far too dark. But I watched in rapt attention the door swinging outward. It stopped after it had opened about a quarter of the way. And I sat for a moment, waiting. And nothing happened. I started to justify to myself, well, that's weird, but this room is drafty and the cabinet is old. I hadn't even begun to try and factor the tapping into my brain, new theory, when my eyes were once again drawn to motion in the corner of the screen. When I saw there was a hand. Now, I need you to understand that I don't mean a hand like you would think of it. It was hand-like. Close enough the familiar shape that when I was searching for what to call it, hand was the first thing that came to my head. But it wasn't a real hand. Not like a person would have. It was pale and long. The fingers, if you could call them that, they stretched half the length of the closet door. They were wrong, though, off. It took me a second to realize that there were no bulges at all where the knuckles should have been. Instead, were 5 smooth appendages branching from a completely smooth square of a palm. Then there were nails. I didn't see them at first because, unlike the shining brightness of the hand, the nails were completely black. I was disgusted when I finally made them out. Easily as long as the fingers and warped so that they were curved down in a sinister arc. And they began to tap. The night vision camera didn't capture audio, but I didn't need it. I already knew what sound those wicked nails made. It was the same sound that I heard as a child, lying awake in my bed and thinking of the boogeyman. It was the sound that I heard after a long night of drinking, stirring me to a kind of half-consciousness in the middle of the night and leaving me with nightmares and confusion. It was the sound that I heard the night before, as I lie in my bed unaware of the thing inside my closet. I jumped at a flash of light on the screen, my own eyes, and I found opening in the darkness. I stared at myself waking up. It's weird, watching yourself come out of a sleep. It's not something that you think about, but I'd bet very few people have ever actually seen what they look like when they're shaking off the vestiges of a dream. Or a nightmare. I looked on as my past self blinked a couple of times, and then turned his head to look at the closet door. I was staring directly at the hand, watching it back. I can't believe that I didn't know that it was there. My eyes were locked on what seemed to be the exact center of mass, and I just blinked slowly at the darkness. The fingers on the closet door ceased tapping for a pregnant moment, then separated, and came together twice. My stomach sank when I realized this was a mockery of a wave. The fingers returned to tapping, and once again unbothered by my still body. The figure attached to the hand, though, did respond to my silent watch. From deep in the closet, something moved. I don't know how it was moving, because even with the night vision, I couldn't see inside the closet, but I just knew. There was something inside shifting. And when I finally saw it, it didn't move like any person or animal that I have ever seen. It didn't even move, really, just... It kind of skipped. It was like watching an old tape on a broken VCR, flickering back and forth between frames and never looking quite natural. It emerged. Like the hand, it was long and pale. Spindly legs dropped from the cabinet to the floor, though there didn't seem to be any feet, and the figure never seemed to touch the ground. The legs were so thin, it didn't seem possible for them to hold up that kind of weight, and they, like the hands, were completely smooth. No knees, no ankles, nothing but thin white legs stretching into darkness. There were no hips to differentiate the legs from the torso, but the body was long too. The thing was so thin that I should have been able to see its ribs protruding from its body, but instead the chest seemed almost concave, as though there was a massive cavity just above where its stomach should have been. The shoulders tapered into a neck, stretching tall, far taller than anyone that I'd ever met. The thing must have stood about 8 feet tall when it finally stood at full height. There was no way that it should have been able to fit in my tiny dorm room closet, but then there was no way that any of this was possible at all. And then there was the face. The head was huge, jarring, unlike the rest of the body. It was all sharp angles. I could make out every feature, and each was distinct, but they were all just the slightest bit off. The cheekbones were too low, the jaw was too long, there was no nose or ears as far as I could tell, but I must have just missed them because when it opened its mouth, I couldn't look away. When it opened its mouth, I could see rows upon rows of teeth descending down its throat like some kind of demented staircase. I didn't want to look at its eyes. I felt a kind of sickness overtake me every time I tried to force myself to look above the shark's mouth, so overpowering that I had to force down nausea. And when I finally tore myself away and looked, I froze. There were no eyes. None where there should have been. Instead, there were twin chasms, voids taking up at least half of the face. They were pitch black and endless. And when I looked into those eyes, I knew in my heart that I was damned. I don't know how else to put it. It was like all at once this vice of despair had me in its grasp, a weighted blanket thrown onto a person drowning in the sea. Up until this point, the creature had been staring at my blinking form still lying in the darkness. Now it turned its head to face the camera in the corner of the room. I know I said that it had no eyes, and that is true. But I need you to understand that it was looking at me. Not the camera me. The me that was watching the video. It opened its mouth, and its body did a kind of spasm, sort of like when a dog jumps back after you accidentally kick it. I could have sworn that it was laughing at me. I don't know why the laughter is what finally snapped me out of whatever trance that I had been. But I threw the camera away from me at full force, and it shattered instantly, and my room was showered in a storm of plastic and metal and glass. I didn't even notice that my feet were cut and bloody, or that I was still in my pajamas before I got to my friend's room and asked to stay there. He was kind enough to agree. I guess it would have been a hard case to turn away, cut up, sobbing, and raving about a monster in the closet. My friend Tyler made it very clear that He considered this a kind of nervous break, maybe brought about by the coming midterms. I met him with far more hostility than was probably due, given the circumstances, and quickly realized that regardless of what I now knew to be true, my story would be hard to sell to everyone else who didn't see the actual monster living in my closet. His own roommate, who had gone home for the latter half of the semester due to unprecedented stress, had left him with a double room to himself, a fact that worked out exceedingly well for me. I don't know exactly what my long-term plan was, but for the time being, I figured that the best thing to do would be to stay around others. After all, the tapping never came around when other people were in the room with me. So maybe that meant that the creature wouldn't be able to come out. I wasn't sure, but I knew that I wouldn't be able to stomach going back to my dorm room. And late at night, I would think about that room. I knew that I had left the shattered remains of the camera on the floor, and all I could imagine was the creature scrabbling its way out of the closet and finding me missing from my bed, wondering where I was, and searching. A few nights into my extended stay with Tyler, I woke to the unfamiliar. Not the typical distortion of waking up in a room that was not my own, but a feeling deep inside that something was wrong. It took me a moment to fully shake myself from sleep, but when I did, I realized that I was out of my bed, standing in the center of the room. I had never slept walk before, even as a child, so this was distressing to say the least. And when I brought it up to Tyler the next day, he once again attributed the odd happenings in my life to stress. I wasn't so sure. I was even less sure when the same thing happened 2 days later, and then the day after that. Each night I would awake just after 3 o'clock in the morning, standing in the dead center of the room. I always woke up hard, with a start and a shake, and I always was incredibly cold. Even more concerning, I always woke up facing my closet. Paranoid, I started marking the place that I woke each night, and much to my sinking dismay, I found that, indeed, every night I was roughly one step closer to the dreaded closet. Half jokingly, I asked my friend Tyler to tie me to the bed, which seemed to be his breaking point. And I can't really blame him. I don't know what I would do if I felt that my friend had gone off the deep end. Regardless, he told me that he was sorry, but that he didn't feel like he could have me stay with him anymore. He told me that he hoped that I found help, but that he just couldn't do this anymore. And I left, almost numb. I wasn't angry. I wouldn't believe me either, I don't think. I checked myself into a motel, and that night, before I went to bed, I tied my hand to the headboard in a knot from my days in Scouts, complicated enough that my sleeping body wouldn't just be able to tug myself free. I wish I could say that I was surprised when I woke up that night at just past 3 in the morning, the ropes slashed to pieces on my bed, and my own feet resting less than a foot away from the motel closet. I haven't left the motel. I can't bring myself to. If you find this, please know that I did everything that I could. I am not crazy. I am terrified. I can't imagine what that creature wants with me, but I know that it cannot be good. I will try to stay awake now. Try to stay away. Even now, even in the waking world, I can't deny that I'm pulled towards the dark abyss. And part of me knows that I am not strong enough to fight. Wants to go to those doors, open them, and curl up inside. And maybe I will. Maybe I'll have to give in to that urge and just wait there, never sleeping and always watching, so that the monster cannot consume my soul. All I have to do is keep myself from falling asleep.
The only sound that can keep me awake are my fingernails tapping wood. With the leaves finally falling, I decided to write down what happened last autumn. I know my family has demanded answers all year, and most people have created a distance when I refuse to give them. What I saw would simply not be believed. I risked them locking me up for my own good if they knew the truth. I needed to be free, to prepare for this year. I refused to give up on the hope my son is still out there. And I hope this provides some warning to others. 2 years ago, my wife left for no reason that I could understand. She was just gone then one day, leaving our son behind. As kids do, he blamed himself. He was just 5. How could he ever accept that he'd never see her again? We pushed through in the best way that we could, and after a year, he finally seemed to be dealing with her missing in our lives. It was hard becoming a single parent, but that doesn't mean that I regret it. I love my son more than anything. I gladly picked up the extra shifts and made sacrifices for him. Last year, we planned his trick-or-treating route, unaware that he wouldn't be able to enjoy Halloween as expected. I had a rare day off on a perfect day in autumn. It wasn't too chilly, and the wind blew through the trees. Everything looked so golden. Carson played in the backyard without a care in the world. I needed to clean the massive number of leaves in the yard, so I asked him to help. He enjoyed being useful, even if he wasn't. And by the end of our chore, we'd amassed a huge pile of leaves. And what should you do with a pile of leaves? Carefully toss your son into them. He giggled until his face was red, then I tossed him a few more times to see his little body squirming with joy. He decided to see how high he could jump on his own. I watched his small legs do an awkward running jump and then take a tackle into the pile. I heard the giggles for a second, and then a sound no parent ever wants to hear. A scream for help. For some reason, the scream sounded too far away, and I stood shocked for a second, which was far too long. I dove in, my hands out looking for him. My hands, they felt nothing, and my body lurched forward. I tossed aside leaves to see the most confusing sight my brain didn't understand. There was a hole so dark and deep that I couldn't see the bottom of it. There was no way that this had been there a second before. I didn't care the reason the hole appeared, only that my son was down there. I carefully put my legs in over the edge, calling for him and saying that I was on the way. I let myself drop down, in my brain a mess and not thinking clearly. All I wanted was to see if my son was all right. I lost track of time. The air felt hot and suffocating. I had no control over my body as I fell. When I did hit the ground, I expected it to kill me. Instead, I landed on something soft and slightly warm. To say it felt disgusting would be an understatement. I reached into my pocket for my phone to find that it wasn't there. I cursed myself for leaving it on the charge inside the house before I started to rake leaves. I took a moment to look around. The walls were made of thick tangles, fleshy vines. The vines quickly closed over the hole I dropped from, causing my only path to be forward. I didn't see any sign of my son. An odd, almost tangy smell hovered in the air. My eyes took a few minutes to get adjusted to the light as I stumbled through the uneven ground. I knew it wasn't wise, but I shouted for Carson, hoping that he would hear me. First, I needed to find him. Then I could figure out where the hell I ended up and how to get out of here. As I moved, the walls got closer until I was just barely squeezing by. The vines made my skin crawl, and I swore I felt some sort of pulse go through them when I pressed on through the narrow pathways. The path opened into two options. I stood debating on what to do. I didn't have anything to mark the way with. If I picked the wrong way, I risked never getting back here again. Which way did Carson go? I shouted his name again down each tunnel.
and I waited for an answer, and then shouted again. A noise came after I paused, calling for him, and I held my breath, hoping that he would finally hear me. Instead of a familiar voice, a gurgling noise echoed down the right pathway. I strained my eyes to see what could be the cause, and something started to come into focus. A figure not entirely human, but not like any kind of animal that I've ever seen. Just as I started to take a step closer, a hand wrapped around my wrist, making me jump. "What the hell?" I started as I struggled to get my hand back. Something shot out from the darkness. The stranger that came out of nowhere moved faster than I could see. He caught the whip that nearly took my head off, then cut it with a very large knife. The thing in the darkness let out a screech. I didn't need any more convincing or prodding. When the man started to run down the left pathway, I was right behind him. Or at least, mostly right behind him. I struggled to move as fast as he did. I nearly twisted my ankle a few times trying to run across the lumpy ground. At least he was decent enough to let me catch up. He stood inside a larger room with at least 10 different openings to different paths. I gasped for air as he waited for me to recover. "What the hell? Just in general," I said, my face just red from running so hard. I looked the stranger over. He was taller than me and well built. His eyes were a steel gray that matched his hair. A small pack was strapped to his waist, and aside from a water bottle and his knife, he was light on supplies.
"Little voice,"
he replied in such a thick accent that it was almost hard to understand. I found someone who might be able to help, and yet we might have issues because of a language barrier. I figured he wanted me to talk lower so whatever we ran into before didn't find us. "I'm looking for my son. He's 7. Looks like me. Have you seen him?" I half whispered. The man was in the middle of turning away from me when I spoke. He paused to consider my question. At least, he seemed to understand what I was saying. And finally, he shook his head, which hurt my chest. I need to find him. I don't care about anything else. Can you help me? You act like you know what's happening." He shook his head. I wasn't sure if he didn't want to talk or knew as much as I did. I heard a sound from down one of the tunnels, and the man started to jog away, and I followed him. The damp air made it hard to breathe as we moved along. I desperately wanted answers. In the back of my mind, I thought that this was all a dream. Maybe I hit my head when I jumped down the pile of leaves. But if I treated it like a dream, then I would doom myself if I really was awake. We silently moved along, and thankfully we didn't come across any more of those creatures. I started to notice scraps of fabric tied to the fleshy vines that made up the walls. This man must have marked his way. Just how long had we been here? At some point, the tunnels became so dark it was nearly impossible to see. The stranger didn't appear to have any issues. He silently made me hold the back of his shirt, so I didn't get lost, which was a bit embarrassing. We stopped at another fork in the tunnels. One pathway was marked, but for some reason, we went into the opening that didn't have a piece of clothing as a marker. I kept my eyes open for any signs of my son. I wondered if I should have just stayed in one spot, waiting for him to find me. If I did that, would one of those creatures find me first? Soon we came across something that showed just how dangerous this place was. A dim light sat on the floor of the tunnel that we had started along. A battery-powered lantern cast a weak light, alone and forgotten. I doubted that the body near it was the person who owned the lantern at some point. But there was no sign of who left it behind. The rot and wear on the body showed that he had been down here for a long time. The closer we got, the more that the smell grew. I looked away, not wanting to see the dead. My stomach turned at the sight. The man didn't stop. He walked over to start searching the body for anything useful. I was horrified, but understood why he did so. I turned my eyes back to see him pull out a small gun from the half-rotten coat. The small weapon looked like a toy, the metal a bright blue. The man removed part of the gun, and it appeared it had a spot for a USB cable or something of the sort. Did the gun light up or something like that? Why bring a toy here? Even though the gun was useless, he still put it away in his small pack. He retrieved a small knife, which was better than nothing, but he also found a notebook that had somehow avoided the rot. He was going to leave it behind, but paused. He handed the notebook to me, which I accepted, fairly confused about how this may be helpful. The cover had some sort of company symbol I didn't recognize. I felt disappointed when I opened the book to see a language that I also didn't know. It almost appeared like English, making me assume that it was written in some sort of code. A bit of writing almost looked like 2136 was at the top of the page, but if I squinted, the scratches could have been anything. I can't make sense of this. Hey, is it safe to head back to where I came from? I really need to find my son. I pressed as I dropped the book back to the ground. He stared at me with a stone-cold gaze that gave nothing away. What's your name? I'm Mark, I said as I held out my hand. Since we met in such a frantic manner, we didn't have a chance to talk. I thought that maybe getting to know him better would make him listen to my request. Ivan, he said, and started back down from where we came from. I collected the lantern. I found a scrap of fabric tied to the handle to tie to my belt loop, so I had my hands free. Are you from Russia? I questioned as we walked. Ukraine, he replied, then refused to say more. Since this was a year ago, I didn't understand the difference between the two countries. We kept our eyes out for signs of the creatures that we had encountered and for my son. This place felt endless. No matter how long we walked, it didn't seem as if we made any progress, and I started to get thirsty. And a horrible fact dawned on me. There was nothing to eat or drink down here. Couldn't a person only live for 3 days without water? If Ivan was still alive, he either had been out here for 2 days, or he knew where to get something to drink. I put the issue to the back of my mind to focus on looking for Carson. We came across a new body. As Ivan searched for something useful, my face got hot. We weren't heading back to where we came from since we hadn't seen this body yet. I thought that we were going back to look for my son, I hissed, trying to whisper. I was mostly ignored. Ivan paused to point at a patch on the dead man's jacket, as if it meant something. Same, he said, but that didn't mean anything to me. So what if both bodies weren't from the same group? What did that have to do with anything? My son is very young. He's all alone and scared, and I need to get to him as soon as possible. Whatever you're looking for, it can wait, I said, my tone rising. Ivan shushed me, which didn't calm my anger in the slightest. If you told me what's going on or what we're looking for, I could help. Whatever it is can't be more important than... He didn't need to warn me about my voice getting too loud. A sudden hot flash came from my shoulder, causing me to stumble backwards. I turned on my heel, nearly tripping on the uneven ground, and blood started to soak my shirt, showing that I had been cut by something. In the darkness of the tunnel, more of those creatures waited. They howled, each voice echoing down the tunnel, causing my blood to run cold. We need to get the hell out of here, I shouted, ready to run. For some reason, Ivan didn't get up from the body. He still looked for something in the pockets, and soon the creatures came into view. They looked like human figures made up of those fleshy vines that covered everywhere else. One of those vines snapped outwards, missing my face by a hair. I started moving while I begged Ivan to come with me. He found what he was looking for just as the horde of monsters charged forward. He stood up, the ridiculous plastic gun in hand. He didn't flinch as he pulled the trigger. A blast of light shot out, burning away the entire tunnel. And the creatures were gone in a flash of white light, leaving nothing behind. The walls of vines were nothing but a charred mass. A terrible roar echoed through the tunnels that nearly deafened my ears. And within seconds, more vines came to cover the damaged area. I stood, mouth open to shock at what I had just saw. Body, one shot, lucky, Ivan said, his voice as steady as ever. But... how... what? I didn't add much to the conversation. I just followed behind him as we started to move. He let me take some time to think over what I had just witnessed. Where are we? I finally asked. I didn't expect him to answer, but he did. Stomach. The horrible thought sank in. I ended up in the belly of a beast. Not just myself, but poor Carson as well. What kind of beast? This was more like hell than the stomach of a monster.
What year?
Ivan asked. I shook my head, not understanding his question. 2022, I answered, unsure of why this was important.
2035.
His reply made me stop in my tracks. He also stopped studying my expression. I didn't want to believe him, but I also didn't want to admit that I was stuck inside of a monster that appeared out of nowhere. If I hadn't seen the gun wipe out so many creatures, I wouldn't have believed him. He had gotten stuck in the same monster, but from years in the future? Not only that, but people with far more advanced technology also ended up here. And they died. I wondered why someone would have died with one shot left in such an impressive weapon. And then I realized he might have been able to avoid the monsters, but not the lack of water. I took a deep breath, gathering myself after everything I learned in such a short amount of time. Okay, I have the answers now. I just need to focus on two things: finding my son and getting us out of here. My goal stayed the same. As long as I was alive, I refused to give up on him. Ivan raised an eyebrow, giving the most amount of emotion I've ever seen from him.
Think boy is alive?
He said, but his tone wasn't cruel. Yes, no matter what, he's alive. The moment that I start to think otherwise is when he is truly dead. Besides, from all I've seen so far, there are some good signs that he'll still be fine. There are other people here, right? If he meets one of those guys with a gun, he'll be safe. I'm sure of it. I know people would call me delusional. I still refuse to believe anything happened to my son unless I saw his body for myself. If I accepted that there was no chance for him, that's it. There would be no reason for me to keep going.
Yes. Good.
Ivan appeared to be on my side. We walked for what seemed like hours. I think Ivan took breaks for my sake. He appeared to be the type of person that just kept going nonstop. We arrived where I thought that I had shown up, but everything looked the same and I wasn't certain. We found no traces of a child that had come through here. I considered that Carson was dropped off somewhere else, that somehow the entrance I fell inside had been more than one opening. I finally needed a real break. My body refused to move for much longer unless I got some sleep. Without a working watch, we had no way of knowing how much time had passed. Ivan said that I should sleep first, and he kept watch. When he woke me, I barely felt any better. He trusted me enough to keep watch long enough for him to rest. I think that he was only asleep for an hour at most. This man was built far differently than me. As we traveled, he rarely spoke. He pointed to the scraps of fabric, using a few words to explain which knot meant that the tunnel was safe. I thought that it was impossible to keep track of the tunnels, and yet somehow he memorized so many different paths. He stopped in front of one marked opening with 2 scraps.
Very bad. Never go,
he warned. My skin prickled as my mind raced, thinking about just how awful this place could get. And because he warned me meant that he thought we might be separated at some point. He led us down an unmarked tunnel for us to find another one of those creatures. Ivan went into action, and within seconds his knife hacked away at the monster's face until all of the vines had stopped moving. Thank God that he was on my side. I started to worry the rest of my life would be just following him and standing back as he took care of the threats. More hours passed without any progress, and I needed to rest again. When I woke up, I was more exhausted than before I slept. I need something to drink. Do you have any water? I asked. Not once had I watched him drink from his water bottle. He shook his head and even shook the bottle, showing that it was empty. I groaned as fear set in my stomach. If I didn't get something to drink soon, I would end up as one of those bodies that we found. Silently, Ivan went over to one of the walls, knife in hand. He sliced the flesh open, holding his water bottle under the wound. The small cut closed over in under a minute, but it collected enough of the clear pinkish liquid. My stomach turned from hunger and disgust. Is that safe to drink? I asked. He took a few moments to find the right words.
Yes, little sips, big sips, body is them.
He tapped his knife against the fleshy wall. My head started to spin over what he had said. Those creatures we faced had been people at some point. If we get desperate enough to consume part of the prison we found ourselves in, we risked becoming part of it. The cut on my shoulder stung, and my throat hurt like hell. My body needed to eat and drink something soon. I still shook my head, refusing the idea. I can go without for a little bit longer. I didn't know how much longer, but I needed to put off drinking that horrible liquid for as long as possible. Ivan agreed, but he didn't dump out his water bottle. He just strapped it back to his waist, ready to go. I thought that he needed a rest, but he refused. At that moment, I didn't know what kept him so motivated. Now I think he wanted to find Carson just as much as I did. I lost track of time down there. I knew it hadn't been 3 days just yet. I was starting to lose the battle against my drinking from the walls. Ivan started to give me concerned looks over his shoulder. He kept the knife in his hand. I soon figured out that it wasn't in case we came across more monsters. He was ready to put me out of my misery if it got to that point. I considered the fact that I wasn't the first person he needed to take care of. A sound echoed against the walls, and I stopped in my tracks. My body prickled with energy again. That wasn't the voice of the creatures. It was the voice of a small cry of a child. I bolted in the direction, Ivan shouting at me to stop. His voice nearly had gotten through to me. I just kept running even after I saw that the sounds were coming from a pathway that had been marked with 2 scraps of fabric. It wasn't the first path Ivan warned me about. There had been a few of these dangerous tunnels we passed by, and soon I started tripping over bones and half-rotten bodies. Again, I didn't care. I heard the single word that kept me going. "Daddy!" I didn't see Carson, but I knew his voice. A body rose from the ground, face torn and filled with vines. I kicked it as hard as I could to keep it down. The lantern I had tied to my pants hit the back of my leg so hard as I ran. I was still thankful for it. I turned it on to see better in the dark. My heart stopped when I saw the first dead end that I had come across in this place. And at the end was Carson, crying and surrounded by those monsters. I screamed at them, drawing their attention in my direction. My son wailed from fear, and I didn't blame him. My knees shook just seeing all those creatures facing towards me. A vine shot out, catching my arm, and I fought through the pain to get free, and within seconds, more of those vines came lashing at my exposed skin. I covered my face with my arms so they took most of the damage, and when the creatures paused in their tracks, I looked up enough to see my son leaning against a small hole in the wall that hadn't been there before. "Carson!" I shouted at him. His eyes met mine and hesitated. With tears streaming down his cheeks, he turned to run. My little boy disappeared into the new opening. It was a smart move, but it did hurt to see. I forced myself to charge forward, and I punched through the first creature as hard as I could. The thing went down, but 2 more took its place. I turned into an animal, thrashing and screaming and fighting for my life. I used the lantern as a blunt object. I swear I killed one of those monsters after banging it into their face repeatedly. Those monsters screeched back up. I wasn't going to win this fight, even if they were now a little scared of me. "Move!" I listened to the order just in time. Another blast of light came from down the tunnel, clearing out the remaining creatures in front of me. The entire area shook as a massive rumbling scream tore through the air. I looked up to see Ivan racing towards me. He must have searched the bodies I ignored when I ran past them to find one more shot. My heart sank when I saw more of those creatures behind him. So many were on his heels, they filled the entire tunnel. He reached me and grabbed my arm. He hauled me to my feet to drag me back to the dead end. "The boy," he asked out of breath. "He was here. He went into a new pathway that closed," I explained as I was dragged backward. "Good." For the first time, Ivan smiled. I may have found Carson alive, but we were facing too many of those creatures. I looked over my shoulder, seeing something that I hadn't noticed before. The blast tore open a hole just large enough for us to fit inside, but it was rapidly closing. An opening that had specked sunlight coming through. "Go. Live for son." I felt his large hand on my chest, and with a push, he shoved me backward into the opening. I felt my body falling downward as I reached for him. I couldn't leave him behind like this. but I had no control over what had just happened. I tumbled out of a pile of leaves. Clean, open air filled my lungs. I scrambled back to the pile the moment that my body let me move back to look for the hole, and no matter how hard I looked, it wasn't there. I was covered in injuries and dehydrated. I didn't have much strength left, and yet I pounded my fist on the cool grass. Tears flooded my vision as I thought of Carson and Ivan alone in such a terrible place. I calmed down and went inside, and after I grabbed my cell phone, I froze, not knowing what to say. No one would believe me. Not only that, but I saw just how long I was missing. 3 minutes. The gears started to turn in my head. If I was down there for 3 days and yet it had only been 3 minutes out here, then how long was a full year? Could Carson and Ivan live that long? I put my phone back down, and after treating my wounds as best I could, I headed back outside looking for another strange hole. I must have been in shock. I stayed outside for a full day wandering, looking for something that I never found. Almost a year has passed since that day. There isn't a single moment that I don't think of those two. I reported my son missing. There was no proof that I harmed him, so the police didn't arrest me. There were a lot of questions, though. I started working out. If I'd been just stronger and faster, then maybe I could have reached Carson in time. I haven't been able to dig up any kind of details about the horrors that I encountered, but I have noticed an increase in missing pets lately. A little girl who lived on this block went missing 2 days ago. Her father said that he looked away from the yard for a moment, and everyone assumed that she had been taken by someone, but I knew better. I've used every moment for the past year to prepare for this. I know that my son is alive. I know I'm going to find another hole to be able to save him. I'm positive of this. After all, the moment that I give up on hope is when he really dies. I woke up in a birthing sack, panicked and choking on amniotic fluid. I clawed at the fleshy walls, fighting with all my terrified strength to free myself. With a wet, ripping sound, I was dumped onto the muddy cobbles of the street below, twisting my ankle as I landed. Cold rain blasted my naked body clean of the sack's liquid. I tried and failed to get to my feet. The street was alien to me. An insane medley of architecture ranging from the modern to the prehistoric. The sky above me boiled with storm clouds, illuminating my surroundings with non-stop flashes of lightning. A man walked over to me. His hair was matted with filth, and the rain streaked down his mismatched leather clothes. He said nothing, just watched me squirm on the floor. "Please," I gasped. "Help me." He answered by slamming a foot down on my face, breaking my jaw and making my vision real. He moved on to my limbs, stamping and tugging until he heard the bones snap. Crippled, naked, and screaming, there was nothing I could do to defend myself, as he started to eat me alive. My introduction to hell wasn't unusual. Very few people survive their first hour, let alone their first night. When they die, they go through the same thing again, emerging from a new birthing sack in another part of the city. Eventually, they learn to attack the first person that they see, and if they're lucky, they'll be able to kill that person. That's the one rule of hell. The strong take from the weak. Get used to the idea and you might just make it through the afterlife. I'm going to give you a helping hand. Consider this your handbook to hell. A primer on the inferno. Make no mistake though, I'm not doing this out of the goodness of my heart. When you die, you'll owe me one. Don't worry about trying to find me. I guarantee that we'll run into each other eventually. Eternity's a long fucking time.
So it's a matter of when, rather than if. Do as I tell you, and you'll have a better chance than most of avoiding my own nasty introduction to the pit. Welcome to hell. Some people swear they saw a light at the end of the tunnel when they died. To my mind, those people either hallucinated or they're lying. Most of us just wake up in a birthing sack a few minutes after death. The buildings of hell are covered in things. Horrible, yellow-brown pimples growing out of the brick. I've already mentioned that the first thing that you do is claw your way out and get ready to fight. This is where the real bitch of the situation comes into play, since not everyone has the strength to break through their sack's flesh. You get the body that you had just before you died, see? So, let's just say that you were born a cripple, or maybe you died too young or too old. Well, tough shit. You're going to have a rough eternity drowning in birthing fluid over and over. If you manage to break free of your sack, don't waste time moping around, wondering what the fuck happened. Get on your feet and get ready to defend yourself. Chances are good that the first person who sees you will be hungry. There are no plants or animals in hell, so cannibalism is your only option if you don't fancy starving to death and having to start over. Aim to kill the first person that you see. It might take a few tries. Most of hell's residents have been fighting for survival a lot longer than you. They might have armor made from tanned skin, scavenged metal, and bone. They'll almost certainly have a shiv, club, or an axe. All of that will be useful to you if you take it from them. The next thing to do is find shelter. It never stops raining in hell, and pneumonia is a shitty way to die. Luckily, you'll have a selection of buildings to choose from. Ever wanted to live in a rundown Victorian manor with half a roof and no furniture? How about an ancient Egyptian mud brick hovel? If people have built it, you can find a crumbling version of it in hell. Pick a building, kill any squatters you find, and move in. The best houses are the ones that come with a supply of scrap metal and timber. Not only are those good for making weapons with, they're also vital for getting drinkable water. I learned the hard way that hell's rain is teeming with disease. It has to be boiled before it's safe. So getting a fire going and something to make a bowl with is a necessity. So, we've killed your first man and found a home. Things are going well. Get that far and you're going to want to hang on to whatever it is that you have forever. But you won't. Something will kill you eventually and you'll have to start over. My record is a year. If you want to beat that, you'll need to understand hell, as well as its denizens. The damned. The people of hell can be grouped into two categories. The first, the fresh meat, are those who've just climbed out of their birthing sack. It's kill or be killed when it comes to fresh meat. Always has been. The newly birthed want clothing and tools and will kill you to get a hold of them. The second category, the residents, view fresh meat as a quick and easy supply of food, leather and bone. Residents have an easier time of it for sure, and all of them will fight to retain their resident status for as long as they can. Make no mistake though, residents victimize each other just as much as they prey on the fresh meat. If you're a woman, for instance, well, you better get used to any hang-ups that you have about rape. Women get raped in hell far more than men. It's just a fact. If you're one of those bodybuilders or warrior women, do the smart thing and prostitute yourself for protection. Self-respect doesn't keep you breathing. Remember how you get the body that you had just before you died? Well, that fact forms the core of hell's society. The truth of the matter is that throughout history, it's usually been men who die in battle. That means in hell, there are a lot of men with young, strong, fit bodies for war. Don't like it? Tough. Those are the guys who call the shots. If you can't fight them, you better do as they say. If you live long enough to fight well enough, you might get invited into one of the resident tribes. These are groups of people who have banded together for the sake of safety in numbers. Believe me,
Being part of a group makes things a lot easier in hell. However, keep in mind that you're only part of the tribe for as long as you're a resident. Get yourself killed and it's back to being fresh meat. Tribes offer the closest thing to civilized society that you'll find in hell. If you're part of a tribe, you have people on your side who probably won't kill you unless shit gets rough. It doesn't sound like much, but that's as good as it gets. My own survival record was thanks to getting into a tribe. Life was good for a while there. We had about 50 soldiers and plenty of girls to fuck. Nobody could touch us, and the men abided by an honor code, so the usual fear of being stabbed in the back by your friends wasn't too much of an issue. I could have spent my eternity in reasonable comfort, but hell has many ways of fucking over a good thing. Human flesh and boiled rainwater doesn't exactly make for a balanced diet, and sooner or later, even the strongest residents die of malnutrition. I did well to last a year on it, though the last few months were agony. If I believed in God, I'd swear he designed hell in such a way that nobody stays on top of the food chain for very long. The city and the wasteland. Most of the damned live in Dis, the city of hell. That's where all the fresh meat is born, and consider the size of the place coupled with the short life expectancy. A lot of people will spend eternity without ever having set foot outside of Dis. Take my advice. Do not leave the city. Things are rough on the streets, and that's true. But trust me when I say it gets a whole lot worse if you try to leave. Dis is surrounded by a wasteland called Gehenna. At first glance, it doesn't look like much. Just an empty expanse of gray stretching out into infinity. Sometimes the damned lose that fire in their belly, the will to survive, and set off wandering into Gehenna. Most of them never come back. I made the walk myself once, a long time ago. I don't care how hard you think you are. Spend enough time in hell and it starts to break you down. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I'm a good person for whoever deserves this. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I'm a good person who never deserved this. Nobody can say that and not be a liar. I'm not evil though. Or rather, I wasn't. Not until I got to hell. You murder, rape, and torture because you know they will do the same thing to you. You're murdered, raped, and tortured because they know you'll do the same thing to them. Give it long enough and you just don't want to face it anymore. That's when you take the walk into Gehenna. The first couple of miles I walked were nothing special. The rain stopped after a while, and the sludge beneath my feet giving way to gray ash, and I caught my first glimpse of hell's sky beyond the clouds. It was a flat gray with a white sun, completely devoid of beauty or warmth. But I trudged on. While walking through Gehenna, I lost any urge to eat, drink, or sleep. My body started to waste away, but I didn't care. Even when my skin started to peel away and my bones were exposed, I still didn't care. The further I walked, the hollower I became in mind, body, and soul. I don't know what would have happened if I'd kept going. Frankly, I don't want to know. Some part of me still wanted to live, so I turned back. I'd walked for days, maybe weeks. Yet when I turned around, Dis was only a few steps away. I stepped back into the city and my body finally fell apart. When I emerged from my birthing sack, I swore never to step foot into Gehenna again. Escaping from hell. There are ways to leave hell. That should be obvious. Otherwise, I wouldn't be talking to you, would I? Sometimes the living get it into their heads that they want to talk with the dead. They get their crystals, incense, and spirit boards in the hopes of reaching their loved ones. Most do nothing more than trick themselves into thinking that they've made contact. They smile or cry, convinced that their beloved granny is playing the harp on a cloud somewhere before getting on with their lives. A few have the skill to actually reach us, though. They can open a gate between hell and the world of the living that we perceive as a pillar of fire stretching down from the clouds. As soon as one of those pillars show up, The damned scramble to be the first to get to it. You haven't seen the true nature of man until you've watched thousands of the damned swarming over each other, kicking, biting, clawing to be the one who escapes. Contacting the dead always results in a bloodbath. Even the most civilized tribes fall apart the instant that it becomes clear that only one of them can leave. I've left hell twice now. Left my body behind and ridden that pillar of fire up into the clouds. Some people believe that you can be possessed by demons. Let me tell you something. Demons are not real. What the living sees as demonic possession is just one of the damned testing out their new body. Let's face it. If you fought your way through hell to get back to the world of the living, you're not going to be on your best behavior for very long. Sooner or later, we take things too far. Our host dies or their family cave and recruit an exorcist. Then we're fresh out of the birthing sack and on the streets again. I'm going to go on now. When you get to hell, remember my advice, and that you owe me one. Maybe one day we can form a tribe. Someday. For the time being, though, I want to see what my new body can do. By now, you should have a good idea of what you can expect from hell. You know to kill the first person you see when you fight your way out of the birthing sack. You know to find clothing and tools and shelter. You know that no matter what you will do, how well you do, someday it's back to being the fresh meat. Dis is the biggest city you can imagine. Tribes fight and die for territory, and taking a wrong turn is a fucking death sentence. You'll get a feel for where you should be going and shouldn't go eventually. Develop the kind of street smarts you need to stay a resident for more than a day. Even so, there are places in Dis that you should know about. Let's do a little sightseeing tour of hell. Maybe the advance warning will do some good for you. Skin Street. Allow me to tell you about the first time that I saw Skin Street. I dropped out of my birthing sack onto the road, stood straight back up and got myself ready to fight. But nobody was there. Not one single person was out on the street that stretched for miles in either direction. I relaxed a little and took a look around. Most of the streets in Dis are a labyrinth network of buildings. You spend most of your stay in hell paranoid that, just around the next corner, there's someone ready to beat you down. Skin Street isn't like that. It's a single, straight line with only the rain and the darkness to hamper visibility. I felt more vulnerable there than I felt in any parts of Dis. You ever walked into a wide, empty space and suddenly felt exposed? Yeah. Imagine also being naked, unarmed, and in hell. Still, I know what I was supposed to do. The first step was to find some clothing. And that's where I learned how Skin Street got its name. Every building, every busted street light and gas lamp was decorated with flayed skin. I'd been in hell long enough by that point to not be too freaked out, but I'd be lying if I said it didn't affect me. In a fucked up kind of way, it reminded me of Christmas, you know? People hanging wreaths and lights from their houses, that sort of thing. I remembered the time I'd spent with my family, with my kids on Christmas morning. Feelings like that will get you killed. I pushed them back down and pulled some scraps from the nearest building. If somebody was going to leave clothing material lying about, I may as well take it, right? I didn't know it at the time, but every step I took on Skin Street was being watched. When the attack came, I didn't even get a glimpse of the guy. My skull fractured from an expert swing of a club. Whoever hit me went for my eyes, and the second I hit the floor, stuck his fingers right into my sockets. I was blind and crying like a baby when he started to peel away my skin. Here's the thing. Some people are fucked up even by hell's standards. The loners, serial killers, stalkers, and psychopaths all make their way to Skin Street in the end. Most of the damned use the whole body of a kill, but the Skin Street people like to take trophies. They leave their ornaments out as bait for the ignorant, skulking in the shadows and watching for the best moment to ambush. If you find yourself on Skin Street, you're going to have to think fast. Forget clothing, just grab a rock, piece of wood, or anything else you can as a weapon. Stay out of the shadows. Keep checking behind you, and get out of there as quickly as you can. The Perdition Farms. You're going to be chased in hell. That's unavoidable. At some point, you'll stumble into somebody bigger than you and you'll find yourself outnumbered. Forget about a fair fight. If somebody can take you down without you fighting back, you bet that that's what they'll do. It's easy to lose focus when you're running for your life. You can forget to pay attention to your surroundings. And that, my friend, is a big mistake. The outskirts of the Perdition Farms are littered with billboards. They promise free food and safety to anybody fucking stupid enough to believe them. The tribes that fight over that particular territory like to herd people off the streets and into the industrial complex they call home. The good news is that those tribes will not kill you. The bad news is that they're big fans of taking people alive. They've got a project, you see. Been working on it for as long as I can remember. I couldn't tell you who originally decided that hell should have organized food production, only that the idea stuck, and that over the years, countless tribes have taken it upon themselves to try and make that dream a reality. Get yourself captured by them, and you can look forward to a bit of slave labor. For the most part, the Perdition Farm tribes try to make use of the birthing pods as a resource of food. They force their slaves to harvest them from the walls, grind them up into industrial vats, mix them with blood, body parts, rainwater, and anything else that they can conceivably make a broth. The life of a slave is short, brutal, and disgusting. Particularly when those slaves are then used as guinea pigs for the latest concoction. You see, amniotic fluid can be drunk if you're desperate, though drinking too much is guaranteed to make you empty your stomach from every available orifice. The flesh of the sacks is a different matter, though. I couldn't tell you exactly what the birthing sacks are. Some people say that they're actual flesh, while others swear that they're more like a fungus. What I do know is that they repair themselves over time. Eat some of their flesh, and over the next few days, you'll grow a new birthing sac inside of you. It's a small mercy that you won't live long enough to see it break through your skin. You'll be dead shortly after your stomach bursts. If you're lucky, your days as a slave will end when the tribe decides that they want some real meat. They're not stupid enough to test their broth themselves. Not when there's a shortage of slaves in hell. Look, I can't force you to stay out of the Perdition Farms. I can only offer advice. In my opinion, if you think that you are being herded there, it's better to take whatever's to hand and cut your own throat. I'd take fresh meat status 100 times before spending another day on the farms. The boneyard. So maybe you're thinking to yourself, hey, I'm a kind of nut job who'd join a cult. Is there anything in hell for me? That sounds like you. The boneyard has you covered. You see, there's a certain kind of religious fanatic who really does belong in hell. I'm not talking about the old dears who bake cakes to raise money for the new church roof here. I'm talking about the guys who went to war because God commanded it, who burned women for supposedly consorting with demons, and who saw nothing wrong with fucking the odd kid. When those people get to hell, they're too thick-headed to make sense of what happened. Why face reality when you can pretend it's all just a test of faith? They'll find like-minded folk in the boneyard. I'm told at one point the boneyard was a cathedral surrounded by a cemetery that stretched from horizon to horizon. Maybe that's true. I don't know. These days, it's a shanty town of temples and churches built from materials scavenged from the streets. Everywhere you look, you'll find wild-eyed zealots preaching their own twisted version of redemption and gangs of masked men on the prowl for fresh converts. Mortification of the flesh is the main pastime in the boneyard. If you listen to the cacophony of sermons, You'll be informed on how the flesh is wicked and must be purged of sin. How lucky we are to be given such a holy duty. How fortunate to be given the opportunity to redeem ourselves before God. The people of the Boneyard have had a long time and plenty of fucking practice when it comes to mastering torture and degradation. Now, I'm not a good person. I've killed, raped, and cannibalized, but I can honestly tell you I'd never been able to dream up some of the shit that goes on in the Boneyard. I wandered in there by accident once, and I've never been able to get what I saw out of my brain. I watched a woman, naked and bound, forced onto her knees and violated with iron rods. A preacher sewed his own eyes and lips shut in front of the crowd before sawing off his manhood with a piece of slate. A boy, maybe 14, was publicly crucified, and a girl was drowned in shit. An older man had sharpened flint pushed under his fingernails. I couldn't list off 100 other atrocities done in the name of redemption. Stay away from the Boneyard. The people there decide that hell just isn't hellish enough for their liking. Forget about redemption. Forget about God. The only way out of hell is by riding a pillar of fire and taking over a living body. Focus on that if you want to escape. The damned can't offer you salvation. The damned only offer pain. I have to leave you soon. If I'm to make the most out of life on Earth, I'm afraid I'm going to have to skip town. While I've had plenty to keep myself entertained, this body just isn't suitable for a run-in with the police. It's only a matter of time until some nosy neighbor thinks to pick up the phone. With the humidity over the last few days, Mummy and Daddy are already pretty ripe. Here's something you have to understand. Hell is a big place. I've given you fair warning about a few of the locations I myself have run into and that will have to do. Even if I wrote a library's worth of novels solely dedicated to mapping out the distinct locations within Dis, I still couldn't tell you everything about the city. What I can do is give you a bit of information about some of the damned. The Slaughter Man. Take a moment to think about all of the celebrities you know. How many of them do you reckon would do well in Dis? Not many, I'll wager. Perhaps none. Fame and fortune on Earth doesn't count for shit when you're dead. Very few people are strong enough, mean enough, and downright psychotic enough to earn a reputation in hell. Those few who have what it takes are people you never want to meet. The Slaughter Man is one of hell's legends. A huge, bearded man with filed teeth, bloodshot eyes, and foam on his lips. Rumor has it that the day that he first emerged from a birthing sack, he was unlucky enough to land on the feet of a slaver tribe. Well, those tribesmen chuckled to themselves and readied their clubs and whips, all too happy to take some fresh meat captive, outnumbered 12 to 1, naked and unarmed and brand new to hell. Most people wouldn't stand a chance. If you believe the stories, the Slaughter Man shrugged off the clubs battering against him and the whips cutting into his flesh as though they were just insect bites. He picked up the first slaver, put his hand into the man's mouth, and pulled his jaw right off of his skull. He moved on to another, and then another, tearing them apart with his bare hands until the survivors turned and fled. Nobody knows for sure who he was in life. I've heard theories, though, and the most popular one being that he was a berserker of Stamford Bridge. Supposedly, a single Viking held up the English army single-handed. It didn't matter that he could never win, that he was outnumbered, that his enemies had better weapons and armor. He stood on the bridge and he fought. By the time that he was brought down, he'd killed no less than 40 men. I don't know how true any of this is. I've never seen the Slaughter Man for myself, and I don't fucking want to. What I can tell you for sure is that people don't become legendary in hell without good reason. I'd guess that the only one who knows the truth is the Slaughter Man himself, and he isn't saying anything. Since the day he arrived in hell, he's only spoken once. The fleeing slavers heard it as the slaughter man tore their tribe apart. Naked, bloody, and surrounded by corpses, the slaughter man looked up to the storm-racked sky and bellowed a single word. Hellhounds. How about a little story? I wasn't new to hell. I had made myself some clothes and a wooden club, found shelter, and had a big slab of meat roasting over a campfire. The only thing I didn't have was a tribe. The area I'd been birthed in seemed slummy, even for Dis. All half-collapsed hovels and mud huts. Iron was scarce, barely enough to make myself a water bowl. All in all, not a good spot for a tribe. My plan was simple enough, though. I'd have a decent meal, carve myself a shiv or two in case I lost my club, then find somewhere more or less dry to sleep. After that, I'd set off to look for a tribe. Even the mildest tribal initiations result in a few scars and a broken nose, so I wanted to be at least well rested as much as I could be. Sleep in hell is both vital and dangerous. There's an act of finding somewhere that's simultaneously sheltered, hidden, and with access to an escape route. Even then, you never get more than a few hours at a time. In hell, the slightest suspicious noise should scare the shit out of you. A low, throaty growl definitely counts as a suspicious noise. I leapt out of my impromptu nest of skins and wood, raised my club, and returned the growl with one of my own. A woman had crept into my building and was staring at me with dilated pupils. She looked to be in a bad way, skinny, naked, and covered in weeping sores. Her lips peeled back to reveal broken and jagged teeth. It took me only a second to size her up. She'd been living rough for a few days, or maybe even weeks. Judging from her protruding ribs and bloated stomach, she was well on her way to dying of starvation. So, she was weak, hungry, and didn't even have a weapon. "I've already eaten," I said, relaxing a little and giving my club a few practice swings. "No sense in letting you go to waste, though." I took a step towards her and she bolted, just turned right around and scampered away into a strange animal gait. I took off after her, certain that I would outpace her. Even if there wasn't much meat on her, bones can still be useful. I chased her through a few streets, struggling to keep my footing on the muddy ground. When I finally got close enough to swing my club, she stopped dead. The suddenness of it caught me off guard, and I tripped over her, losing my club as I fell. She howled in triumph, a sound that was echoed by a dozen other throats. That day, I learned two things about the Hellhounds. Those people who lose their minds and become little more than beasts after enduring centuries in hell. Firstly, they have the necessary animal cunning to hunt as a pack. Secondly, human teeth and fingernails are perfectly capable of ripping flesh from the bone. The surgeons. Modern doctors rarely thrive in hell. Academia and reliance on technology don't leave you in the best state to endure the endless violence and brutality. There are exceptions, though. The people who learned to sew their friends back together amid the machine gun fire of the Samma. Shamans, witch doctors, and holy men who endured famine and warfare. Survivalists who learned how to cauterize their own wounds in the middle of a forest. Those are some of the people who might just be strong enough to plead their trade to the damned. After all, working knowledge of basic medicine is just one of the things that's beyond a lot of the meatheads roaming Dis. Most of Hell's surgeons find a tribe as soon as they're able. Their tools might be crude, but they soon learn how to make do. Flint, slate, and shards of glass serve as their scalpels. They make thread from human hair and needles from slivers of iron. Whenever a member of the tribe has an infected sore, a surgeon will be the one to drain the pus. A tribal surgeon could well save your life, but they'll do it without any anesthetic.
Then there are the freelance surgeons, the people who try to go it alone. They make themselves a uniform, the theory being that the damned will recognize them if they all look alike. It doesn't really work, but you can't expect much logic from people who've lost count of how many times they've died. For one thing, fashions change over time. I'm told that freelancers wore headdresses and bone necklaces at one point. The current trend is to mimic Venetian plague doctors by donning a beaked mask and wearing a long coat of fire-blackened skin. Freelancers are rare. Very rare, in fact. You'll see thousands of the damned for every freelance surgeon you come across. When you do come across one, be fucking careful. Firstly, surgeons don't get a free pass in hell. The damned are more likely to attack a freelancer than they are to barter their tools, clothes, and slaves in exchange for his services. You also can't be certain that if the man in the bird mask and black coat is really a surgeon, or somebody who murdered a surgeon and took his clothes. Perhaps they made the outfit themselves in order to draw the weak and wounded close. Advertising doesn't always work as intended in Dis. If the freelancer turns out to be genuine, that doesn't give you an excuse to drop your guard. Freelance surgeons aren't usually the most stable people. Put it another way, freelancers are usually sadistic fucking psychopaths. Sure, they might stitch you back together and send you on your way. They might also decide it would be more interesting if they stitch you to someone else. They might think that paying an arm and a leg for their services should be taken literally. They might turn out to be some wannabe serial killer who's yet to find their way to Skin Street. For each freelancer trying to do a tough job in a tougher place, there are a dozen or so Mengels who want to try out their toys on somebody too injured to fight back. Stick with your tribe surgeon if you're lucky enough to have one. Failing that, learn to patch up your own wounds. Trust me, if you're able to read, you've already got the intellectual advantage over a lot of Hell's residents. Universal education is pretty recent. Freelancers aren't worth the risk. Cambions. I'll be honest with you here. I don't know if Cambions actually exist. What I'm going to tell you is something that somebody else told me. It's up to you to decide if that's true or not. Personally, I really fucking hope it isn't. People rape one another in hell. It happens a lot. If you're not strong enough, it'll happen to you. The good news for the ladies out there is that damned men fire blanks. You'll almost never be impregnated. Now, I say almost never, because if you believe the stories, there's an incredibly slim chance that a couple of those little swimmers will be awake and looking for an egg. Just to put this into perspective, we're talking conjoined twins level of unlikeliness here, and that's just conception. The chances of a pregnant woman surviving the full 9 months in hell are probably conjoined triplets level of unlikely. You're talking about the perfect storm of beating the odds here. But this is eternity. A monkey randomly smashing keys on a typewriter will eventually produce the complete works of Shakespeare if it goes on for an eternity. The results of that perfect storm, of those monkeys with the typewriters, is a Cambion. A child conceived and born in hell. I'm not saying they exist, okay? I'm just saying I've met somebody who swears it's true and that he's seen a Cambion for himself. You see babies in their birthing sacks from time to time. Usually it's just a body. Occasionally, you see one drowning. Most of the time, damned ignore them. They wouldn't survive a day on the streets even if you could afford to devote your full attention to them. Better to leave them be. It's only the really fucked up people who cut through the sacks and... yeah. I'm not gonna finish that thought. I'm getting a little sidetracked. So, this Cambion, who may or may not exist, apparently looked like a normal child. It cried, it shit, it sucked its mother's tits just like a regular baby would. The mother was part of a tribe, and they'd been able to protect her throughout her pregnancy. Couldn't tell you why. Maybe curiosity, perhaps. When it was born, the whole tribe gathered around to have a look.
Among them was the man who told me this story. Somebody I'd met years later and eventually would kill. This man cut the baby's cord and lifted it up to his face. Every man in the tribe had raped the mother at one point or another, and he wanted to see if the child looked anything like him. The Cambion looked like a normal child in every way but one. Its eyes were dead, lifeless, like a doll's. Sure, the kid was alive. It wriggled and cried like a normal baby. Those eyes were wide open, though, not scrunched closed like a newborn's eyes should be. Wide open, empty, doll's eyes. If that story is true, I don't blame the tribe for killing the child. Something like that should never exist. So with that, I am done, and I have to go. This is the point where people like to have things nicely tied up. A few dragons slain, a few maidens served. At the very least, you could expect some kind of moral lesson to think over. I think that, in this case, that sort of thing is missing the point. There are no dragons to slay, no morals to learn. We do not live happily ever after. There's no grand revelation, no clever twist, no purpose, no redemption, no hope. There's only eternity among our own kind. Well, hey, it's been a long time. The last body I had in the living world didn't cope too well with my mind driving it. It's sometimes hard to remember that the lessons you learn in hell aren't a good fit for the civilized world. When murder is just a normal part of existence, you tend to keep doing it out of habit. The inevitable result is either death or exorcism, and a trip back to the city of Dis. Safe to say, I got a bit carried away the last time that I was here. After my last taste of freedom, I knew that I had to get back out of Dis. My existence ever since I squandered my last host has been utterly dedicated to finding my way back into a pillar of fire. I had to escape Dis. After what I've seen, I had to escape. This new body seems a little bit more durable than the last one. Now that I'm back, shall we take another trip to hell? Phlegethon Swamp. It rains in hell. It rains all the fucking time, and the waters have to go somewhere. Most of it drains into Gehenna, where it sinks into the otherworldly ash and apparently disappears. The rest flows either into the sewers beneath the city, or it collects into Phlegethon Swamp. Remember how it is a bad idea to drink the rainwater in hell without boiling it? Well, the swamp water will kill you no matter what you do with it. Even letting the stuff touch your skin can be deadly. You see, the swamp isn't just filled with disease and rot. It's also brimming with chemical waste. One pool might simply be undrinkable, but another might dissolve your flesh. If you're mad enough to travel to Phlegethon, or unlikely enough to be born there, your odds of survival are slim. Phlegethon's waters are inky black, and it's impossible to tell just how deep the pool is by looking. It could be an inch or it could be a mile. You never know whether or not your next footfall will plunge you into the cloying abyss. Worse still, there are places where the sewers gradually drain the water and create unseen vortices capable of dragging down even the strongest of the damned. To navigate the swamp, you're better off using the crumbled buildings as stepping stones. The corrosive water causes wooden supports to wither and collapse, so there's plenty of debris lying around to stand on. Even so, if you take it slow and keep your balance, it's easy to slip and subject yourself to a fucking agonizing death. Last but not least are the wildfires. These are the reason that even the most insane tribes don't even try to establish a permanent stronghold in Phlegethon Swamp. All that chemical waste and decaying matter makes the swamp extremely volatile. A lightning strike or buildup of gases can result in an immense explosion that ignites Flagrathan's surface for miles around. Wildfires move fast. I guarantee that you won't outrun one. Cocytus. The first time that you see Cocytus, you could be forgiven for thinking you'd reached the very edge of Dis. The pit is dozens of miles wide and several times as deep. At some point in the dim and distant past, a fragile alliance of tribes put their slaves to work digging a quarry. Why they did this is lost to time, but many believe it was an attempt to escape Dis. Perhaps those tribes hoped that if they dug far enough, they'd eventually tunnel their way out of hell. In my view, the more likely answer is that those tribes were looking for resources. If that's true, then the evacuation was a success. Miles below the surface, beneath the rock and dirt, there are caverns filled with veins of iron and copper. So far underground and sheltered from the relentless fucking rain, it's far easier to create a fire hot enough to smelt ore. The value of such a position wasn't lost on the tribes, and that alliance soon showed just how brittle it was. After a short but savage burst of treachery, the initial shelters of Cocytus all but wiped themselves out. Since then, the pit has been settled and mined countless times. Coordinated efforts from various tribes have transformed the quarry into an abyss. So far, these alliances have always been broken sooner or later. Cocytus has many paths into its depths, and the lower you go, the more labyrinth the pit becomes. The sprawling caverns shelter entire shanty towns and crude smelting facilities. Some are abandoned, others have been lost to cave-ins. Yet there are still plenty of tribes who fight, join forces, and betray each other over the precious ore veins. By this point, you have to go pretty fucking deep to find an untapped vein, and this is where Cocytus becomes truly deadly. Anybody who thought they might be able to tunnel out of hell would be sorely disappointed once they learn what lies in the depths. In all these years, after digging for so many miles, not one person has run into some magical portal leading out of Dis. They also haven't run into magma, for the matter. Instead, the deeper you go, the colder Cocytus becomes. I've never been to the very bottom myself. I'm told that down there, the air is cold enough to freeze your blood and shatter your skin. Maybe that's true. I could certainly believe it. On the rare occasion I've seen Cocytus, I've also had to turn back once the walls became more ice than rock, and the narrow walkway became a death trap. If you have the numbers to do it, Cocytus is still a valuable place to settle. Just remember that when hunger, cold, and greed are your constant companions, none of the damned can be trusted. The Pale Witch. I've told you about the Slaughter Man previously, but hell has other legendary figures, each with their own sobriquets. The Ripper, the Grim Doctor, the Tyrant, and many more. So far, I've only encountered one of these figures. During my last stay in hell, I came across the Pale Witch. As is always the case with legends, the truth about the Pale Witch tends to get lost amid superstition. I've heard plenty of theories as to what she is. The Pale Witch is a Striga who has the power of the evil eye. The Pale Witch is a Gorgon whose gaze turns her victims to stone. The Pale Witch is a succubus who entraps the minds of those she wishes to consume. All of that is bullshit. I've seen the Pale Witch, and I know the truth about her. When I first saw her, I didn't realize who I was looking at. She was naked and locked in combat with an armed resident, so I took her for fresh meat. Here's a tip for you. If you see a resident fighting fresh meat, kill both of them while they're distracted. I planned to do exactly that, but something about the fight seemed off. Residents usually have the upper hand in a fight against fresh meat, and this particular bout definitely seemed about as one-sided as it gets. She was naked, whereas he was clad in leather and bone. She was unarmed, whereas he had a club, she was a wayfish, whereas he was huge. Despite him having the advantage, the resident was clearly terrified of her. The rules of hell dictated that he should have cracked her skull, taken her skin, and eaten her flesh, but that just wasn't happening. He was uncoordinated and apparently desperate to escape. Every swing he took was clumsy, and the blows he did manage to land on her didn't seem to have any effect. I could only stare at this naked, vulnerable woman that took the resident's club from his unresisted hand and swung it on his knee. I'm accustomed to the sound of bones breaking by now, but this time the noise caught me off guard. How the fuck was this happening? She brought the club down on the other knee, then his elbows, then his ankles, and then his shoulders. She left him broken and screaming on the floor. She could have finished him off with a blow to the head, stolen his clothes, and taken her rightful place as a resident. That's how hell works. These are the rules I've learned through bloody trial and error. That isn't what happened. Rather than kill him, she sat down beside him in the mud and took his hands in hers. I actually thought that she was going to console him. Instead, she started breaking his fingers, one by one. She snapped the fingers on both his hands with a calmness that made no sense to me. Torture is common in hell, but there's also a purpose behind it. The people in Skin Street do it out of sadism, and the people in the Boneyard do it for their insane purification rituals. This woman did it without emotion and without reason. I honestly don't know if she even understood that she was hurting him. I don't think her mind works the same way as ours. Eventually, the resident lost consciousness. A man can only take so much pain before the shock gets to him. Surely now she'd be satisfied, right? Surely she'd take his clothes and restore hell's order. No. She stood up, tilted her head slightly, and uttered a noise for the first time. It wasn't a victory cry, nor was it even a sigh of relief. Instead, the sound that she made was nothing more than a faintly bemused. It was as if she couldn't comprehend why her plaything had stopped moving. She stood up and stepped away from him, apparently content to leave him alive. Unconscious and crippled on the ground, she kept his club but didn't take his clothing. The cold and the rain didn't seem to bother her. And then she looked at me. In that instant, I knew I was looking at the pale witch. I looked into her eyes and I couldn't fucking move. I understood what she was straight away, and the sheer terror of it froze me. The pale witch isn't a Striga. She isn't a Gorgon, and she isn't a succubus. The pale witch is a Cambion. It's hard to put into words exactly how paralyzing the sight of a Cambion is. That perfectly serene face and those dead, staring eyes just don't belong on a body that's otherwise human. It was like looking into the face of a mannequin and knowing that it's looking back at you. That noise again. That kind of detached curiosity shouldn't exist in the world of predator and prey. Might makes right. Survival of the fittest. Nobody in the city of Dis has any right to make that noise. She took an awkward step towards me, and I saw that her right leg was broken. It seemed that her fight with the resident had injured her after all. She just didn't notice. She tried to walk normally, completely unaware that one of her legs had an extra joint. I don't care how tough you are. Nobody should be able to put their full weight onto a broken leg without even wincing. She stepped closer, her zombie shuffle steadily closing the gap between us as I stared at her. She raised her club, and my survival instincts finally kicked into gear. Her transfixing spell broke just enough for me to stumble backwards and avoid her swing. And I ran. I ran from a woman with a broken leg, and I'm not even ashamed of it. Looking back at my experience, there are some things I just can't comprehend. The Pale Witch is a Cambion. I'm certain of it. She was born in hell, and hell is all she has ever known.
She also looked to be about 30 years old. That just shouldn't be possible. No baby survives in Dis. Even if they had a tribe to protect them, there just isn't enough nourishment for an infant to grow into a toddler, let alone an adult. Pale Witch is a walking impossibility. Her existence is a defiance of all reason. I would endure every torture the people of Skin Street and the Boneyard could conceive of if it meant that I never ever had to look into her eyes again.
The perfume haunted me. It fluttered through the air, and it teased me, leading me towards an obscured end. I ran down the hallways, bathed in red tapestries, my nightgown shuddering in the cold. Moonlight showered me as the way that I searched for the perfume's source. Around blind corners and through doorways of solid oak, and into rooms once filled with laughter and terrible deeds. With each step, the scent grew stronger. Roses, a sting of ginger and citrus, never quite putting my finger on the familiarity of it all. And when I entered the chamber, the old room that differed from the rest, one solitary candle sat by a large 4-poster bed. The light cascaded out, revealing a room dark and brooding. The floor was cold, and the wood warped slightly. My bare feet lost what little heat they once held. A huge fireplace lay opposite the bed, unlit and devoid of life. And above it, a large portrait dominated the room. In the painting, a woman sat, wearing a dark green dress of many decades past. Her hair was pulled tightly in a bun, and her pale skin like languid pearl, and her eyes cold and cruel with dispassion. Those eyes seemed to watch, following me as I wandered around the bed until I stood at its foot. A once rich, now faded crimson blanket covered the mattress, and as the candlelight struggled against my unseen draft, it became clear that someone lay in the bed. I could not see the face of this person. The body was covered from head to foot by the red blanket, shrouded by it. The sight of the cloth outline struck fear into my heart. I dared not remove the blanket, uncertain that my nerves could endure the shock. Again, I was stung by the familiarity of it all, memory hiding in the shadows just out of sight, refusing to reveal itself. The pungent rose perfume was stronger than it had been before, as I could feel the spiteful gaze of the portrait behind me, watching the proceedings. Then I noticed another scent, something that had festered in the room for years, obscured by the sweetness of the perfume. A foul underbelly. As I stared at the outline of the head and the body beneath the blanket, the stench grew. And with each breath, I was treated to a mixture of roses and something humid, murky, like soil after a downpour. There was something rotten in the room with me, the rancid smell so thick that I could taste it. The hidden memory thickened to break loose from its chains. I had to flee. Run. Be away from the room, that house, out in the open where I could breathe again. I walked quickly to the door where I had entered, and it was locked. I twisted at the metal handle, its spherical body covered in dark brown paint. The locked mechanism entombed in the oak echoed into the distant recesses that taunted me and resisted. I was a prisoner confined to a solitary room, to a place where the sweet air of flowers was mixed with that of death. And I pounded at the door, shouted and screamed. But my pleas went unanswered. They simply faded into the lonely house, my family home, which I had not visited since I was 7, a place that hid dark recollections,
the wounds that ran deep, covered thinly by the preceding decades. And last I gave in. I stopped my protests, rested my forehead on the cold wooden surface of the locked door, and tried to compose myself. And then I heard the sound. One at first, followed by 3 others. It was a clicking, creaking noise. I turned around slowly to see what was there, but the room was as it had been. The body in the bed lay still, the blanket forming a perfect impression of it. The bedside candle flickered but remained, and as it did, so shadows danced around the room. They created the illusion of movement. And for a moment I stared at the portrait, the woman's eyes peering at me from above the darkened fireplace, and was as if the flickering of recognition fell across the face. I shuddered, believing that it was merely a trick of the light. But still the face looked on. And then I heard the creaking again, a series of quick clicks, like an aching door that had not been opened for an age, slowly moving into the night. But I could not see the source. My heart raced as I looked around, and for the first time I noticed the dim light, and there lay an old wooden wardrobe on the other side of the room. The creaking sounded once more. A frightful unease began to take over as each click sounded that both puzzled and repulsed me. I turned to the door and I twisted the handle as hard as I could, but the reality had not changed. I was locked in that room with a body rotting under the sheets and a clicking noise coming from inside the wardrobe. A noise that felt organic, alive somehow, differing itself from the shifting contractions of the wood floor and beams of the old house. It at once sounded natural and yet felt unnatural. Another creaking and clicking, and I knew that I had to look at the wardrobe across the room. I was terrified by what I might find, but the anticipation of waiting, just waiting until something threatening emerged from the wooden tomb, was too much to bear. I wanted this torturous night to be over, to return to my adult life. Something had compelled me to visit my ancestral home, but I was sure that if I felt the cold breeze of the outside world again, I would curse that place and never return. Obscured memories flickered in front of my eyes once more, the familiarity of the perfume stinging my senses. The room. A dreadful window into my past. I could not be tortured like this, played with. I had to know what was inside that wardrobe. And I stepped forward, moving around and then to the foot of the bed. I was certain that the portrait stared on menacingly, but I dared not catch its eye, and so my gaze remained fixed on the wardrobe as I neared. The clicking and creaking noise sounded intermittently. With each step I listened intently, something being greeted by the horrid sound. Other times being welcomed by the silence, an equally unappalling nightmare noise. As I reached my hand out to the wardrobe door, my blood ran cold. The door moved, ever so slightly. But it did move. I could see an inch of the darkness inside, a small sliver of black air, and I felt as though a watchful eye was glaring at me from within it. A creak reapplied to my proximity, this time louder than before. It took on a new characteristic, like knuckles being clicked, bone and ligament snapping in place, limbs that had not moved for an age breaking free of time's relentless hold. I reached my hand out slowly and pulled the door open with force. And for a moment, I thought as though I saw 2 eyes in the dark of the wardrobe peering at me. But as the light from the room's solitary candle reached the dark place, I saw nothing. No clothes, no belongings, no creeping eyes, just the emptiness of life now vacant. And I sighed with relief. But when I turned to the room, I froze. Something was different. Something had changed.
It wasn't the portrait on the wall. The bitter face of the woman in the painting stared onward. It wasn't the fireplace either, remaining as it did, unlit, its mouth bathed in night. It wasn't the door on the other side of the room, my only avenue for escape, standing closed, no doubt locked by some unseen jailer. No. None of these things had changed. But what had frightened me, tore at any composure I still had within me, was the figure lying under the covers in the bed. That dead, silent corpse that filled the air with perfume and macabre aura. It was gone. The red blanket had been pulled aside, revealing white silk sheets. And the only evidence that someone had been lying there was an impression in the mattress, an outline of a now missing body. I gasped as the creaking sounded once more, this time from the bed. But there was no sign of the body. The room was unoccupied, and yet the air did not feel absent of company. Something was there. I looked around, and it was then that I entertained the thought, one otherwise which had been preposterous to me. Perhaps it was an invisible specter that had been lying under the red blanket. An apparition with the body of a person, but transparent to the naked eye. Creaking noise. And that noise drew closer. Another creak. This time from the foot of the bed. Whatever it was slowly walking towards me. The warped floorboards shifting under its weight, the only sign that I wasn't alone. If only I could see the cadaverous thing before it placed its rotten hands on me. And with that thought, I leapt on the bed. And as the specter stepped forward, I pulled the sheets off the mattress, throwing them into the air like a net. They fluttered with movement, bringing them with then sweet, rancid perfume. And then they came to rest. But not on the floor. Instead, they covered the walking corpse, showing me its outline. A shrouded dress of white sheets resting over something hideous beneath. Perhaps I could have allowed the thing to walk unseen. For the sight of the long draped sheet stepped towards me, almost stopping my heart. Each invisible footstep brought me within pangs of dread, the likes of which I had never experienced before. And then came the rustling, as something else moved underneath the sheets, a prodding motion. As what I could only assume were two hands outstretched beneath their shroud reached out towards me. I stumbled backwards and I cried out, and as I did the room dimmed. My retreat had led me into the wardrobe. The arms of the shrouded figure were now almost upon me, and the only recourse was to pull the wooden doors of the wardrobe towards me, to shelter me from this thing. My newfound sanctuary shook violently as the shrouded specter heaved and pulled at the door. I held on with my every might, my fingers poking out into the room, grasping onto the piece of the wood, the only barrier between me and the rotted apparition. Memories began to flood back. The dark wardrobe had triggered to painful events that I had managed to bury deep within me. Of a little girl locked in a dark place. Cellars, attics, and wardrobes. A girl put upon, beaten, and mocked. Emotionally tortured by her one and only caregiver. My body convulsed and shivered as the reality of my early childhood had filtered through. The attack ceased, and silence became my world. And that's when I heard two whispers.
Sophie.
The words were more breath than voice, and in them I recognized the speaker. My grandmother, that horrid woman who had abused her duty. I was an only child, screamed at the top of my lungs. How could you? Still, I held on tightly to the door, sure that the spirit of my grandmother stood in front of it. This was confirmed to me when I felt a warm, sticky breath on my fingers. A mouth, seen or unseen, must have hovered over them for a moment, exhaling foul air. Then something wet licked the length of my fingers, a rotten tongue from beyond. But I dared not open the door, because there was little that I could do. I held on to it tightly while the ghost of my twisted grandmother licked at my exposed flesh. And then nothing. Again, silence. No breath. No shaking of the doors. Nothing. Teeth dripped with saliva, then bit hard down onto my fingers. I screamed in agony as they delved deep through my skin and then crunched onto bone. Under my screams of pain, I heard a laugh of delight. History had repeated itself as more memories flooded through the torture. She had done awful things in the past. Malevolent, twisted things. Locking me in the darkness, beating, prodding, and more. The pain of memory mixed with the pain of moment of those dreaded teeth that ground deeper. No more. I screamed and I raged and I pushed to the wardrobe door, knocking the shrouded figure to the ground. My fingers gushed blood, but they were free, just as I was. I leaped onto the bed and I charged for the locked door once more. I yelled and I cried and I fought as the door remained tightly closed. It would not budge. I pounded and I railed against my imprisonment. The two hands reached from behind, wrapping sheet-covered fingers around my neck. And we struggled. The grip around my throat tightened, choking the breath from me. And in a moment's rage, a moment of pure survival, I reached for the solitary candle that sat by the bed and cast it to the feet of my grandmother, catching the shroud of the sheets. And the room burned. The bed, painting, the wardrobe. And my last memory was looking beside me to see my grandmother's corpse burning on the ground. I was found standing in the garden of my family home, dazed, watching it collapse in and on itself, consumed by flames. I had returned to my childhood home to oversee my grandmother's things after she was done with this mortal world. But it appeared that she was not done with me. And after this night, at long last, I was certainly done with her. No one should have to walk in on a suicide, especially not a teenage kid. Dad had always warned me about depression. Depression is a demon, he would say. And looking back, I could see why it was that he wanted to grind that topic into my head so often. When I was younger, I was absorbed into my life. That is what teenagers do, after all. Teenage problems, teenage drama, teenage angst. You miss some of the larger issues that are right in front of you. I missed that Dad had switched jobs, not for better money or for something that he liked better, but because he was let go. I didn't understand the yelling that happened into the late night that I would drown out with music. I overlooked the nights that I came home after curfew and Dad was always waiting up to make sure that I was okay. Dad would say that depression would loom around. It would hang on your shoulders. And even when you think it's gone, it'll be there, waiting for that low point. I don't think that I noticed what he was trying to tell me. I remember we would go on family trips, and Dad would always smile when he looked off and into the distance.
almost like he wasn't really there. He was thinking about something else that only he knew about. I think Mom noticed it too. It tore into her so much to the point that she moved out. She said that she couldn't handle him anymore. And when I found the note, I didn't know what to do. I didn't know that the word goodbye could be as powerful as it was on the yellow notepad. And I ran through the house screaming for him. Dad? Dad! My feet thumped around the first floor and up the stairs towards his bedroom. A thin line of light showed under the bathroom door. I pounded on it, yelling for him. Dad! All I could hear was my dad sobbing coming from the other side. Dad, please! I said more to myself than I did to him, unsure if I could even hear him with such a whisper. The doorknob was cold to the touch. My hand wrapped around it, but I couldn't will myself to turn it. I knew what that note meant. Dad was behind that door, and I wasn't sure if I wanted to see him, as he might be. Had he already gone through with it? What should I do if he had? Should I wait to just call 911? But if I didn't go in now, would he go through with it before anyone else could be here to help me? Thoughts raced through me. But finally instinct took over. My body moved before my mind could find a conclusion. The door swung open slowly. And there he was. Razor to wrist and sitting on the bathtub. A small trickle of blood ran over his arm. He was shaking. The blade had just barely pierced his skin. He hadn't gone through with it yet. I could still help him. I didn't know what to say. Dad, please. Don't, please. It was all I could think of. But he didn't listen. He stared like he always did, away at something like he wasn't there with me. I followed his line of sight, and out of the corner of my eye, I could see it. Or I couldn't see it until I really wanted to. The shadow figure. An outlined figure of a man with no form. The form knelt before Dad. He was touching him. No, he was holding him. Holding his arms. Holding his hands. Dad wasn't cutting his wrists. The shadow, the thing that I could see, but couldn't see, it was cutting him. The long, smoky fingers of the thing held the razor over Dad's wrists. Its head would shift from the blade to meet Dad's gaze and then back again. It played with him, almost asking, should I? When I could finally break my eyes away, they locked with my father's. He stopped looking at the shadow. He was looking at me. Right into my eyes. Help me. Blade slid effortlessly down his arm. Dad's eyes were watering as I froze. And I had no idea what I was walking in on or what I was witnessing. Worst of all, I had no idea how to help. And Dad went limp. And the shadow turned its head to me. His funeral was a few days ago. I haven't really left my room much since then. Mom calls me down for dinner and I try. I really do. But I don't think that I could ever tell her about the shadow that I saw with Dad. I don't think that I can ever tell her that it hasn't left my side since that day.
The Devil's Toy Box is an urban legend that savvier horror fans will recognize as the inspiration for the infamous Lament configuration from Clive Barker's seminal Hellraiser series, though in reality the titular box is not a toy at all, but rather a small room where the floor, the ceilings, and the walls are each composed of one giant mirror. According to the legend, if you stood inside the mirror room alone for too long, supposedly the devil would show up and steal your soul. In most versions of this story, he did so by flaying you alive. I mention all of this because about 2 weeks ago, I got an email from an old friend, someone who was well versed in my sordid past, asking if I could help out their younger sister, an 18-year-old girl who I guess we can call Erin, located in northern Louisiana. The specific parish where Erin lived shall go unnamed for reasons that will soon become obvious. Like pretty much everywhere else, the place where Erin grew up had its own annual haunted house attractions that went up every October. The attraction was called Farmer Graves' Haunted Orchard, and in years past, it had been every bit of thrilling as the name suggested, which is to say not very. So for the previous Halloween, the owners decided to spice things up by building several new interaction installments, which included a windowless shack called the Devil's Toy Box. The shack housed a very small room composed of a large wall-sized mirror. That's how Erin heard it described anyway. She'd never been inside the toy box herself. Farmer Graves closed less than a week after opening, and as a result of the numerous people who had been hospitalized after going inside the Devil's Toy Box attraction, Erin didn't get a chance to try out the box for herself because the closure, but she had heard countless stories about it from her classmates at school. Apparently, no one could last longer than 5 minutes inside the room. There was an even larger timer set up beside the building that showed the current occupant's length of stay, under a second clock displaying the longest recorded time up until that point, which maxed out at just over 4 minutes before the attraction finally closed. The man who managed to last that long was Roger Heltz, age 52, father of 3, had been reduced to a wide-eyed mute. And to this day, he has still yet to say a word. One woman suffered a heart attack just after 90 seconds inside the box. A 17-year-old boy had been dragged out, kicking and screaming. The boy was from a nearby parish and hadn't gone to Erin's school, though his friend Celeste claims her parents were friends with the boy's mom. They went to his funeral, when he killed himself 2 weeks later. Whatever the truth of the matter, town officials were quick to act in getting Farmer Graves shut down. Of course, that didn't stop people from talking about the now infamous attraction, which they began to do almost immediately. And for the next month or so, it seemed like the toy box was the only thing on anyone's mind. It had become the stuff of legends, of course, and didn't take long for the local kids to start venturing out to the orchard at night to see the box for themselves. Farmer Graves' Haunted Orchard was owned by a middle-aged couple named Will and Darlene Sawyer. When the town council ordered the Sawyers to shut down the place, they were so pissed about the ruling, they left most of the attractions still standing, including the Devil's Toy Box. The actual orchard was on a plot of land located in the rear of the Sawyers' property and was only accessible by a narrow 2-lane dirt road. One night, several seniors at Erin's school snuck out to the Sawyers' property on a dare and claimed that they found the toy box's entrance padlocked. But then Will Sawyer showed up out of nowhere and asked them if they wanted to go inside. Will's sudden arrival had startled the young men, but once they realized that he wasn't mad at them for trespassing and, in fact, seemed genuinely happy to see them, the guys decided to take him up on his offer to have a go inside the box. Of course, they chickened out as soon as Will unlocked the door, and it seemed to swing open on its own, like a hungry mouth at the sight of food. That's how the rumors about midnight screenings of the Devil's Toy Box began to circulate. Most of the people who ventured out there afterwards claimed they encountered Will Sawyer after waiting beside the toy box for an unspecified length of time.
A few even said that they went inside the box, but these claims were also dismissed as bullshit. No one who came out of that box was that coherent enough to talk about it. Last week, Aaron's boyfriend Troy went out there with a couple of his idiot friends, and Aaron hadn't seen him since. His parents reported him missing, and Aaron told the cops about the rumors surrounding the toy box, but they barely seemed to be listening. Now, Aaron was going crazy worrying about Troy, and of course, she was hoping that I would be intrigued enough by her story to come with her to investigate Farmer Graves because she was too scared to do it by herself. Aaron's location was only a 3-hour drive from New Orleans, so I asked my friend Jason and his girlfriend Gretchen to take the ride with me. This way, I wouldn't feel so weird about driving all this way to see an 18-year-old girl that I didn't know. We rolled into the town about 5 p.m. that Saturday and met up with Erin at the McDonald's, as she called it. I laughed when I heard her say that and immediately felt like an asshole for thinking that it was funny that Erin's town only had one McDonald's. Our meet and greet started out a little awkward on account of all the stares that we were getting from the rest of the restaurant. Then again, 4 strangers driving into town to meet a teenage girl at the McDonald's could do that to you. Thankfully, Gretchen was there to defuse the situation with one simple question. "Did you make that?" She was pointing at Erin's backpack, which was actually a stuffed doll that I recognized as Lumpy Space Princess from the cartoon Adventure Time. Only most of the stuffing had been removed, and a purple pouch had been sewn into it that sealed it closed via a matching purple zipper. The straps were made of old, retro-looking seatbelts. Erin nodded and Gretchen's jaw dropped. "Oh my god, will you make one for me? Will you make me 2? Gretchen asked. "Sure, as long as you provide the supplies," Erin said, laughing. "Deal." Gretchen was grinning ear to ear as she turned to face me. "You have to help this girl so that way she can make me tiny, adorable backpacks." It was a little after 10 p.m. when we neared the end of the narrow dirt road that led to the Farmer Graves haunted orchard. We parked beside a tall wooden archway that designated the orchard's front entrance. I handed out flashlights from the small stash of them in my trunk, and then we started inside. The place looked about how I expected it to. A row of brightly colored plywood shacks lined with vacant fields beside several rows of satsuma trees that had been covered in fake cobwebs and scary decorations. Each shack had a sign displaying the name of a different attraction. There was the horn toss, which, judging from the illustration on its side, was a ring toss game where you tried to throw halos onto a devil's horns. Werewolf bowling, which was anyone's guess and my personal favorite. The Exorcist, which was a mounted squirt gun game that had several wood cutouts of Linda Blair's face on it as targets. Cartoon water tanks were painted below each of the mounted squirt guns that were labeled Holy Water. The Devil's Toy Box was the last shack in the row. It was painted a bright fire engine red, and the door, which made up the entire wall of the small structure, was padlocked shut. Someone had stacked a dozen or so rusting folded chairs against the side of the toy box. Erin grabbed one of the chairs and began to unfold it as she said, "Now we wait." "For how long?" Gretchen asked. "It varies, but hopefully not forever." Erin motioned at the thick patch of wilderness to her left and turned to see a window glowing out there in the distant darkness. "See it? That's the Sawyer house. They must know that we're here." "And that's a good thing?" Gretchen's tone was tense, and she had a look on her face that said that she just realized how much she didn't want to be a part of this anymore. Before Erin or I could answer, she turned to Jason and asked, "Baby, will you walk me to the car?" Jason gave her an irritated look. "What? Why?" "Because all of this just got too real." "You know what we were coming out here to do. I explained it to you in vivid detail." "Jason, please?" "No, it's bullshit, Gretch. You do this every time." I know. This is just fucking Avengers sneak preview all over again. I miss everything cool." "I'm sorry." She batted her eyes as she gave Jason an adorable frown that Gretchen had honed over many years of getting her way. Jason let out an exasperated sigh and I handed him the keys to the car.
I'll be back,
Jason muttered. I pulled out a chair and I took a seat next to Aaron as we watched the beams from Jason and Gretchen's flashlights shrink into the darkness. A thought just came over me, as this didn't already resemble an episode of Scooby-Doo. Now we're splitting up. That's just asking for it. As soon as the words crossed my mind, we heard the crunch of approaching footsteps. Aaron and I stood in unison and exchanged a panicked glance before turning to face the forest bordering the orchard. A middle-aged man with long, scraggly hair emerged out of the darkness and into range of our flashlights. He was holding an electric lantern and wearing an open bathrobe over a dirty white undershirt and sweatpants. Will Sawyer was basically Vincent Price, if he had starred in The Big Lebowski. He smiled and gave us a thumbs up as if to say, "You here for the box?" "Sort of," Aaron responded, and Will gave her a look that he had no idea what that could possibly mean. "Have you seen this guy?" I held up a photo of Troy that Aaron had texted me to my phone as Will started to approach us, and he squinted at the picture.
"Maybe," he said.
"And when was that?"
A few weeks ago. He was the one that came and wanted to go and went inside the box. Most won't go inside anymore. Lasted almost 3 minutes. Then he ran off screaming."
Aaron let out a sharp gasp. Ran off? Ran off where?" Will pointed a thumb back to the dark patch of the wilderness behind him and replied,
"Into the fucking woods. Where do you think? I opened the door and he came shooting out, dick flapping, naked from the waist down, had his boxers on his head and his pants wrapped around his neck like a fucking scarf. It was honestly pretty funny."
Aaron covered her mouth with her hands as her eyes began to well with tears. Will grinned, and he said,
"You want to see inside?"
"We aren't here for the box," I said, stepping in front of Aaron and glaring at Will.
"But it's so breathtaking,"
the man said as he gestured towards the toy box's wide door, which slowly swung open. The interior was shrouded in darkness, but I could still see something vaguely human-shaped moving around inside the box. "Yeah, fuck that. Run." I grabbed Aaron by the arm and pulled her along with me as I sprinted away from the toy box. I could hear something chasing after us as we ran back towards the orchard's entrance and say something, because it certainly didn't sound like a human. What I heard weren't footsteps, but rather one long scraping sound, accompanied by wet breathing that reminded me of a panting dog. Thankfully, Jason heard me screaming just as he and Gretchen reached my car. They turned to spot me and Aaron running towards them with identical expressions of pants-shitting terror. Jason must have caught a glimpse of the thing chasing after us too, because his own face went pale. He quickly unlocked my car and threw himself behind the wheel, screaming for Gretchen to get in. She hurried into the passenger seat, and the moment that she buckled her seatbelt, he started the engine and accelerated towards us, closing the gap in a matter of moments. Jason slammed on the brakes as he neared, and the car screeched to a halt inches away from us. I went to open the back door, but it was locked, and so was Aaron's side. I banged my fist on the windows and pointed down at the locking mechanism. Jason mouthed, "Oh shit." He turned and scanned the door's controls on the driver's side, looking for the master switch. The scraping sound was growing closer, but I refused to look back and banged on the window once again. A frustrated Jason finally leaned into the back seat and unlocked the door manually, but then it already had me. And I can remember something dragging me back through the woods. I wasn't aware of much else, beyond the vague expression that I had been stung by an insect with some kind of paralytic venom. I felt a rush of air hit my face as the door swung shut in front of me, and then the lights came on, and I realized where I was. I was inside the Devil's Toy Box. The room's construction was actually impressive. The floor was a thick sheet of transparent plexiglass layered over a mirror identical to the ones that made up the ceilings and walls. And with the door shut, the mirror on its other side was just as seamless as the rest. Thin fluorescent bulbs ran between the crevices where each mirror met the next, washing the room in its endless reflection in a pale yellow light. I made the mistake of looking down at the chasm of reflections below me and almost fainted. I shut my eyes and held out my hands, feeling for the nearest wall. I leaned against it while trying to force my head to stop spinning. Someone whispered my name. Joel. I opened my eyes to see my reflection smiling at me as it said, "You're his now." I let out a startled scream and backed away from the mirror that I was leaning against. Something was moving around behind my reflection. It was hard to see what it was at first, but something was climbing through the corridor of my reflections, making its way towards me. As it got closer, I saw that something was me. Well, not exactly me. His features were too blurred, as if this reflection of me had been so far back that its face had been reduced to a distorted mess. That was the Joel that was coming for me. I began to bang at the entrance wall, which felt padlocked into place. I let out a frustrated scream and finally turned to face the thing coming for me, only to find that my reflection had returned to normal. There was no longer a blurry me in the mirror, and I let out a reflexive sigh of relief. And a beat later, it emerged from the mirror beneath me and grabbed onto my legs. I woke up screaming, and Aaron shot me a panicked look. We were still seated outside of the toy box. Sorry. God, I must have nodded off. Erin opened her mouth. She hesitated before replying. I'm worried about your friends. I rubbed my eyes. Why? How long have they been gone? A while. Almost 30 minutes. I pulled out my phone to check the time, confirming what Aaron had said, and I sighed. I guess we have to go check on them. As Aaron and I started up the path back towards the entrance of the orchard, I nodded in the direction of the Sawyer house. You think he's gonna show? I asked. Aaron thought about it for a moment and nodded. I hope so. If not, I don't know what I'll do. I glanced at her, worried that Aaron was about to start crying, but the look on her face was more of a stoic acceptance. And just as I realized that I was staring at her, Aaron looked up at me and we exchanged a moment of awkward eye contact. I smiled and tried to play it off as quickly facing forward. It was then that I realized that we had lost our way in the dark and had somehow ended up in the dense patch of the woods that bordered the orchard. How the hell? I scanned the surrounding wilderness with my flashlight, trying to get my bearings. But I couldn't locate the orchard or any of its accompanying structures in the darkness. Then, after a bit, what I thought had been backtracking, we found ourselves at the front steps of the Sawyer house. It was a white 2-story, or 3 if you counted its 6-foot elevated flood-proof foundation similar to a lot of the homes in the area. The space beneath the porch was unlit and pitch black. Yet staring into it, you could have sworn that I saw movement under there as Aaron gestured at the house. Guess we might as well say hi, she said. Aaron started at the front steps before I could even begin to mention the many ways in which that might be a bad idea, and, without hesitation, she knocked on the front door. Shit, I muttered to myself and hurried up the steps to stand beside her. There was a tense beat of silence, and then from inside came the sound of footsteps across hardwood floor. The door was suddenly yanked open, and a middle-aged woman with gray-streaked hair and the brightest blue eyes that I had ever seen was standing there, glaring at us. This must have been Darlene. You here for the box? She said, giving us both a cursory scan. I experienced a moment of intense déjà vu when Aaron replied, Sort of. Darlene leaned outside and glanced around. Well, y'all better come in then. Aaron and I exchanged a cautious look as the woman turned and started back inside, leaving the front door open behind her. Aaron responded with a shrug and said, Fuck it, and then entered the house. As I followed her and shut the door, I heard something rustling inside the bushes outside.
Hey, lock it, please. There's shit out in these woods,
Darlene said. The rustling sounds grew louder as I turned the deadbolt and slid it home with an ominous thunk. We followed Darlene into the den that reeked of weed as she gestured to a half-smoked blunt burning away in the ashtray. "Help yourselves," she said, gesturing towards the blunt. She took a seat on the sofa and muted the large flat-screen TV mounted on the wall in front of her. "Now, how can I help you?" I cleared my throat and replied, "We were told to expect Will Sawyer. Is he around? Is he coming?" "He killed himself last night, so probably not." "Oh, I'm so sorry." "Yeah, so how can I help you?" "Well," I held up my phone and showed her Troy's picture. "We were wondering if you remembered seeing this guy out at the orchard recently," I said. Darlene examined the photo. "Not that I can recall, but I never went out there much after the incident with the toy box. It's my fault that godforsaken room got built in the first place, and every time I see the damn thing, I just want to fucking cry," she said. Erin tilted her head, and her tone curious when she asked, "It was your idea to build the devil's toy box?" Darlene slowly shook her head. "No, I was sick. Like really sick. And that demon or whatever Willie summoned told him that he would make me better if we built a room of mirrors and got people to go inside it. If your friends went in there, I can tell you, one of three things happened now. He's either dead, catatonic, in a hospital, or I'll be out in these woods. That one that's ended up out there now, something happened to him then. Like when a pig gets loose and grows tusks. But if it'll help, you're welcome to look for him here." "Here in your house?" Erin asked. "Yeah." Darlene stood, slid her coffee table out of the way, and pulled the rug aside to reveal a crude hatch cut into the hardwood floor. "We brought a few of the ones that went in back home. I think he felt sorry for them. Anyway, he kept them down there." The woman pulled open the trap door, and I was hit with a stench that was so potent. I don't know how we didn't notice it when we were outside. It was the smell of human filth and mass. Darlene nodded at me. "You got a flashlight?" I returned the nod and handed it to her. She switched on the light and aimed it down at the open hatch, revealing the upturned face of 4 naked, emaciated men. "Any of them look familiar?" One of the men hissed at us. There were more rustling sounds from outside, and then something began to scratch at the living room window. Darlene glanced at the window, and she said, "You got them riled up tonight. How long were you two out there anyway?" Before I could respond, a filthy hand with impossibly long fingers reached up and yanked me down through the trapdoor. And I woke up screaming. I was sitting outside the toy box, and Jason was seated beside me. He gave me a sideways look, and he said, "You okay?" "Fuck, yeah, I didn't even know I fell asleep. Just had a terrible dream. Yeah, I'm good." I was still reeling from my nightmare within a nightmare as I glanced around. Something felt off. "Where are the girls?" "What girls?" "The girls. One of them being your girlfriend, Gretchen?" "Dude, Gretchen broke up with me like a month ago, remember? Or is that something that you're doing for your story?" My what?" "The story that you're going to write about this. You're fudging the details. I mean, that's what you told me when you probably shouldn't have. But I get it. I mean, being a writer and all. Gonna make up some fake reason why we're out here too? Some damsel in distress who needs you to investigate a derelict Halloween attraction? It's definitely a lot better than saying your depressed friend asked you to drive 3 hours to see some random shack in the middle of the night where nothing whatsoever happened and then your friend shot himself.
What? Jason slid the barrel of a handgun into his mouth and then pulled the trigger. I was sitting there close enough that the shot rendered me temporarily deaf. I stood and I slowly backed away, my gaze fixed on the crater of blood and viscera that had my friend's head mere moments ago. My own head ringed like a goddamn church bell from the large caliber handgun going off next to it. And still, I couldn't look away. Finally, I forced myself to turn and watch where I was going so that way I could hurry up and get the fuck out of there. As I started towards the entrance, I glanced back once more to give my dead friend a final parting glance and halted when I saw that he was not there. Jason's blood and brains were still splattered across the front of the toy box, so I assumed that meant that I hadn't imagined the whole thing. But the folding chair where he had been sitting now was void of his slumped, lifeless body. And as I stood there trying to figure out where Jason's corpse had gone, a stream of stagnant-smelling water splattered against the side of my face. And I turned to see Jason's, mostly, headless body draped over one of the Exorcist game's mounted water guns. I'm not exactly proud to admit this, but I froze when I saw him, thinking that Jason had gone full-on undead zombie. Though after almost a minute of me standing there watching for him to make the next move, I finally realized that that wasn't going to happen. What I was seeing was nothing more than a dead body lying on a mounted water gun, which meant that someone or something was out there in the darkness, moving around a 160-pound corpse and propping it up on shit simply to fuck with me. This was the realization that finally sent me running. And that's when I was in my 91 Jeep Cherokee and halfway down an unpaved dirt road back to a highway when the Cherokee hit a bump that dislodged something from its undercarriage. I pulled over and I started to get out so that way I could take a look at what had been done, and that's when I realized that once again, I was looking at Jason's mangled body. Moving a grown man's corpse is one thing, but moving it and then wedging it into a car's undercarriage in the time that it took me to get back to my Jeep, I have to be going crazy. I really don't like to give this part much thought because the truth is kind of depressing. Because real-life Jason had been really depressed about the breakup with Gretchen, and I guess I should have seen it coming, but I didn't. And so when I went back home and I started to write it all down, just as Jason knew that I would, I got about this far when I was interrupted by the knock on the door to my apartment. I opened the door and I saw that there was a note taped to the outside. "There's a package for you in the lobby." It was about 11 p.m., and I was pretty sure that the management of my complex had long since been gone home for the evening. But I headed down towards the lobby just out of pure sheer curiosity. I started down the steps leading to the first floor of my complex to see Jason's mutilated body leaning against the Coke machine at the bottom of the stairwell. Somehow, they had found me. I vaulted back to the stairs, seeing everything in slow motion as I sprinted to my apartment and locked the door. A moment later, the knob began to rattle as someone tried to turn it from the outside. I was slowly backing away from the door when something big crashed through it. It was no longer my front door, but rather the inside wall of the toy box that suddenly buckled inward to reveal a familiar set of headlights. Jason had crashed my Cherokee into the side of the toy box. I had spent 25 seconds inside the devil's toy box. That's how long it took Jason to run to my car. Thankfully, the Cherokee was still drivable afterwards, and we promptly got the fuck out of there. I dropped Erin off at her house with an apology and explained that there was nothing else that I could do. Honestly, I don't know what she expected from me. This isn't supernatural. If your boyfriend is missing, you call the police. I'm going home. Do I feel bad that I couldn't help her? Sure.
But for what it's worth, we disabled the toy box that probably saved countless generations of dumb kids from making the same mistake as Aaron's boyfriend. The bad news is that doing so had almost certainly scarred me for life. And even as I sit here days later, writing all of this down for the second time, I'm still worried that it's not over. I'm worried that when I wake up tomorrow, I'm going to be in front of that goddamned box. When I was 11 and my brother Rorik was 16, Dad moved us to the jungle to deliver the Lord's good work to the people who lived there. He must have thought that it would change us, make us into men, and lift us above the everyday sins of the other boys littering the stoops of Boston. That's what he called them. Everyday sins. Dad said that everyday sins were small things. Small things like not telling the Irish girl who lived in the building across the way that the cat had been sitting in her window. Because the way that her curtains fall lately, they bunch up around the pull strings, and if a person were bending down in just the right way, for example on his knees, whispering prayers before bed, he might see through the gap to whomever might be standing there blow-drying their hair in clean white panties.
Everyday sins can sneak up on you, son. Like bees. One or two, they ain't so bad. But when you get a swarm of them together, that's when you're in big trouble.
Dad had black hair and a mouth that could smile all the way to the corners of his eyes. He was not a religious fanatic or a child abuser, if that's what you're thinking. Dad never beat us with Bibles or locked us in closets or forced us to grasp crucifixes heated over the burners. He was just an electrician turned preacher who, in addition to being fond of analogies, believed that God would want men and boys to wear heeled shoes and pressed shirts while they were delivering the good news. He had been flipping a batch of Dad's famous hotcakes when he delivered the analogy about the bees. Dad cooked us hot meals all the time, and everything he made was famous.
They'll sting your swollen, son. And if you give them the chance, that's why you have to be on the lookout.
He put the plate of hotcakes on the table, and we ate them together in the warm kitchen with syrup and butter, as well as cold milk. There were no bees in the jungle. The native women were not like the Irish girl or the lady with the tiny waist on the detergent box. Their breasts fell on their navel like couples of cold molasses sinking slowly down their chests. They were the first breasts that I had ever seen up close. Instead of using a toilet, the villagers squatted over holes, and their nails were thick and yellow. They were all missing a toenail or a fingernail, and sometimes more than one. The girls poked pieces of wood and bone through their holes in their noses and ears, and sometimes lumps of scar tissues bloomed up around the holes like the chunks of white lime built up around our drain at home. They squatted next to the coal beds while they cooked. Some nights the firelights showed me down their hair and dark spots that hung beneath like flaps. Some had brown and black tattoos on their faces, and some of their heads were as bald as eggs. The men were strong and glossy and hard. They hunted monkeys and butchered them with their hands. Then they cooked up the meat and the guts as well. They even broke open the bones and dug inside with their thumbs, and then ate the stuff that came out. Sometimes they pulled out the guts before the monkey even stopped breathing. The children turned over logs and found white grubs the size of pecans that they roasted on sticks before chewing them up. They watched the moon on some of the nights, then they smeared things on themselves and danced in front of the bonfire. One night, I even saw a baby born. Inside our chapel was very, very hot. The walls and roof were made of heavy pine planks.
The planks were the first thing that we brought in once the road was cleared,
said Father Clausen, showing us how to fan out mosquito nets over our beds and weigh them down at the bottom. He pointed to the 4 glass windows, looking very proud.
From a pair of very charitable Christians in Long Island. That's real glass.
They let the light of Christ shine right in, he beamed. I doubt that there's another set of glass windows for 300 miles in any direction.
The windows didn't open. The air in the chapel was as hot and heavy as the steam that used to hiss from Dad's iron. Beads of sap oozed from the pine lumber, scenting the smother like Christ Mass time. And everything was sticky. The few villagers curious enough to attend the services brought banana leaves to sit on, so that way they wouldn't get the sap on their bottoms from sitting in the pews. They fanned themselves with fronds and then stopped coming altogether. Dad said sometimes the good word was like the sound of the ocean.
Waves just keep crashing on the background, and finally a day comes when people see the waters are cool and clear. People wade in and try to swim. And some of those people will take to the water like fish, and others might not get the hang of it right away. Some people might only dip in a toe.
He'd always drop his voice for the next part.
And some people need us more than anyone else, because by the time that they get to the water, they've already been on fire for a very, very long time.
Dad was from Chicago first and then Minneapolis. And then he spent the rest of his life in Boston. He'd signed a year contract for us. And when the review board asked if he'd had any experience living on the tropical island, he said,
I've studied up.
And then to us, he'd said,
If the Swiss family Robinson can do that, so can we. The Lord will watch over us.
But not many days had passed before it became clear that neither was true. We were dangerously ignorant about the jungle. We'd packed useless things, a swimsuit, a gold pocket watch, a real plastic radio that never picked up a station and ran out of batteries after the first week. Dad brought 3 jars of Brio cream, because he was afraid that he'd run out. Nonetheless, he assured us that everything would be okay. We were on the Lord's mission, and he was looking after us. The first few months were a dark time. Our water filter was a heavy contraption that took both hands and all my weight to pump. In the heat of the day, I'd avoid pumping water until I was so thirsty my head throbbed, and then I'd make it worse by exerting myself in the heat. For food, we had a kind of dried porridge with vitamins ground up in it, and you'd add water to make a sweet, gritty sludge. The best way to get it down was drink it fast, like cod liver oil. Suffering in button-up shirts and heeled shoes with socks, we dolled out litanies to the strange natives who looked at us with skepticality, clicking their tongues and shaking their heads. The village children ran naked into the open air, and waded into the brown, running stream to splash their dark bodies with water. I tried not to feel bitter, though, towards them. On Sundays, Dad offered sacrament, pressing wafers of host into the rough, brown hands and making the sign of the cross in the air.
On the night in which he was betrayed, Christ broke bread and said, Take and eat. This is my body given to you. Do this in remembrance of me.
The villagers inspected the paper discs, taking wary nibbles and tasting an unfamiliar fruit for the first time, without knowing if the flesh would send them into fits or cause chaos in their bowels. Nobody understood a word either side was saying. At night, Rorik and I lay beneath the mosquito nets and felt things crawling on us, scratching furrows into our legs with our grimy fingernails. We'd been itchy and paranoid since the night that Rorik had found a millipede as long as his forearm coiled inside his pillowcase. Sometimes we lay in bed and remembered things together, like the icebox back in Boston and the cool fountain in the square. Rory reminded me of Dad's famous potato and fried egg hash with catsup, and I reminded him of Dad's famous chocolate egg cream, always with an extra sprinkle of Ovaltine on top. One very dark night I dreamt of the Irish girl. She was blow-drying her hair. She turned around, and I saw that her dark breasts were formed and made of scar tissue, lumps stacked upon lumps like bunches of half-dried grapes. Beneath her white panties something bulged and squirmed. The hard, horny head of a giant millipede emerged from one leg of her panties and wound down the entire side of her thigh,
circling once before disappearing beneath her knee. She held up her thumb, and there was black stuff on it. She sucked it off and smiled, looking right at me, still holding on to the blow dryer. I'd wet the bed that night for the first time in years, but Rory didn't notice. The sheets were always damp anyway, and we trained our noses not to smell things. 4 months passed, and Dad was sick. He would stand in the palmettos behind the chapel and make himself vomit before morning service, so he wouldn't have to stop the sermon when he felt it coming. Long flat worms like ribbons came up in the vomit, yellow stains blooming in the armpits of his white shirt, and he had to go to the bathroom all the time. He grew thin and grim. Still, he didn't want to leave. He said that nothing was more transient than flesh, and he felt proud that God believed that he was strong enough to be tested. Rory and I wondered about this. We always wondered whether or not God considered all meat to be flesh. Were the worms made of flesh? What about the grubs or the millipede? Or the monkey guts? Or the villagers? What about the difference between flesh and the regular old meat? We couldn't decide. The infection began with a black dot the size of a pea on the top of Dad's foot. It looked like that time I'd stepped on a sharpened pencil, and the smooth pellet of lead had lodged itself into the web of my big toe. At first it only itched. Dad thought that it might be a mosquito bite turned blood blister. Maybe he could just coax out a few drops of blood, and the thing would turn back into regular skin. He squeezed it between his thumbnails, but nothing came out. And then it was bigger the next day, and he tried to prick it with the corner of his folded razor. The blade barely brushed the dot before Dad sucked air over his teeth and squeezed his eyes shut, gripping the sides of his foot with both hands as if curling up that way would make the pain stop. The next day, the dot was twice as big, and it was no longer a dot. It was a little brown crater with a black pit, and the ring of skin around the crater was puffy and angry looking. The day after, the foot was swollen and bulged out of Dad's shoe like rising bread. And then the day after that, the shoe didn't fit at all. For the first time in 4 months, Dad stayed in his bed beneath the mosquito net instead of rising for morning prayer. We tried to cool him by fanning him with fronds, the way that the villagers did. We pumped the water filter for him and offered him mangoes and porridge. He drank some water and ate a little of the mango, but the porridge came right back up. When he could no longer bear the heat of the chapel, he crawled outside to lie on the ground in the shade of the giant palmettos. His hair hung in greasy strings on his forehead with shiny beads of sweat coming down. The whites of his eyes had begun to look yellowish. He was embarrassed that he had to crawl. 2 days later, Dad didn't even think about crawling. All day long he lay moaning under the palmettos with a mosquito net draped over him, not caring about the ants that marched across his belly or the centipedes making paths through his hair. He kept one hand pressed into his face, either palm down covering his eyes or palm out with the back of it pressing into his mouth. I think he did this so that way no more pain sounds would come out. Dad hadn't taken off his sock. He couldn't. The rabid swelling had clenched the seam of elastic tight around his calf. Flesh bulged above it and below the seam, making Dad's lower leg look like a tied sausage. We could have cut the sock off. Despite our ill preparedness in other areas, we'd managed to bring a pocket knife apiece. Rorik's even had a tiny pair of scissors that folded around it, so that way that you could pinch them open and close with your thumb and forefinger. But Dad wouldn't let us touch his sock. I think he was afraid to see what was happening under there. He didn't want Rory or me to see either, but we knew that it was worse than we could imagine because by then, the smell had become terrible. Dad's infected leg gave off a stench like fetid cheese and rotten hamburger meat. You could smell it 10 feet away. We'd all done a fine job of training our noses to ignore our own smelly armpits as well as the bouquet of the latrine hole. But no sane person could shut out the smell of Dad's infected leg.
My brother and I stole sips of air through our mouths and pretended that we didn't notice as we sat with Dad, distracting him with staged arguments about which of his sermons we remembered best. He distracted us with forced chuckles that doubled him fetal with pain. Dad's moans became high and shrill at the end. Consumed, none of us ate or slept. Rory and I didn't know what was expected out of us, and Dad was too sick to say. And God was nowhere to be found. After Dad slipped into the delirium, he could no longer refuse Rorik's pleas to let him run and fetch Father Clausen. Rorik left the chapel early in the morning, disappearing into the spots of the brush that had grown over the path since we walked it last. And he didn't come back until dawn. Father Clausen will be here when the sun comes up. He'll bring men with a cart and a mule and get Dad the hell out of here. I lifted the mosquito net, so Rory could climb into the bed next to me. What about a doctor? I whispered. There isn't one. Rory groaned softly as he settled into the bed, and he sounded very tired. Not a real one. Dad'll have to be flown out the way that we came in. Father Clausen's already radioed San Thomas for a pilot. And Rory was silent for a while. I told Father Clausen about the smell. And he asked me how long, and I told him almost a week. And after another long pause, Rory added quietly, he asked me if we have kin in Boston. You know, just in case. In case, Dad. Rory broke off in a heave. I could tell that he wanted to cry. At last, he said, in case the Lord takes Dad before we can get him out of here. He said that in an even, weighted voice that I'd never heard from Rorik before. Dad was right about one thing. The jungle had made a man out of my brother. A Presbyterian doctor in San Tomas cut off Dad's pants with the scissors that we had been flat halfway down, so that way they could slide right between Dad's pants and his leg. Then the doctor used his bent scissors to cut Dad's socks into squares. And when he began to peel away the squares, Dad tore at his sheets and screamed to God for the strength to stand until a nurse rushed in with more morphine. Father Clausen stood by his head, and Rory and I held down his hands as each square was peeled away. His leg didn't look like a leg anymore. His knee was a black bulge with hard, raised bruises. In the gaps between bruises were mounds of flesh so swollen that the skin over them was stretched white and split into hard, bloodless cracks. Below the knee, the bruises became a forest of brown craters, each with a black pit, like the first one that we'd seen at the top of Dad's foot, the one that he thought might be a mosquito bite. And square by square, the infection only grew more grotesque. Ripe pustules at the calf broke audibly to drip green fluid that flicked the room with its cheesy, sickening smell. Around the ankles, thick white and yellow stuff pooled between chunks of diseased tissue. The foot was nothing more than a spongy, grayish mass, like a wet biscuit dissolving in mop water. A lot of the squares wouldn't peel off. They were melded to the leg with crumbs of yellow crust, and trying to peel them just caused more flesh to tear away, exposing Dad's long, white leg bone. The doctor called the squares of stuck sock grafted, and said that it would probably happen at the very beginning before Dad's body stopped trying to scab over and heal itself. The doctor called the squares of stuck sock grafted, and said that it probably happened at the very beginning before Dad's body stopped trying to scab over and heal itself. The doctor gave up trying to remove the remaining squares of sock. Even he looked aghast. "I've never seen anything like this," he kept saying. His accent sounded like the man from the hot dog cart back home. "I've never seen anything like it." Father Clausen took us into the waiting room and swallowed an aspirin and told us that the grafted squares of sock didn't matter anyway.
I'm not a doctor,
he said,
But if I've ever seen a clear-cut case of amputation, it was lying in front of me 10 minutes ago.
Father Clausen sank into the chair and looked at my brother and I. Thin and filthy, blotchy with heat rash and covered with the scabs of bug bites scratched bloody into the night. I could tell by the way that he softened that he pitied us.
San Thomas has some of the best doctors in this part of the world,
he said.
If your father's life is meant to be saved, these men will save it.
The priest closed his eyes, and I knew that he was seeing it again. Dad's rotting leg. And I saw it too. It had burned into the dark behind our eyelids. He tightened his hold on the crucifix around his neck. Then he opened his eyes and looked at us sincerely. His voice was as soft as a whisper.
Your father should not be alive. God is truly walking with this man.
God may have been walking with my dad that day, but Dad himself would never walk again. The doctors found rot running all the way up into his hip, and that's where they amputated. The place where Dad's leg once met his pelvis was now just a concave socket the size of a baby's head, with prickly stitches like long black caterpillars holding the skin in place. There was a tube in Dad's arm with morphine and fluids, one in his chest to pump antibiotics in, and another beneath the covers to pump other things out. A long time passed before Dad was conscious enough to speak. Father Clausen had made arrangements for us to stay at a convent in San Tomas, where the nuns treated us like children. They did not know the things that we had seen. When Dad started to come around, the doctor called Father Clausen and he drove us from the convent to the hospital in his big green Buick. I stood beside Dad's bed so excited that I might have begun to cry. And Dad opened his eyes and then closed them for a long while, and I was afraid that he drifted off again. But at last he had broke the seal of scum cementing his lips together, and the first thing that he said was,
Where is it?
Father Clausen looked at us and we both shrugged our shoulders.
Dad?
Rory said gently with tears on his cheeks.
We're here. Simon and I, as well as Father Clausen. You're gonna be all right.
Rory's throat caught, and he glanced at the lopsided mound of blankets covering Dad's lower body.
I mean, you're gonna make it. You're not gonna die.
Dad didn't say anything for a minute, and I squeezed his hand. His head turned on his pillow, and he looked at me incredulously.
Didn't you hear me ask you a question, son? I said, where the fuck is my goddamn leg?
Back in the waiting room, the doctor with the accent and the bent scissors spoke to Father Clausen in a rapid, rolling language. Father Clausen looked at the floor with his hands clasped behind his back and nodding. And when the doctor was finished, the priest turned to us and said,
The doctors think that your father's fever has damaged parts of his brain.
I stammered, stunned and confused. But Rourke was angry. His fists were tight balls at his side. The problem with our dad was his leg, Father. Or didn't you see it? Because I did. And my little brother sure as hell did. A fever can't change a person that way. When I had the mumps, I was as hot as a skillet for 3 days, and I couldn't bear a stitch or clothing or a spoonful of broth. But I didn't wake up a swearing blasphemer. Father Clausen nodded, still looking at the floor, this time with his hands clasped in front of him, and he started to say something and then stopped, as if he had changed his mind about what to say. And then he started again carefully.
Son, every part of a man is controlled by a very specific part of his brain. When one part of the brain is damaged, he might forget how to walk. Another part, and he forgets how to swallow, or how to speak, or how to read or write, or do arithmetic. These doctors say that sometimes, not very often, but sometimes, a very special part of the brain gets hurt, and the person forgets what kind of person he is. They think that in your dad's case, the fever, it burned that part of him away.
Father Clausen put his hand on Rory's shoulder.
May God be with you, boys. The church will do everything it can to help you and your father through this trial. You must have faith.
Rourke clenched his fists more tightly and shrugged out from underneath Father Clausen's hand. God had his chance, Father. And the church brought us to this Gorma to begin with. And I don't think that we'd like any help from either of you. In fact, I think my brother and I ought to be alone right now. And he took me by the arm and began to turn away. And Father Clausen's voice called out,
This is a time for joining together in prayer, not for casting blame.
And Rourke didn't turn back.
There's just one more thing,
called the priest. Something in his voice made Rory stop.
Your father said that he won't leave here without his leg.
The man in the hospital bed had Dad's face, but nothing else about him was the same. And when the nurses came in to change his bandages, he waited until they leaned over him before he tweaked their nipples through their mocks and asked if all the women from this country were sluts on wheels with titties of steel. He held his fork with the wrong hand and laughed at things that weren't funny. He wanted to know where the fuck were his goddamn cigarettes, wide filtered Pall Malls, as if he'd smoked them every day of his life. And even his breath smelled different. I know because right before we landed in Massachusetts, he grabbed my collar and pulled me close.
Those olive-eaten sawbones said that they never seen the fucking bug I got,
he told me, his voice low. He was so close. I could feel his hot breath in my nostrils.
Said maybe it was the first time anyone got it, anywhere in the world. And I said, isn't that something? Hey, why don't you pack the whole thing up and ship it back to the good old US of A? Maybe have the fellas from the Mayo take a look at it. For research, you know. Just so I can make sure that I do my part.
He smiled a smile that made his face dark.
Then I look at the sawbones with my eyes real big. Big, wide crocodile eyes. And I say, I want to do my part to see this tragedy don't befall another living soul. Not if I can do anything about it.
He laughed Swedish breath into my face and I recoiled. He yanked me fiercely back to him.
It belongs to me, after all. It's my goddamn leg. You can't just toss someone's leg into the garbage like a used rubber. So they just said, maybe I had a point. Those brains at the Mayo are thinking up new medicines all the time. Pills to stop your heartache and cure your clap. Even pills to make your fucking dick hard. Those guys may have something going. So the sawbones tossed it up in a big glass tube full of some of that, formaldehyde stuff. Locked it in with these big steel cups. And I saw 'em loaded into the cargo hold. Looks like the biggest fucking pickled foot you ever saw.
He laughed again. There was a rattle and a lurch and the landing gear deployed. And we were back in Boston. But it didn't feel like home. And nothing was the same.
I'll be fucked if those needle dicks at the Mayo will ever get their hands on it. Because it's mine.
Dad pulled me so close his nose touched the skin on my forehead, and his voice fell to a whisper that made my skin break into goose flesh.
Do you hear me, son? It's mine.
Father Clausen had arranged a one-bedroom apartment for us on a sloppy street beside an Italian restaurant. It was close enough to St. Elizabeth's, to the hospital where Dad would go if he needed to see a doctor.
And I mean the other sort of doctor, too.
Father Clausen reminded us.
A psychiatrist. If he gets any worse, or if you boys are ever afraid he'll hurt you, just pick up the phone and call St. Elizabeth's right away. I've written the number to the psychiatric crisis line right here next to the phone.
He also said that the church would pay all of Dad's medical bills, so not to worry about that. And there was a Murphy's bed in the living room, he told us, so that way there would be room for all of us as long as my brother and I shared a bed. He spoke a last hurried blessing, and then he finally left. The apartment smelled like garlic bread and a nubby car petted with gold and burgundy circulars, like carpet from a movie theater lobby. There was something called a kitchenette, which was a half-sized icebox, a sink and a hot plate on the island of a dingy linoleum that curled up where it met the carpet. Father Clausen said that he chose this apartment because it had belonged to a man with polio. The door that led in front of the alley had a wide ramp and a rail for Dad's wheelchair, and above the bathtub and toilet were special bars where he could climb in and out if he needed to go. The countertops in the kitchen and bathroom were only half as high as normal, so that way he could reach everything. Dad sat in his wheelchair in the kitchenette, smoking Pall Malls and yelling slurs at the two black porters who had touted our luggage from the airport. We didn't have much, mostly just second-hand clothes and dishes from the nuns in St. Thomas. The pair of big men struggled up the wheelchair ramp with something heavy wrapped in a black duvet. They set it down in the corner and wiped their brows when Dad yelled,
You stupid fucking spooks. Are you gonna put that right in front of the radiator?
He dropped his cigarette in the sink and wheeled angrily across the room.
Be careful with that, goddammit. Do you even know what this is?
He yanked off the duvet, and Rory and I froze, staring and not believing.
It's my goddamn leg, that's what it is.
There it was. Dad's rotting leg, bobbing inside a glass tube as high as my shoulders. Steel claps closed the tube at the top and bottom, bolted tight with pieces that looked like chrome lug nuts. A paper with a big orange symbol that said biohazard stuck to the glass with strips of wrinkly white tape, and a few paragraphs of medical words filled the space beneath the symbol. Beyond that, the gray mess of craters and boils floated like a fleshy jellyfish in the pale yellow preservative.
Cost me half a nutsack and a gold pocket watch. Good thing you fucking darkies are hot for bribes and shiny things, or it'd be halfway to Alabama by now, on its way to be poked by some egghead with a microscope up his ass.
One of the black men took a step towards Dad, like he might hit him, but the other man touched his elbow and shook his head, and after they left, they closed the door behind them. The light of our new apartment was dimmed by puddles of dead moths settling in their yellow fixtures. The fluorescent over the kitchenette flickered constantly, like it was sucking its electricity through a bent straw. There was not enough light or space or air. We all stood in our new home, not speaking. Me, my brother, my dad, and his preserved amputated leg. Rory turned 17 that spring and fibbed himself a year older, so that way he could join the Navy. I cried and begged him not to leave, but he went anyway. He hugged me and told me that he'd be back before I knew it. But he couldn't look me in the eye, and we both knew that he was abandoning me. He was leaving me alone with Dad. Dad smoked cigarettes all day and watched game shows on TV. The Price is Right was his favorite, he said, because when Bob Barker picked a pretty woman to guess the prices, he could see her tits bouncing as she ran down the stage.
Hell, doesn't even have to be a pretty one,
he said, lighting a fresh cigarette off the old one. We mostly ate takeout from White Castle and Carl's Jr., but sometimes at the end of the month before Dad's disability check arrived, I'd use the hot plate to warm us up food, mostly frozen things like corn dogs, pizza, Marie Callender's chicken pot pies and flimsy tin made of foil. We'd eat off of paper plates sitting at a card table that we'd folded up under Dad's bed. Once I tried to make beef stroganoff, but when the time came to eat, I couldn't. I couldn't get past that thick gravy and the slippery noodles sliding over bits of meat. And after the stroganoff, I had a hard time eating altogether. The feeling of chewed food churned around in my mouth and made me sick to my stomach. and I lost weight. I took long baths and showers, liking the feeling of scrubbing my skin and closing the door between Dad and I. In the afternoons, I sat outside on the wheelchair ramp and pretended to read catalogs. From there, I could see people walking past on the sidewalk, but they couldn't see me. I saw the public school kids walking home from the bus stop, and housewives on their way back from the baker or the butcher. Once I even thought that I saw the Irish girl walking past with a loaf of French bread and a sack of tangerines, but I couldn't be sure that it was her. I couldn't remember if I'd even seen her face. I slept long nights on the pilled mattress of the Murphy bed, Dad's leg glowering from the pedestal, a wooden occasional table with one wobbly leg that Dad had made Rory and me drag in off the curb. He said that the table would hold fine as long as we propped the broken leg with a stack of flattened cigarette cartons, and it did. And my dreams were bad, and got worse as the summer wore on. The worst dream of all came on the night it happened, the night after the 4th of July. I remember because it was right before the heat wave broke. You remember, the bad one that tripped the grid and blacked out the entire east side. Has it been over a month already? Christ, you lose track. That night was the hottest night that I'd ever seen the chapel in the jungle. The apartment was stale and suffocating, and the reek of garlic and cigarettes and formaldehyde was everywhere. I felt miserable and feverish even after I'd stripped to my underwear and cranked the knob of the window fan as far as it would go. My stomach gnawed as I lay sleepless, watching red digits on the clock radio in the kitchenette stack minutes into hours. It was a little past 3 when I heard the crack like a gunshot, a transformer shorting out, and the fan blades stopped whirling and all of the street lamps went dark. I never thought about how much light comes in through a person's windows, even with the curtains closed. But suddenly the whole apartment was black as pitch. The clock radio clicked into battery mode, and its red glowing gave shape to the card table, the icebox, and the world's biggest pickled pig's foot. I heard the door to Dad's room creak open, telling me that the transformer had woken him up too, and he would need a couple of cigarettes and a spoonful of carnation and maybe about a half an hour on the toilet listening to his own satisfying grunts to soothe him back to sleep. A sound came from the hall like something catching or dragging against the carpet. I tried to climb out of bed to help, thinking he'd wedged his wheels against the baseboards again. But as always happens in nightmares, I found myself fixed flat on my back, paralyzed and numb. The dragging sound grew louder and closer, and I panicked. Fear swarmed through me, and I screamed at my frozen muscles, "Get up! Jesus, just get up!" But my arms and legs were too heavy, or too weak, or too tired. My eyes raced to the only scrap of light, the red glow of the clock. And something was wrong. The light was all wrong. It wasn't doing something that it usually did. Wasn't casting the right shadow on the linoleum. It wasn't casting the shadow of the leg. The leg was gone. The steel caps were still locked tightly in place, but nothing floated in the yellow preservative except a layer of fallen off bits that formed chunky sediment at the bottom of the tube. The dragging came again, this time right next to the Murphy bed. I squeezed my eyes shut, pressing hot tears between my eyelashes, and for the first time in a long time my lips moved silently in frantic prayer. Slowly I rolled my eyes to the side of the bed, and I saw it. The ghastly, rotten leg. It was coming for me, sliding through the dark, using the rubbery remains of its toes to drag itself across the rough theater lobby carpet. Strings of flesh and the knob of jellied femur left a trail of preservative to show where it had been. And God, you could smell it. Not the formaldehyde smell, but the smell from beneath the palmettos. The smell of maggots feasting on raw cheeseburgers, of flesh rotting in tropical sun. I felt a tug of the sheets, and the exposed knuckle of the leg's big toe appeared above the mattress. I felt myself losing it, delirious with fear. And then came the second toe, struggling over the hump, gripping the sheet like a monkey to pull itself up onto the mattress. The other toes followed as the leg slithered into the bed with me. And I gagged at the stench and the fear and the feel of spongy flesh against my belly. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. I was going to drown in fear. I shut my eyes and I felt my heart thump out one more massive helping of blood before everything went bright and white. And then I was awake. I leapt out of bed and wheeled around, sweeping my eyes to the tube in the corner. But it bobbed there innocently in the red glow as if to say,
"See? I've been right here the whole time."
Blood rushed from my head and dropped into my hands and knees. Weak. My ribs stood out from my chest as I breathed in and out. My heart skipped and started. I think I may have grayed out for a while. I was so tired. So tired and so hungry and so weak. I looked up at the leg, hating it. I wanted everything back the way that it was. I wanted to walk into our old kitchen and find Dad standing on 2 feet in front of our stove, flipping a batch of his famous hotcakes and practicing aloud his sermon for the day. I wanted Roy to come back and make me believe that I wasn't alone anymore. I wanted to sink my teeth into a hamburger or a banana or a slice of beef without feeling my tongue begin to explode its imaginary craters and boils. I just wanted to be rid of it. All of it. The tube was easier to break than you'd think. It really only took one good whack with the hot plate to shatter the entire thing. Dad heard the noise, of course, but he must have considered his own obvious limitations, because he didn't even try to pull me off. He screamed curses at me from his wheelchair, and when that didn't work, he dialed the number Father Clausen had written next to the phone. And then you guys came in and brought me here. At first, you strapped me to the bed, but I got that privilege back for good behavior. I'm not sure how long it took you guys to arrive after Dad called. I don't really remember that part at all. I expect it probably took longer than usual on account of the blackout. All I remember is a terrible throbbing urgency to have Dad back. The real Dad. The Dad who'd make us pancakes and hated the smell of ashtrays, and who stood sweating before the tribe of villagers intent only on the word of God. The Dad who'd said in a voice that I can now recall only as an echo,
"Take and eat. This is my body given for you. Do this in remembrance of me."
People don't die cleanly. It's messy. It's miserable work. Everyone fights back, regardless of age or gender. It's an animalistic instinct driven by the bolts of adrenaline rushing through their brain. Fight, resist, run, escape, live. Those were the thoughts whirling behind the bearded man's eyes as my knife slid into his body. A choked gargle spewed flecks of blood from his cracked lips, which clumped in his greasy beard. His eyes held that primal shine to them. I admired it even as the knife parted his flesh. And he clung to me, choking over and over.
Do Lord, deliver us from evil. Deliver us.
He struggled under me, and I watched curiously. His hands left marks on my arms, and life fled from his eyes with the permanence of dusk leaking into the night. Sitting back on my haunches, I examined the marks that he'd left on my arms. Remnants of my past lived in my skin. Dark streaks cast across my forearms where belts cracked down again and again. Ridges of white scar tissue etched into my fingers and knuckles where knives sliced me to the bone. Long, pale lacerations from whippings crisscrossed along my spine. My eyes sat slightly off-center, a result of a sledgehammer that had cracked my skull when I was only 5. I knew I should be dead, left alone in the desolate wilderness of Quebec, Canada, where a world of complete isolation created the perfect place for a madman to plant the seeds of his new cult. I suppose it would be prudent to provide context as to who I am and where I come from, why I know what the human spirit can endure, how it felt to grow up in a commune run by a religious zealot with a vision that God would smite all but his followers sometime in the conveniently vague future. I was born in the early 70s, on the shortest and darkest day of the year when winter winds ripped at the commune's chapel roof and shook the poorly fitted wood pilings to their core. An exhausted midwife wrapped in a ragged shawl delivered me squalling on a cheap foldable table from the womb of a younger woman bound tightly by her arms and legs. And there were screams. From the midwife commanding my mother to push. From our communal leader, Robert Gauthier, leading the 30 or so followers knelt around the table in prayer. And from my mother herself, digging deep furrows into the table with her nails. There were screams. And there was blood. Lots of it.
Welcome! Welcome our new brother into the glory of God on high. Welcome from this day forth, you shall help us prepare for the time of reckoning when our Lord shall send his vengeful angels down from the heavens to smite the wicked and wreak judgment upon those who do not heed his words. Welcome. Welcome.
His followers echoed his call with cries of their own.
Welcome, 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 oh God, welcome. Yes, child of God.
Robert used a grimy knife to slice my umbilical cord and placed me in my mother's arms, naked, fetid, shivering in the cold. I could remember the moment the warmth left her body. She held me in the crook of her arm and looked up into the rafters of the chapel. And that's when the life left her eyes. A human's will to live. I don't know why I remember those moments so vividly and not others. Maybe I had been told about them years later and simply believed that I had remembered them. I suppose this was logical. I couldn't recall what happened after the midwife slid me from my mother's arms. Those details were filled in by the kids who'd been praying during my delivery. From what they said, I realized not remembering was perhaps a blessing. Snippets of my mom's lifeless body slung into the wheelbarrow, wheeled out into the cold, and dumped down a mine shaft on the other side of the commune's hill like garbage. That seemed wrong. A violation of her memory. Humans shouldn't treat one another like that. But Robert Gauthier said otherwise. It was our duty, he said, to live through him as he would command by the Lord Almighty. We lived a Spartan lifestyle, simple, brutal, effective, and cruel. My earliest years were relatively unmarked. Our community lay in the shadow of a hill, a rising knoll perhaps 600 feet high that rose above the surrounding land. The commune consisted of the chapel, a barn, and a wood shop, as well as a mess hall and some small medical hut that doubled as Robert's office, and 3 ramshackle halls where the men, women, and children slept apart from one another. The older children were tasked with looking after the younger ones, and I found myself placed primarily in the care of a girl named Allie, who was 10 or 11 years older than me. She couldn't be sure of her exact age. The midwife who delivered me was named Cheryl, and she oversaw Allie during my first year or so. And after that, it became Allie's job alone. We grew to love one another like siblings, and most of the children, 10 in all, with their ages ranging from infants to early teens, kept close to one another. And when we reached 15, we were moved to the adult halls. In total, there were 32 of us. Robert had 3 main disciples, Paul, Carver, and John, all of whom believed wholeheartedly in his stature as the envoy of God. They enforced his bidding with a fervor that bordered on sadism, and as I grew up, I quickly learned that not following Robert's word resulted in harsh and often unnecessarily cruel punishments. Robert and his henchmen would spy on the other commune members for any sign of profane or sacrilegious behavior. Then he would confront the offender before the others, a maddening glint in his eye, and scream at them about behaving without purity. "We are the Lord's final bastion of righteousness on this earth," he preached. "We live through his divine will, and shall be rewarded in turn with his angels descended upon us. If you do not heed his words as he has spoken them through me, then it falls upon my shoulders to purge the evil from you. We can only summon our Savior by living purely." What he had said filled my head day and night, with no other perspective to understand much of what he was saying. I took his words to heart. These enraged sermons were spat forth with colorful hand gestures and much pacing through our old chapel. I remember sitting quietly amongst the kids. I was partially hidden by Allie, who did her best to conceal me behind her skinny, pale frame. She and the others would wince when Robert doled out whatever punishment he believed to be appropriate for the offense given. I only watched on with indifference. My mind was numb to the commune's horrors even then. Lighter transgressions, like humming, joking, or not selling enough of the baked goods that composed the bulk of our income, were met with beatings, lashings, and group shunnings. Heavier offenses, however, taking the Lord's name in vain, or sexual deviancy. See, only he was allowed to have intercourse with the women in the hopes that his seed would strengthen the commune's bloodlines. And suspected defection was left to Robert's constantly fluctuating mood. If he felt merciful, it might be getting left out overnight in the brutal cold or being suspended from the ceilings for extended periods by your thumbs. But if his mood turned sour and felt that the presence of the devil and corruption was at work amongst his members, then one could expect to be cleansed with a chemical enema, or to maim themselves with a sledgehammer he often wielded during a session. He would bring the offender out into the center of the room and hand them the hammer, then beseech them to show repentance by striking their leg. Many commune members hobbled awkwardly atop badly knit shin bones and lopsided knees. I remembered one time when a boy named Anthony walked in on Robert forcing himself upon the commune women. Anthony ran off into the snow and Robert chased after him, drunk and naked and stumbling. A metal flask glinted in his left hand, and he saw the rest of the kids gathering firewood at the base of the hill and ordered us to grab Anthony. Terrified, we listened. We dragged Anthony back to the commune, kicking and screaming. He cried and he begged us to let him go. And I was 5 at the time and believed that what he'd done must have been a great insult to the Lord. We marched him back to stand before Robert, who stood there trembling with rage in the cold winter sun. He had a look on his face like a parent disappointed that their child had been caught lying. And he simply glared at Anthony, who begged him for mercy. I've never seen a 10-year-old repent so extensively or with such passion before. And see, Anthony, he invoked all the right words. Bible passages, prayers, and words of praise to Robert, and the image of God that shone through him. I was impressed. Robert was not. He swayed on his feet and took a swig from the metal flask in his hands.
Tie him up to that tree over there,
He pointed.
we're going to have a stoning.
Anthony was tied up. The rough bark of the pine tree dug into his back. His eyes wide and brown as the earth beneath us, racing from kid to kid. He landed on me last of all, piercing my gaze with a pleading so intense that I caught my breath. And Allie stepped up to me and pressed something cold into my hand. And I looked down at the hard, smooth stone in my hand, then back at Anthony. And for the first time in my life, I questioned myself. Was this truly what God wanted? I looked up at Allie. She was 15 now, old enough to be moved into the women's hall, old enough to attract the affections of the man looming over all of them. Her jaw was set and her gaze looked hollow. A tear glittered in the corner of her eye.
Just do what he says,
she told me. I looked from her to Anthony and realized they both had the same vacant expression. Lusterless, desperate, and devoid of hope. The same look that my mother had had. And I looked at Anthony once more and whispered,
I'm sorry.
And then the first rock smashed into his head. Something cracked inside me that day. And by the time Robert, who now had been joined by Paul and Carver, drunkenly called for us to stop, Anthony was limp against the bindings. Only the tree held him upright, and the cold winter air made the deep purple welts along his arms and legs stand out grotesquely. Robert stumbled over to check his pulse, and his jagged fingernail dug into the pale flesh just below Anthony's throat. Eventually, Robert nodded and turned back to us. His words were slurred when he spoke.
This is what happens when you disobey. Our Savior won't come if you can't perform my sacred duties. We need new life in this commune.
He took another swig from his flask and then pointed to Allie and me.
You two, take him to the shaft and dump him.
And we did as we were told. And by the time that we dragged Anthony up to the mine shaft, his body was stiff from the cold, and rigor mortis had set in. Those brown eyes stared passively into the gray slate of the sky above, glassy and empty. I looked down into the shaft and realized with a start that the bones of my mother were down there. I hadn't thought about her in a long time. I realized that my last memory of her mirrored the look on Anthony's face now, and I wondered what his mother must have been thinking. A hand gripped my shoulder, and I turned to find Allie beside me. Her lips peeled back in a thin grimace. She seemed to know what I was thinking about.
She helped raise me when I was younger,
She said.
protected me from Robert's ways.
I nodded. That sounded nice. An unspoken agreement formed between us, and together we rolled Anthony's body back away from the shaft and into a little cleft below it. There we buried him under a pile of stone and branches. I still had a lot to figure out, but that felt better than listening to Robert's sermons. And we made our way back down the hill in silence. And when we got back, the other kids had disappeared to the main hall for supper. But Robert remained outside. He'd gotten dressed at least, but now he held his dreaded sledgehammer in one hand. A sickening grin twisted over his face like a rotting pumpkin, exposing browned teeth and purplish gums.
God told me that you didn't do as I asked,
He growled.
I said to throw him down the shaft so his blackened soul couldn't taint us anymore. So why'd you bury him instead?
Allie stepped forward.
It was my idea, Robert. Please, you can take me into the hut and we can...
She took a shuddering breath.
We can replace Anthony with a clean and pure soul.
Well, that's mighty noble of you, Dan.
Robert agreed. He licked his teeth and nodded to Paul and Carver, who were marching back down the hill. And I realized that they were Robert's so-called message from God. And they took Allie by her arms.
But we still gotta repent. Salvation won't come if we won't do as we are told.
And that's when he raised his sledgehammer and brought it crashing down on my head. The only thing that saved me from Robert's drunkenness is swaying through his aim off so that instead of crushing my skull, he only glanced at the top of my head. Still, that was enough to send a thundering shock tearing across my vision in waves of scarlet, purple, and black. My eyesight blurred, and then went dark and something in my mind cracked. I fell to the snow, stunned by the pain. And above me, Paul and Carver grabbed Allie and dragged her screaming towards Robert's hut. Robert regarded me for a moment, snorted and spat on the ground next to me. He pointed to two nearby commune members and instructed them to drag me to the medical hall. Recovery took 6 months. My cranium was fractured, carving a tight line down my nose to my upper lip. The right side of my face shifted downwards several millimeters, throwing off its symmetry just enough to make people do a double take when they saw me. 2 teeth were knocked out and my eyesight in my right eye became permanently blurry. But I counted myself lucky. And among those moments of horrendous pain and rolling darkness, I held on to the memory of Allie defending me. Of those things that she said about my mother. They opened up the possibility of a hope that I hadn't dared to linger on for as long as I could remember. The hope that, perhaps, Robert wasn't the ultimate power in our tiny, desolate corner of the world. But such thoughts were dangerous, and I had to keep them to myself. As the years passed and I grew, I learned how to slip under the radar of Robert's religious sadism. My later childhood years saw plenty of abuse, but only surface deep. Lashes and beatings and punches, but none of the crippling injuries suffered by so many of the other members of the commune. And over those years, Robert continued to grow crueler and crazier. His Judgment Day changed dates more than a dozen times. His sermons came at all hours of the day and night. Drunken ramblings about God and his avenging angels and our Savior from the wicked world beyond, and how someday we would be elevated to the gates of heaven. I would listen to his words and think about them, comparing them to the conversations that I had with other commune members. Allie, I saw less and less of. She soon fallen pregnant after my encounter with the sledgehammer, and her transfer over to the women's hall meant that I was left in the care of other children whom I had formed no close attachments. I remained quiet and withdrawn, observing the world through my fractured, uneven eyes. Raging headaches would sometimes tear through my head, roaring against my temples like a winter gale. These would often reduce me to a fetal position on the ground, and I would imagine myself curled up in my mother's arms. And one person I did grow close to during those times was Cheryl, a woman of 40 with brown hair streaked in gray, with kindly but cautious brown eyes. She found me during one of my thunderous headaches and bundled me up against her chest. And I remembered opening my eyes after hours of nausea and realizing that then she was Anthony's mother.
I heard what you did for him,
she whispered.
Thank you.
That was all that needed to be said. From there on, we formed a cautious but deeply felt connection brought on by the mutual loss of our loved ones. Cheryl proved invaluable in telling me how to steer clear of Robert and his gang. She could weather him because she'd been a seamstress before joining the commune and made many of our crude clothes. Her skill afforded her special privileges, mainly exemption from Robert's attempts to force himself on her. But I was not so lucky. I had no discernible skills beyond taking abuse without complaint and remaining invisible. My view of the world was narrowed to what was provided by the commune, and Cheryl sometimes talked of life in an actual town, but the idea sounded alien to me. So out of reach. It might as well have been the kingdom of God that Robert promised would be coming any day now. It was 1988 when something actually happened. I'd grown up slender but strong over the past 15 years alongside all the other commune kids. They moved me into the men's hall, which proved no different from the kids' quarters, save for the fact that Robert's closest followers also slept in there and kept an even closer eye on us. But I knew how to keep on their good side. My mind turned to autopilot during our repenting sessions, and my talks with Cheryl were always out in the open, far away from the prying ears of God, and I took Robert's drunken punishments with the humility expected of a good little disciple. His long-winded ramblings still held considerable sway over me, making me fear the outer world beyond our commune, and I longed for the day his rapture would arrive. The talking with Cheryl and remembering the kindness of Allie and the desperation of Anthony kept me from fully believing in his words, from truly giving myself over to him, mind, body, and soul. The day our Judgment Day arrived was in 1988. I was prepping food in the mess hall when a commotion near the chapel drew commune members out into the cold winter air. Paul and John held Allie between them. She was struggling and protesting as they dragged her into the chapel.
Thought you could just up and leave here, huh?
Paul growled roughly.
Let's see if our prophet agrees.
I made to follow, but sharp nails snatched my bicep, and I turned to find Cheryl looking up at me pleadingly. She sported a fresh bruise on the side of her head and blood crusted above her lower lip.
Please,
she begged.
You can't help her. Not in there. But you could be of use. Come with me.
I heard the sound of cries and protests in the chapel, followed by Robert shouting angrily and an unmistakable crack of his belt. Allie was too tough to scream outright, but the moans that she made when the belt buckle found flesh churned my stomach. A sordid expression of pain that could only be made by someone intimate with it. Turning back to Cheryl, I nodded almost imperceptibly.
Thank you,
she gasped. With surprising force, she yanked me towards Robert's hut, explaining her plan as she went along.
It's my fault Allie's being punished. We've been discussing leaving and one of Robert's men must have overheard. I told her what I'm about to tell you.
I regarded her cautiously, her deep brown eyes alive with fright and something else. The possibility of escape.
There's a telephone in his hut,
she continued.
It's the only one here. It's how he keeps us from calling home or friends or...
She trailed off. But I knew what she would say next. Help. Someone to come and save us from the shadow of a maniacal prophet's lust for absolute religious control. My heart beat faster at the prospect. Cheryl noted the difference in my face.
There's something that no one ever told you about your mother,
she whispered as we trudged along the splintery wall of the hut, snow licking our boots.
After you were taken from her, she began breathing again in the wheelbarrow. She needed medical attention badly, but she was alive. I wanted to take her to the hospital, but Robert came after us and told us to leave her in the snow.
She was crying now, and I looked around to make sure that no one overheard us. And slowly I wrapped my arms around her and held her. And inside my mind was reeling with conflicted feelings.
the last of my fear toward Robert sliding away and a dark mass of anguish and anger welling up in its place. Cheryl released a shuddery breath.
I'm so sorry,
She whispered.
I promise, if you help me, I'll call the police and bring them here. I just need someone to stand lookout.
She looked up at me and I nodded again. And together we headed for the hut. No one was inside, so Cheryl quickly slipped in while I stood at the corner, trying not to look conspicuous. I listened to her shuffle around the filthy, cramped nest of our prophet, which was strewn with bottles of beer, torn Bibles, ragged clothes, cans of food, and items of punishment. Belts, whips, and that accursed sledgehammer. An ancient black phone lay beside a stained mattress, and Cheryl picked it up from its cradle and dialed 911. And she cried with relief when a dial tone came through and an operator answered.
Hello? Yes. My name is Cheryl Leman, and I live in a commune outside St. Mary, and I want to report Robert Gauthier to the police. For what? Rape, abuse, starvation, imprisonment.
She looked back at me and swallowed hard.
Murder?
Whatever the operator said next, neither of us heard as a powerful hand clamped down on my shoulder and ripped me from the doorway. I spun out into the snow, landing hard on my tailbone. Above me loomed Robert. His disciples stood to either side of him, looking amused.
Well. Looks like all my little sheep aren't as devout as I prayed.
Robert lifted a hand and smacked me across the chin. My head snapped back and I tasted blood. Snow grated against my spine, and I briefly imagined that this must be how my mother had felt when she was left to die in the cold. Fury took hold of me and I yanked back my foot to snap a kick at Robert's knee. My heel connected with his shin and he gave a startled grunt, toppling into the slush. Only Paul and Carver kept him from falling completely.
Why, you sacrilegious little shitheel!
He planted a foot in my groin and my world turned red. My mouth flew open in a soundless gasp.
Grab this little fucker!
He ordered, and Paul and Carver seized me by my shoulders and wrenched my arms behind my back, dragging me to my knees in the process. John came out of the hut with Cheryl in his hands. She cried out as Robert turned on her and punched her in the stomach.
This will manage to get an operator,
John grunted.
Don't know if they'll come. Well, let's imagine they will.
Robert snarled.
I want these two shits out of sight before they get here.
They were going to kill us. I realize this now. Kill us and dump us somewhere. I had to get their attention on me and away from Cheryl. Give her and Allie and all of the others some semblance of a fighting chance. I had to make Robert so angry that he would want nothing more than to punish me, even if it meant exposing himself to the police. And without thinking, I snapped my head backward into Carver's nose. Cartilage collapsed under my skull with a therapeutic crunch, and he broke away howling. Ribbons of blood erupted from both nostrils, saturating the ground with splatters of red. I broke free, ran at Robert, and tackled him into the snow. He yelled, but not before I landed a double-fisted blow that cracked several of his teeth. He roared, and John released Cheryl to help Paul yank me off. Carver grabbed the sledgehammer from the hut and raised it to kill me when Robert screamed,
No! The police, you fucking idiot! You do that and we're fucked! Blood all over the buildings and ground, they'll be having a fucking field day!
Staggering to his feet, Robert reached into his mouth and extracted a shard of tooth. He gazed at it in the half-light before curling his hand into a fist and slugging me in the stomach. I gasped like a fish as nausea twisted my guts into knots, dropping me to my knees once more. I felt Cheryl lunge forward to catch me.
Thank you,
she whispered in my ear. And then it was Robert, shoving her aside and crouching before me.
You know, all these years I never heard you make a sound.
Robert hissed inches from my face. He bared his brown teeth and blood-blackened beard.
I think today will be the day that you do.
He nodded to John and Paul.
Take him. We're going to take him up to the mine shaft and get rid of him before the police come.
A quick glance at Cheryl.
You! We will deal with you after.
Robert left Paul behind to keep watch over things. Carver and John were conscripted to keep my arms trussed to my back where they felt ready to burst from my sockets. Together they frog-marched me out of the commune and up the hill to the mine shaft. I turned to look back at my home for the past 17 years. Paul grabbed Cheryl roughly and shoved her towards the chapel, where Allie waited with a gaunt look on her face. She caught sight of me, but said nothing as Paul sent Cheryl stumbling into her arms, and all three of them disappeared into the old building. The other members of Robert's congregation continued living their life as though nothing had happened, because for them this was simply another bleak day of their existence. And by the time that we reached the shaft, a gaping black maw in the side of the hill, Robert was panting heavily. Years of poor health and cold air, excessive drinking, and no proper medical care had rendered him gaunt. His arms poked out of his joints and his skin shone in irregular patches of white and red. John and Carver didn't look much better. Carver with his nose, and John by virtue of the brutal life in the commune. They surrounded me as I was shoved to the hard, packed earth on the shaft's entrance.
Here, Robert said, is where you will meet God.
He wasted no time in laying into me. John and Carver followed suit. All three of them landed enthusiastic kicks and punches and slaps that stung my flesh in the winter air. My vision swam when a powerful backhand caught my temple. The breath in my lungs abandoned me with a brutal kick to my abdomen, and I eventually found myself collapsing on my side, dirt digging into my cheek as I stared down the mine. My final resting place. Her resting place. Robert nudged my bruised side with his foot.
You know, I cannot allow anyone to risk our salvation. I was called by the Lord on high to deliver us from evil of the world. All the wicked will be struck and burnt away. Amen.
Carver and John echoed. They made a cross across their chest. I curled in on myself, my heart pounding against my rib cage. I crawled towards the shaft, the dirt torn to the pads of my fingers, cutting them as I scooted on, inch by inch. Robert helped me, slamming his foot into my backside. Grit filled my mouth. I closed my eyes, letting him draw in closer so he could gloat more.
We dumped your mother down there the day that you slithered out of her, you know. She lingered a while after, but now she's nothing more than the bones in the darkness. Her evil is buried down there where no one could ever be tainted by it again. And now, you get to join her. Mother and child. My last act of...
And whatever Robert was going to say next never passed his lips. The sharp rock I had managed to grab while crawling deeper into the shaft did its work beautifully, cutting into Robert's Achilles tendon with hardly any resistance. The great prophet screamed hideously and toppled over into the dirt, blood sheeting from his crippled ankle. John and Carver were both stunned for the briefest of moments, but that allowed me enough time to lunge to my feet and smash the rock into Carver's already ruined nose. The sound he made as the stone stripped the cartilage from his face entirely sounded more beautiful to me than any prayer. A ragged hole was left where his nose had once been, and he staggered back, wheezing and gurgling. I shoved him back and whirled around into a giant fist swinging at me with the force of a train. It slammed into my ear, and my vision in my right eye darkened almost to nothing. My cracked skull lurched, threatening to give, but I hung in there. Years of passiveness festered within, and all those atrocities I'd witnessed, the awful things that I never resisted. It all came out rushing as I absorbed John's punch. Luckily, the man was no proper fighter.
The punch forced him into an overbalance, and I took the opportunity to smash my fist into his throat. My blow had little force behind it, but it struck flesh against his Adam's apple. He choked and took a step back, his boot coming down right on Robert's exposed ankle. The smaller man screeched like the devil, and John slipped on top of him. My entire body screamed in agony as I limped over to John and brought the spiked rock down on his eye. I had to incapacitate him more than anyone else. The big man yelled out as the rock pierced his skull, and he ripped the stone out of my hands. Blood and white jelly pulped across his socket. I rolled off as he thrashed backwards towards the small cliff just below the shaft's entrance. A moment later, he toppled over the edge, and he landed headfirst onto the pile of rocks that housed Anthony's remains. His spine made unnaturally sharp sounds, and the big man went limp. My attention hazed out for a moment as the vision of my bad eye flickered on and off like a faulty light switch. I turned to see Carver come back to his feet, and he lurched toward me in spurts of darkness. His nose clung to his face by just the barest shreds of skin. His voice sounded nasal and desperate.
"You'll feel ya! You fucking bastard!"
He almost managed to get the better of me. Carver reached towards me and launched a kick at my right knee. His connection made my leg buckle, and as I came down, his knee shot forward and cracked off my forehead. I felt the momentum whip my head back. The world spun, but I somehow stayed conscious. I caught my balance and I drove my head back into his stomach, winding him. He staggered, his face a mass of purple and red, and as he stumbled, something sharp cut into my calf like fire. I looked back to see Robert had dragged himself over to plunge a hunting knife into my leg, the bright blade gleaming against my skin, and blood welled in the wound. And without thinking, I reached back and yanked it free to slice across Carver's belly as the noseless man came stumbling towards me one final time. The blade caught him just above his hip bone and opened his abdomen up like tissue paper. Pale pink intestine and marbled fat slid out onto the cold ground, followed closely by the man they belonged to. Carver's face contorted into a rictus of pain and suffering as the life slithered from his eyes. And when he hit the ground, he still somehow managed to cling to it long enough to fix me with a loathing glare. Pure hatred burned in his eyes, and then fear, and then nothing. He expired there, holding his guts like a newborn babe in his hands. And I breathed heavily and checked behind me to ensure no more surprise attacks would be coming. John and Carver taught me well enough to expect pain at every turn. And luckily, Robert's fucked up tendon occupied his attention. He looked startlingly vulnerable at that moment, mewling and clutching his ruined ankle, rocking back and forth while hunching over his injured leg. I wondered what had driven him into creating this hell in the frigid wilderness of Canada. Surely he hadn't intended evil and suffering to become his tools of choice in ruling his doomsday commune. But they did. Or perhaps he didn't see his actions as evil at all. He pursued the graces of his Lord, the heavenly angels that would scour the earth for him and ascend him up to heaven, and he did so at the cost of those who followed him so blindly. Time and drink had warped him into a bitter, cruel man who knew only how to govern through fear, damnation, and abuse. Torturous routines of his devising that cost me and so many others their sanity. I barely felt a thing when he gazed up at me, pleading and whispering, "Help me. Please." Rising to my feet, I stumbled over to him, knelt and pinched the end of his exposed tendon. His howls rolled across the white fields. He snarled at me and tried once more to grab me, so I crunched the hilt of his knife into his jaw. He flipped back on the stony ground, the lip of the shaft rising above him like a mouth.
I only wish to deliver the world from evil,
he whispered. His eyes were unfocused now. I'd broken his jaw, and his words curled out in slurry clumps.
Call down God's angels. Make things right.
And I stabbed him.
Again and again and again. Everywhere. Anywhere the blade would reach. Up to the hilt, metal parted flesh and blood answered, seeping out in long, coppery rivulets. He groaned but didn't have the energy to scream. My last thrust found his throat and he went silent, collapsing back into the dirt. I heard the first wail of sirens crawl through the countryside. Their sound seemed foreign in the desolate land, a place where Robert's maniacal beliefs had somehow evolved into righteous law. And I realized our beliefs were what we made them. He prayed for the world to be delivered from evil. And so I answered.